It's not on. Right, but oh, I'm not doing this again. Wait a minute. Right, there we go. I'll just check. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, right, there we go. So it was 222, 220, but what I was seeing was 222 when I started, so that could be significant. 222 to me anyway, but whatever it means to you would be like love and partnership. So it feels like there's a balancing out. So if you're new to me, what this is, when I'm reading Sagittarius in the ninth house, I'm a twin flame healer. So sorry if you're not in the twin flame journey, you might find this boring, but you never know. When Love Island was on, I kept tuning in to that guy that was a Scorpio, and he ain't a twin flame. Do you know what I'm saying? So, but it is it just so happens it did. It was a lot of what was coming through was definitely correspondent. It was quite funny with what was going on there. So, um. Like a lot of it is what I mean, like a lot of it. But basically, yeah, we're going to tune in. So I don't know how long it'll be. Probably, an hour and a half, maybe about 2 hours. I don't think it'll be any longer than 2 hours, but we better crack on with this. So yes, you've all got Sagittarius somewhere in your chart, and you've all got a ninth house. Some of you might have Sagittarius in the ninth house, you know. So. Like I said, Sagittarius is about traveling, it is about adventure, it is about learning and teaching, it is about beliefs, it is fun, banter, laughing, playful, optimism, joy, and that's really came through the title because I got the title from just pulling cards from the same deck very quickly before I went live. So the first one that came out was Inner Child Imagination, and that's really in the air because it's Mercury, planet communication, and the last at Leo right now. And it goes into Virgo tomorrow. So the energy will be totally different. It'll be more serious and sensible tomorrow. But tonight it's just really fun and playful and quite vib vibrant and fiery. And I'm laughing because so when I finished the live, right, the mediumship Monday with the tap-in, and remember I'd said, oh, it's saying 3 people are watching it or whatever, 5 people, but I could come off and it's loads. It said 209, right, when I finished. But when I looked at my other phone, it said 36 views. I mean, that tells you a lot about the times we're living in. What is the truth? Do you know what I mean? And that is very much going to be in line with Saturn having just went retrograde today in Pisces, because the shadow side of Pisces is confusion, illusion, deception, lies. So can you recognize when someone is lying to you or when the world is lying to you? Or, you know what I mean? It's kind of like Saturn retrograde is about you need to go inwards to assess what your boundaries are and to tune into what other people's boundaries are. But the only way you're going to know what other people's boundaries are is by hearing them out, listening to what they say, which we spoke about that on the live as well. But and remember, Pisces is about silence and tuning in and very psychic energy. But like I said, the shadow side of it is confusion, illusion, deception. So, and what I always say about Pisces is blurry boundaries, and we've got the Pisces full moon eclipse on Sunday. So, um, yeah, what I say about every Pisces moon is just, really protect your energy for those few days. But because it's a full moon eclipse, like really, really, really protect your energy. Especially because it's a Sunday as well. It's a day of rest, you know what I mean? And that's actually what this card says. Rest, Holy Spirit. So, yeah, towards the weekend, really, really all of this week, guys, is building up to it. But with Saturn newly being retrograde in Pisces, and like I said, that's going to align with the North Node in Pisces as well. There's a lot of destined and fated changes because that's the magical thing about all this Pisces energy. Pisces is magical. Pisces 12, this is what's funny. I'm not such a fan of the Pisces moon when it's in basically when the Pisces is when the moon's in Pisces, I'm like I'm not good for anything. I can't get my words out. I'm very tired. I'm sleepy. I just want to watch a film or go to sleep. Do you know what I'm saying? Or eat loads of food and stuff. But that's because the Pisces energy is in my fourth house and a little bit in my fifth house. And the little bit in my fifth house is why I most of the time don't drink. If you know, you know. Fifth house is fun and going out and partying and playing Pisces, you go out and you party and you play too much, you're gonna end up too drunk and and yeah, you know what I mean? So that's been there, done that, wore the t-shirt. I'm too old for it now. Again, I had one night the other night there and that's enough for me. I'll see you at the festival. I'd not see you at the festival. Well, I don't know who's watching, but it's kind of like I will see you again, future self, next year. You know what I mean? But it's kind of like that was enough for me. But yeah, but it's side note, there might be something about addictions coming in because although I said it in a funny way, it's because Sag Moon is funny. I'm a natal Sag Moon. Hello, my Sag Moon sisters and brothers out there if you are one. But um yeah, there's been a lot about addiction today, so I can tell with that, it's like, do you know where to draw the line? You know what I mean? And what I've noticed is when people have Pisces in the fifth house, that is people that don't know where to draw the line. And by the way, I know there'll be a lot of people that'll be nodding their head out there, or you know what I mean, that'll get me. Because I have had loads of friends over the years that have got the same placement. So, you'll be a Scorpio rising as well. Or I've known like clients that have got that as well. So it's something you really need to watch. It's very good to be aware of where the Pisces is and where all the energies is in your chart. And again, if some of you's come on and we get in the chat, if I've got your chart on my phone, I'll be able to tell you. I love doing that. So, but yeah, imagination, inner child, that is very Pisces full moon as well. But it's also very Sag moon, which is right now. And then we've got victory. So all these cards together, rest, Holy Spirit. So look out where you need to rest because Pisces 12th house is also exhaustion, burnout. That's what I was starting to say. The Pisces moon isn't my favourite placement, although there are magical things about it. But like I said, I just personally, it's not, I don't like when the moon's in Pisces, and I've not had the best experiences with moon and Pisces people. But I have had some magical ones too. So I love yous out there, but I'm just being honest. It's the way we gel with different things. It's just the truth. But. I know what it is. I think it's something about my son being in the house of Virgo, and Virgo is the opposite of Pisces. So I think that's kind of what it is. Like these people have these interactions with me for me to kind of, you know, for to balance something out. But it's a lot of times been very unpleasant. Like basically, I experience a lot of the copycat energy with Pisces moon energy because the shadow side of copying sorry, the shadow side of Pisces is copying. And I've just had a lot of copycat energy in that area there. Just people that, it's like they're just acting too much like you and it's a bit weird and creep me out. I've had loads of experiences like that. So anyway, moving on. But it's true. So some of you might have had that too with me saying that, I mean, you might be getting what I'm saying here. But when the moon is in Pisces in general, it's very mystical and magical and be open to miracles and stillness and silence and very psychic. But like I said, it's about how you use that psychic gift. You can use it for good or you can use it for bad, because again, that's the confusion illusion. Because remember, Pisces energy is moon energy as well, and it's kind of like, confusion illusion, kind of like what's the truth and what isn't. Um, but it's very feminine, very gentle energy as well. So. But that's what I'm saying. The Pisces, the 12th house, which is Pisces energy too, that is my favourite house. It's kind of funny that I don't like when the moon's in Pisces, but, and it's not, I suppose I don't really like when the moon's in my 12th house either. But yeah, it's the same thing. Nah, I do. I just need to really protect my energy because that's what just passed there. There is magical miracles and just the things that happen to me every day, but especially when the moon's in my 12th house, it's just like the most unexplainable. Like I just don't even bother half the time saying to people because you just wouldn't understand. It's like constant non-stop every day, but that is my every day. But it amps up on a full moon or really a full moon. But Pisces moons stuff, something that's what I love about it. Something magical always happens. Hello, Mighty Mike, welcome back. But yeah, there's going to be some type of victory, and but call on your divine helpers because that's the thing about all of these cards mention that, and if you don't know that, angels and guides and power animals and light beings and loved ones of spirit, they're not going to intervene and swoop in and help you if you're not putting out that request. So whether you want to call it a prayer or an intention or um like calling out to that, you know what I mean? Like you've got to ask for help. And that came up very recently in one of the videos as well. I don't know if it was a Mediumship Monday one last week or I think it was so. I think it was. And it was about ask for help and you shall receive it. And then the amazing synchronicity was I had a client session with someone on the Monday, and then literally overnight they had a miracle happen the next day, which was what we put out for. So again, you've got to be open. Your mind has got to be just even just the tiniest bit open for the light to get in for that miracle to occur. And if you want to see a good example of that, go back and watch that live stream that I've done. I'll pin it below at some point. If I don't, then it's one of the, it's the one where I'm wearing my hair up and the denim top on. Right, so, but yeah, there's some type of victory coming, some kind of dream coming true. That's what inner child says to me. But you might be being guided to rest right now, and the Holy Spirit is taking care of this miracle. So I don't think we'll use this for the thing, but just in case. And excuse my hair, guys. I've no brushed it today. I've just stuck it up. I might need to sort it again, pin it. It's just one of those days, do you know what I'm saying? Right, so I'm just going to put the wee bits and bobs. Come on, Stoll family. There's nobody around. Who's texted me? What is this? Wait a minute. I'm just going to have to be a little bit rude and reply because otherwise it'll get too late. Right. Okay, I did. It's just because I just noticed that. Right, so, and that's fully charged, so I can take that out. But what I will do is I will plug in the mic in case this is bound. Oh, did that literally just die there? That's how. Sorry, guys. Remember what I said? Like everyone is psychic. Oh my God, this is so funny. That's hilarious. You can still hear me. I know that you can still hear me. Right. So just to put you in the picture, right? The reason why you've been able to hear me the whole time was because I didn't even plug in the mic. Oh my God. So I'm looking at that thinking, oh my God, it's off. It's just died right when I went to plug it in. No, it wasn't even fucking on. Hilarious. Um, so now, well, it doesn't really, do you know what? A lot of times, Rupert, it doesn't make a lot of difference in the laptop because the laptop is a good mic. It's just on the phone it makes a better difference. But I'm just going to plug this in anyway. That's quite funny. I'm tired though. There's a bit, you know what? There's a huge message about don't take life so seriously, and if you're kind of feeling like you need to be perfect before you go to do something or speak to someone, or it's kind of like nobody's perfect. You know what I mean? Stop taking everything so seriously. Um, right, okay. Now we'll plug this in. So I'm having a good old time there myself, am I not? Right, so that's what I mean. You can have fun yourself. You're laughing, right? Because I'm never myself. Wait a minute. I need to be careful what I'm doing here. You're not going to hear me for a minute, and then you are. So now, and it should be a little bit clearer. Hello, hello. Is everybody there? But here is. Where am I? I should be. Hang on. Here. I'll take a dream come true. Been dreaming it my whole life. Call it in, my friend. Yeah, yeah. Here. Right. So, what goal will we set? 2 hours and now this might be very steep because there's nobody here, but that's the goal. Everyone gets a free card if we meet the goal. We're probably not going to meet the goal, but that's what I'm doing. Right, okay, so I've done free cards, another one. So, but I'm happy to do them if we do. Right, so I've titled it Be Open to Holy Spirit Miracles, Inner Child Dreams and Victory. It's time. So that just channeled through the cards that I showed you. So, but it does feel that way for a lot of people. If you're in that vibe, you'll get what I mean. Um Sorry, I need to put that there. So, and we need to let if I go quiet, it's because it died. And this is what we do if you want to help me. If you want to be one of the haters that finds it hilarious when the mic dies, that only happened once. I'm acting like it's happened loads. It happened once, but I was talking to myself for 40 fucking minutes. And I always think whoever was watching that and never said it, and that's cruel. But I'm always open minded that it could have been really shy people. But if that ever happens again, really shy people, send me an email and I'll say it. You know what I mean? Help a sister out for fuck's sake. But and also another way that you can help is if you look beside the like button, and I'm just looking though, it's not where I'm on the laptop, I can't see it, but if you, we had this conversation on the vertical one, right? But there's a thing called hype, and you get 3 new hypes every Monday. And hello, we're on Monday. So unless you have already hyped today, or you've went crazy and you've used all 3 hypes, I did on the day it came out. I was like, oh yeah, and I was like, all right, you only get 3. So, so again, you might, I don't know if you want to think very carefully about who you give that hype to, or if you're just going to be really trusted and be like, oh, I like that, I'm going to hype them, I like that. No, but just be wary that you only get, it's not that big a deal, but you only get 3 per week, and then it resets again on the Monday. So if you enjoy this at any point or you find it helpful, then if you want to hype the video, like it too, please. And even you get even more brownie points if you leave a standing comment once I've finished this. Of course, I love people chatting in the live chat too, but it helps the algorithm if you leave a comment afterwards. But oh, I forgot to do the affirmation thing, another one on Erming. And a new thing I want to start doing, right, is if anybody out there wants me to keep them in their prayers. Side note, I do actually pray for everyone that's connected to the channel every day. The first thing I do when I wake up anyway. And definitely we do that in the membership too. But if you're struggling a wee bit or whatever, basically if you just put the, you know, the emoji with the heart with a plaster, then I'll know that you've maybe got a wee bit more going on that you just, you know, you want me to keep you in my prayers. And I don't need to know what the reason is. I'll just, you know, focus in on, you know, it's just, it's just, it's, yeah, if you just want, a wee bit more love coming your way, knowing that somebody's got your back, because that can make all the difference. So again, I'm just feeling guided to do that. People can do it if they want, but it's like I said, it would help the algorithm too. But it's genuinely that it would, it'd be nice for people to do that too. So, that's a very Pisces full moon thing, actually. But it would be nice if people do it. We can keep it up all the time, but I feel guided to do it. What was the other thing I was going to do? Just want to keep checking the sound's working. Right, okay, so now we're going to put, oh shit, wait a minute. So I always put in the details for if you want to book a session, or tonight I've only got energy to do, a minute. I've only got energy to do a wee 5 minute, 5 minute or 10 minute, depends, right? I'm not going to say 10 minutes because that could take forever, but I can do a wee 5 minute message for a tenner there, because it's never just to paint the picture. It's not just when I pull people cards, it's not just cards, it's like it's very clearing energy, and I'm blasting the light codes at you and stuff. So it's you'll feel the shift basically, especially in this kind of energy with me being Sag Moon. But yeah, but of course, if anyone makes smaller donations than that, then I'll pull you like a card or like a couple of cards. But if you do the one that's a tenner through Kofi, it'll be 5 minutes ish, probably 10 minutes, but we'll say 5 minutes because I don't know about my energy. So I've also got the booking link, and I think that's all I can fit in. I was going to put in the membership link, but you can just get that in the comments and stuff. So Ko-fi is a platform where basically that goes through PayPal, so it'll take you straight to PayPal if you want to do it that way. And there's 3 options. So there's £10, there's £25, and there's £45. So if you just pick the first option, and that's how much it is. If you're going to use the inbuilt YouTube thing, you press the dollar sign, but just make sure you do it in your currency, which I've broken down, hopefully. But you can Google it if your currency isn't there. I don't even know if that's right anymore, so you might be getting a better deal. Hopefully, it's not a worse deal, but I haven't changed that in a while. Yeah, and I think that's it. So let's crack on because, like I said, it is late here. So, but my energy always kicks in when I'm doing this. So I haven't got my archetype cards that I like to do for this bit. I can't see any of them around me. So I think I might just use some tarot. That's all right. Okay, so there isn't a $7 one. But again, if you donate that, then I would pull a couple of cards for that. But right, okay. So, what have we got here? So this is, oh wait a minute, I was going to burn the sage. So this is this first bit that I do. This is to identify who this is going to make sense to. Now, this can make sense to a whole load of people. And bear in mind, I read for the twin flame journey, so it's going to be people that are on the twin flame journey. So it doesn't mean that you can't get bits of wisdom and help from this. Like I said, even if you just want to hang out and get company. So, but I'm just letting people know that that's what this channel is all about. This YouTube channel and this divine channel. Oh, my hair's such a mess at the back, but it's a mess all over. But we'll just crack on. So. I'm actually, this is a good example of how you can just be happy when everything's not the way you want it because I don't suit this color and I haven't done my hair and I like to have my hair not perfect, but I like to have my hair nice. Do you know what I mean? And none of these things are. I was just going to wear this to go a walk and then I was planning on putting on a top I liked and just I just couldn't be arsed. I just kept it on. So, you know, it's whatever. I'm more of a red person than a pink person. Do you know what I'm saying? Like bold red rather than bright pink. But right, so calling on the guides, angels, ancestors, loved ones and spirit, power animals, light being, Mary Magdalene and Jesus are very strong around in this week, particular because they're helping me with everything that I do with clearing any darkness in the mind that people might have. This is what I help people with in sessions all the time. Before I shuffle these, right, before I even get into this, the card on the top of this says, leave a stressful situation behind. Dear Archangel Raphael, thank you for giving me the courage and willingness to take care of myself, including surrounding myself with healthy relationships and positive situations. So that might really come into this because they pulled my eyes to it. So we'll shuffle again to see what comes out. But why did my eyes get pulled to that? All right. Sorry, Austin. So the 6.99 one is so but that wouldn't be $7, that would be £7. So that would be more. But anyway, you'll know because you can work that out in your currency, can't you? But that is basically wait, is it 6.99? Is it not 5.99? I think it's 5.99. Whatever. Maybe it is $7. I don't know. So I think it's 5.99 in UK money, but basically that in that level of the membership, it is we do prayers in there and it's when I'm guided to, I used to call it a weekly New Earth check-in. Now it's just kind of like I do it when I'm guided because it's like timeless. The main thing is the prayer circle, but just now actually you're getting exclusive shorts every day to do with the divine detox and declutter. Basically, you get, wee bits of extra things. But what I always say about that first level is it's a way to give back for all the free content that I do. But you've just found us, so you can go with the flow. But and then in the second level up, what we're doing just now is clearing the mind, body, soul. So we've moved through the week of clearing spiritual energy. Now we're doing work around decluttering the mind. From Saturday, we'll move on to decluttering the emotions, and then we'll end it with decluttering in the physical. So, but yes. Oh. Thank you very much as well for saying I look good, but I'll push my ego aside to do the work. Right. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, they're reminding me I need a wee drink because I've been filming videos all day. That's why I'm not going to be talking tomorrow. Right, so what's an overall energy that wants to come out? Also, my eyes are being guided to synchronicity. So you might be seeing a lot of synchronicity today. opportunities and divine timing. Oh yeah, open to change, divine outcomes. That feels like it fits with its time. So it's divine timing for a divine outcome. Whoever was needing that. Right. And it's that's very so remember, although I'm filming this right now, right, this is past, present, and future, but because we're on the build up to the full moon eclipse on Sunday, that's very eclipse energy. So that whatever I just said there, that feels like in order for a destined and fated divine outcome to come about, a victory, it involves leaving a stressful situation. That's the way I would take that to mean. So could be a habit, a person, a mindset, a situation, a job, it could be different things for different people, an addiction, increased energy. But when you do, your energy will increase. So I feel for a lot of people it's going to make sense in different ways. You will notice how much better your life gets when you don't surround yourself with people that are bringing you down. Dear Archangel Raphael, thank you for filling me with the unlimited energy of divine love and light. Now, I don't personally like the term love and light. I find it a bit fake. Everybody knows that around here. But again, you do you. And I know that there are some genuine people out there that say that, but there's a lot of fake people that just sort of chuck it about, you know. That's what I associate with. But I'm just bearing in mind that, you know, there's not everybody is like that. So it's but you'll get what I mean by what I'm saying. If you don't, just go and roll about in some Facebook groups and you'll see what I mean. Passive aggressive, love and light, and it's people arguing. It's like I used to hate that shit. That's why I'm not on Facebook. I can't stand it. Right. So, what have we got? What have we got? Why am I sure? Wait a minute. Kindness. Kindness. So I titled the mediumship Monday one, "Be kind to your mind." So I feel that's coming in again about um well, it's kind of that fits on with what I just said too. Like, you know, although I'm saying I don't like that term, I'm being kind by saying you can't not you instantly think someone's not your cup of tea because they say love and light. You know what I mean? Because that's not true. Like it's, but anyway. So right now let's identify. So this is going to be the energy of the feminine. So the feminine can be male or female. And whatever gender the masculine is, this can also be your feminine side, your feelings, your receptive energy. And this is just going to tell us a little bit about who this is going to make sense to. So this is actually two of the same deck put together. So it'll be funny if we get doubler cards. So what have we got here? Are we going to get I love the lovers card? What's my favorite one? The lovers card and the Knight of Cups is my favorite in this. Because it's a guy sitting on a blanket, like, you know, with roses and stuff. Has he got roses? He's definitely got a picnic going or something. It's because he looks like a modern kind of hot guy. That's why I like the card. So anyway, we didn't get that card. We got to the Seven of Cups. So if you are this divine feminine, we'll go with divine feminine. If you're this divine feminine, male or female, you could be very confused right now. You could have a lot of different options and you don't know what way to go. Or in general, you've been very confused for a long time on the twin flame journey. It could have been anything up to 7 years. Again, I say different. That's if you want to laugh. I say different things with the tarot all the time. I really do. It's like I read oracle and I read tarot, but it's quite funny. I find it quite entertaining. They just say what. Oh, hello. They just say whatever I'm meant to say, and that's what I got from that card. Hello, Beck. How are you doing? You've been in my thoughts. Oh, I'm really sorry to hear you're having a rubbish night. That's you. Austin's already owning that. So that can also be for the masculine as well. That you know you could have been very confused for a long time, up to 7 years. That seems to be what's coming through really strong. And this is quite interesting because Saturn has just went retrograde into Pisces. Which side note, Beck, that's why. Sorry, but that is why you're having a rubbish night because you've got Saturn in Pisces, haven't you? So remember the bit when I said you're going to go back to visit, we're all going back to visit it, but because you've got Saturn in Pisces, you know what I mean? You're going to probably have to hang out here quite a lot. Not have to, but if you find comfort, because it, you know, might be a little bit challenging, you might get thrown some karmic lessons and stuff. Um, but we're all going to be thrown karmic lessons, so you need to slow down and discern everyone. Also, I completely forgot to boot the session. Don't worry about that. I just read a card about divine timing, so you know, just you know, tune in and see when you want it to be. You can email me as well, so just email me and you know, Yeah, like you can, email me and let me know what's going on if you want. And then, but if you're, if you want to ask about anything about a session or that, basically anyone watching this, if you've got a question, like a technical kind of question about a session, then I can email you back. I just can't go back and forwards, like, because then it becomes like email counseling. But when it's something like this, because you're saying you're having a rough day, if you want to let me know what's going on, because I've also got other things on right now. So for everyone else, um, I'll just go through a little bit of housekeeping, right? But I'm just going to read the rest of that. No, I did do it. Yeah. So that's for the feminine. Like I said, the thing about you could be confused now, you could have been confused for a long time. Specifically, it could have been 7 years. Something's very confusing or longer. And 7 years is a karmic cycle. So that's why it's connected to Saturn having went retrograde in Pisces today, because Pisces is confusion, illusion. Saturn is boundaries, tough lessons, karma. We're all going to be revisiting lessons that we might have not learned the first time, so we need to learn again. That can be in the same person turning up, or that can be the same experience in a different person. So in love, that could be fucking hell, why am I always meeting people that are breaking my heart like this? Or oh my god, that person's coming back to break my heart. Or to be more positive about it as well. Although positive is a word that fucks me off, but it's kind of like because again, it just does, because it's just like, yeah, toxic positivity shit, like, is rife in this day and age. So I said that to my friend the other day. It makes me not even like the word positive, because it's like, just be positive. Oh yeah, like what if somebody just died and you're fucking got no money and your house is on fire? Oh, just be positive. You can't be positive. You know what I mean? You feel like shit. But anyway, in general, um, there can be very magical, miracle things. Like, people could have learned their karmic lessons and they're coming back, like the lesson that's being visited is forgiveness, because Pisces is also forgiveness, like in miracles, it's praying. So your prayers might be getting answered and somebody being reborn again, like they've fucking found God, they've met Jesus. Do you know what I mean? Because we're working with Jesus and Mary Magdalene. It's kind of like, be open to miracles in that way. So it'll be all kinds of different stuff. Do you know what I mean? Oh my God, can't stand toxic positivity. I know, and it's everywhere. Do you know what I mean? It's literally everywhere. Um, but the thing is I'm also doing the drop-in shamanic clinic as well. So I've got 15-minute sessions and I've got 30-minute sessions. All I would say to anyone is that's probably only going to fit the people that have already had a session with me at some point. Because if you think about it, if you've never told me your twin flame story one to one, you're not going to be able to tell me in 15 minutes, and you're definitely not going to be able to tell me in 15 minutes, and you're not even going to be able to tell me in 30 minutes. And this is for me testing if I can do that. So be discerning. If you're brand new, everybody gets the session at the 144 price anyway. I'm aware that that's a lot of money for people, full stop, too. But again, guys, remember, this is not my first paper round. I've been doing this for 10 years in public. I've grown, I've learned, I've added more strings to my boa. I do about 15, I used to say 10 different things. I actually do about 15 different modalities. Even if I done one, like say for instance, the tapping that I just done on the live stream, even if that was the only single thing I done, I could earn that type of money just from doing that. But I don't. I'm a shaman, I'm a medium, I'm a hypnotherapist. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm a counselor. I do all these different things. And I'm in that unique frequency of the new earth energy, which not a lot of people, really are, basically, unless you are and you're out there. And I know a lot of people who watch me are. Um, so I've got to own my worth. I'm talking like we're already in the Capricorn moon, which we're about to go into. But it's business. But what I'm trying to say is, I've always been guided that if it's your very first session, so as in you've never had a Zoom with me before, you get honoured at that first price. And it's not an hour. That's the other secret, which is not really a secret. It's a long time we talk for. So make sure you've got a long time. If you've not got a long time, if you've only got an hour, or but I would give yourself a couple of hours, because it's like a golden ticket. We're not going to do that again. So you know what I mean? I like to get to know people. I like to hear your story. But yeah, so but if you've had a say, I wouldn't say it's exclusive. If you feel really guided to, and that's what suits your finances, then you can by all means book one of those 15-minute or 30-minute, because I've only got that on for this month. But yeah, order your first session, you get one for four. And yeah, everyone else, if you've already had the session, it's the regular price. But if you're in the second level of membership, you get 15% off, which is a big, big saving. So And also, just if you want some more support this month, join the second level of the membership. I'm not going to be offended if you decide to join, leave after it, but just come and, get some support and stuff. But anyway, so did I read everything that Beck's saying? Don't really know how to talk about any of it at the moment. Sometimes it's just like that, but yeah, so I'll let you work that one out, but I'd be honoured if you want to try to talk about it with me. I just like the way you talk about stuff, I'll be honest. Yeah, well, absolutely, yeah. We're speaking the same language. Right, okay, so what have we got? The thing is, Beck, right? With whatever it is you're struggling with right now, I say this not like, basically the only way I can say this is there's not really too many things I can't help people with, because the first card was Holy Spirit. It's the Holy Spirit speaking through me, and it is deliverance. So a lot of the time, people, yeah, don't worry, you don't need to be. Look, you are usually a very positive person, but if you're feeling like shit, just own it. It helps other people own it. You know what I mean? I'm really sorry that you're totally broken. Do you know what I'd advise you do? If you're open to it, just send me a wee email and just, you don't need to let me know everything that's going on, but if you want to, I'm just inviting you to do that. Um, I'll keep you in my prayers anyway if you want me to. Because I've been saying to people, put a wee emoji with a plaster over it when in the standing comments if you're struggling. And I think the fucking comments will be flooded with those. I don't want to manifest that, but then, if people are on board with that, because the Pisces full moon eclipse is a really difficult one. Yeah, okay. So what have we got for the masculine? So let's see if the Seven of Cups comes out for the masculine. So this is a masculine, and the feminine, whether you're male or female, is masculine side. Your logical, analytical, your boundaries, which you're going to need to have up this week with that eclipse and Saturn going retrograde in Pisces. Everything I've already said. Ooh, this is good. This is positive. Oh my God, we're going to have banter around that word now. The World card, which is about learning all your karmic lessons. It's about happy endings. So maybe that is a victory for some. The masculine is completing karmic lessons. So you see how that actually fits with what I was channeling. Be open to people being reborn, or that they've already been reborn for some time and been in hermit and they're going to re-emerge. All the re's, because we're in the retrograde, the Saturn retrograde. But I really do feel, again, I have to just stress everybody needs to be practical about this, because we're in practical Virgo season and we are in Mercury going into Virgo tomorrow. So the energy will go from upbeat, hyper inner child, magic, and children in general. Thank you, Mighty Might, that we're in right now tonight. And it'll go very much to more kind of sensible and practical tomorrow. But yeah, there's something very much coming through here about being open to miracles and, yeah, I don't know, believing in the impossible, because the masculine energy is coming through as completing their lessons, learning their lessons. Oh, and that's what I was just starting to say. Some people are in the middle of their lessons, whether their lessons are karmic people, romantic, friends, or otherwise, or addictions, habits. You know what I mean? Everybody's got a karmic lesson or something, and you'll be getting visited with it, trust me. But I feel a lot of masculine energies have passed their tests, or they've learned their lessons, and that can be one of the returns. Yes, look, no longer juggling, do I do this, do I do that? Also, if people have had money worries, which came up in the last live that I just done on the Mediumship Monday, that somebody got their finances more together. And yeah, and so again, remember, I read the tarot my own way. I feel there was a work there. This is horrible. This is exactly what came out the other day. This is a karmic group that was working against you if you're the masculine, male or female, or if for some feminines, if your boundaries are up with a karmic group. But I feel there was a karmic group of people, whoever that might be, like, you know what I mean, working against you. This can even be like the darker forces that kind of, you know, go against you. I know how that could resonate for me and some other people I know that get this. But spiritual warfare, basically. I don't usually get that with the Three Pentacles bit, but I'm getting spiritual warfare. Like the masculine is completing karmic lessons and seeing through spiritual warfare, as in people that are sabotaging you or adding to your own self sabotage. Like that would be people that keep you like in an addiction, you know, like say you've got a gambling addiction, or like, hey mate, do you want to go down the bookies, or do you want to go and, you know, do this or that, or you know, you've got a drink problem, or do you want to go down the pub, or I'll come round with a bottle of vodka. Do you know what I mean? Like that's not helpful. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, or harder examples, you know what I mean? Five of Swords, yeah, look, that now they're saying though, it's like that this look at that picture. I feel that man trusted the wrong people, because he's like, what the fuck have I done? If you're a she, then change it. But look, that guy's like, what the fuck have I done? I was fighting the wrong people. The enemy was not who I thought it was. This is some strong fighting talk that's coming through. But look at the wee guy in the background, he's got his hands up. The person in the background with their hands up is like, that could be, that feels like a karmic friend. Wait a minute, I was getting guided to some of the past life readings that I've done like over a year ago in that. And there was one that was titled like that somebody's like karmic friend has fucked them over. And there was another one about a past life. Now, oh God, I've mixed them all up together. So take a deep breath. This is the deck that's a little bit, we're going straight in. This is a little bit close to the bone. Takes too long to talk about my stuff. There's been so much in the 30 years I've been here. Yeah, but the thing is, Beck, you don't, the reality is, although I talk to people for hours in a session, you're never ever going to be able to talk to, whether it's a healer or a therapist. I just happen to be both. You're never going to be able to get all 30 years of stuff out in a session. That's also not wise or ethical. But side note, with the way that I work, people do get a lot. But what would be wise is you just, you know, people come to me and they're all over the fucking place. This is what I try to tell people all the time. Don't try and get your shit together before you come to me. Nobody usually does, right? I'm the person that you go to when your life is falling apart, basically. And if you're in a better place, then that's great. And I'm probably helping you something more upbeat. But most of the time, it's, you know, it's some pretty rough stuff. Again, if you know your astrology, Pluto 0 degrees retrograde in the 12th house. I deal with all the hidden pain. And also my North Node, my destiny in Gemini in the 8th house. Hidden pain, hidden pain, hidden pain, hidden pain, deliverance, the darkest stuff that nobody else wants to deal with. Whether they're shaman, therapist, healer, you know, whatever. I get that, all that. So just, you know, telling everyone that if you need to see. So, but trust your guides. I know that's easy, you know, I know it's easy to say trust your guides or trust your intuition if you've been gaslit your whole life. That's another thing I don't like either. But what I mean by that is if you don't trust yourself and you don't even trust your guides, if you could just be the slightest bit open minded to put your trust in me, and I'm not in the business of convincing people. Like, look, you either trust me or you don't. If you don't trust me, lurk me for years if it needs that, because that is what some of you have done, and then you've booked. You know, you'll know if that's you. I don't know what your boundaries are. You need to decide what your boundaries are. But lurk me until you feel like you can give someone a chance. And if it's not me, lurk other people. You know what I mean? Um, and when we get to that session, I will smudge. We'll call on your guides. Your guides have already got it sorted, and we'll home in on what I can help you with in the time that we've got, which is a lot more than an hour, like I said. Um, and you'll get what it is you need. Everybody always gets what they need because it is God speaking through me. It is the guides. If you're open to your loved ones in spirit, they'll come through and they'll warm your heart and tell you what you need to hear. It really just depends what needs to come through. But that's the best way that I can put it. And like I said, but other people put it better in their own words, which is why I always I flood, you know, you'll get fed up. I flood the comments with the reviews that people have said over the past 10 years. Some of them are from 10 years ago. Some of them could be from 10 days ago. If I'm lazy, I'm copying and pasting all week or for 2 days in a row. I try and change it up, but you know what I'm saying? Like these are real reviews from real people, some of which still come in chat today, others of which are off my radar, but hopefully I've left them a little bit better than before. So you know what I mean? Um, so anyway, that's that chat. So thank you, Mighty Might. I will get to your cards but you might have a bit of a wait because this can be. I might fit them in between, but thank you for that. Okay, first time I've ever done this. Do you know what? Thank you. I'm honoured because if that's the first time you've ever done that, then I get that. The first time I done that was quite exciting too. It's like, oh, so at the moment, I'm just reminding myself I'm allowed to be here. I'm allowed to exist. My siblings have made me feel the opposite my whole life. That's what broke me tonight. Oh my God, Beck, I'm so sorry to hear that. That's heartbreaking. Yes, you absolutely are allowed to be here. And you're a asset. We love having you in the chat. It's I've been saying if you watch the last few live streams, I'm like, oh, where's Beck? Or I was definitely thinking it. So I'm really sorry to hear that. You're very welcome here. And you do matter and you're loved. Right, okay. So but now we need to go to these brutal cards. So what have we got? So what was asking about? Yeah, I just want to see if Karmic Friend comes out. So this is coming out on the masculine side. The masculines, the Five of Swords to me is like spell work and stuff as well. So the masculine's head's been fucked by a karmic friend. Let's see if we can get some info about that. There is one that says karmic friends. I'm also seeing fake smiles in my head. Or groupie. Love on the brain, dreaming, fantasizing, daydreaming, nostalgic. I feel that's picking up on, the man that's kind of like, oh God, like, what have I done? It's like this person's like, I was coming up against the wrong person. Like now, again, this could be purely talking about self sabotage, or this could be. And remember, this can all be past energy, or that. Hi, Barbie. Or this can be current, or it can be future. It could be future lessons someone's going to learn in this retrograde. Because, like I said earlier, Saturn is only retrograde until the 1st of November, but it is in Pisces until the 13th of February. So Pisces, whether it's retrograde or not, is always confusion, illusion. It's also mystical, magical, psychic, unconditional love, forgiveness, all these amazing things. But again, I always I always feel the shadow more of the magical stuff. But but yeah, it's worth noting that definitely until the start of November, we're all going to go through some type of karmic lessons. And like I channeled on the one a few days ago, the downloads I got in my dreams were like that. It's going to feel like we could be going backwards, like we're never mind quantum leap into our highest timeline. It's like we're going backwards to an old timeline, so that could feel quite uncomfortable. And what really freaked me out, right? The shorts that I filmed whatever a few days ago for the one for it must be the one for tomorrow, but these are all timeless. But that actually, I said something about, or it might have been the one for no, it must be the one for tomorrow. I said something about pay attention to dreams, like downloads in your dreams, right? Now that happens to me all the time, but specifically in this case, that's really freaky because I actually did have a dream just last night. Um, I don't really think I don't think there's anything I really, again, because this is, so for those of you that are new, but everyone else knows this, I'm not called Crystal Clear Visions for no reason. That's not the bit I'm going to say. What I'm trying to explain here is sometimes my visions are just for me and they're messages for me, and I have to slow down and discern what's what. Sometimes there's a vision for the Twin Flame Collective, or sometimes it's the world, like it's for people that aren't Twin Flames too. And sometimes it's actually I'm getting a vision of a future possibility, like sometimes I'm getting a vision of something that's happening that I'm not, I mean, they're showing me something that's actually going on. So it's kind of like it was one of them where I'm like, all I'm going to say is it was about my twin flame journey, and it was like I was being given information, but some of it was kind of uncomfortable, and it was interesting. You know what I mean? It was quite specific as well. Like Virgo is specific, and we're in Virgo season. So anyway, but look, what I kind of got from that, I think because it was so, I think I wrote notes on my phone when I was half asleep. Wait a minute. Um. Oh, I don't think I've. Oh shit! I didn't pin it. So what would I? Maybe I'll put dream. Right. Yeah. So I've put it down for my own reference if I need to look at that in the future. But right, there, I know I'm being really cryptic here, but what I'm saying is it's like in the dream, it was like they used my life, right? But sometimes like they do that. They do things that is like it's me experiencing it and they'll use people in my life, or if it's about the twin flame journey, like me and my twin flame. But it could be like something happening to you and your twin flame, and it's just for me to pass on a message. That's the confusing thing about all this, right? But what I'll say, like I think the bit that I'm all right with saying, right, is I've had dreams like this for years, like before I even realised who he was to me, right? Because remember, I've known mine 22 years. Like I used to have dreams, and this was like when I was still trying to work out. Like I knew we had a strong connection, but I was like, I kept trying to push it away and deny it because I fancied him so much and I really liked him. And like I said, a lot of the people around me before I did. So I bet you this is where a lot of the masculines are too. But like I was in denial. Basically, I was in denial because I fancied him that much. I was like, I can't fall in love with this guy because he's like, he's just. I don't think he looks like he wants to settle down with anyone, let alone me. But it's kind of like um, that was, you know what I mean? That was the impression that he gave me, and probably a lot of people at that time, basically. But that suited me, basically, where I was in my life too, because we're young. But you can't help you like someone, right? But it's kind of like the recurring dream I used to have all the time was that I was stuck at like a house party or something, and he was with somebody else, and I was avoiding them everywhere I went, and I kept bumping into them. And then like I've always had dreams like that when it's like I'm at a big event and like it's like I see him and he's with someone else and it's just like really awkward. And but I was like, what is that about? But it was like it's just over year, like it happened for ages. And the dream was it was a little bit like that. Um but I got like loads of more things and stuff too, and that's things I'll not bother, like, yeah, I'll just keep that to myself. But this was a bit strange, right? Like then it went a bit funny, and there was like a girl that appeared to give me information, and the girl that appeared in my dream was like someone I went to school with that I honestly haven't seen. Like at the time when I was like really young, like say I was about 15 or something, she was one of my, but we were in a group of like, oh, we're all best friends, and there was like fucking 20 of us or something. But she appeared, but I was really defensive. Like she was trying to tell me something to help me. It was like to warn me about something that I needed to know. And I was like, I'm not, if you're coming, I'm not really wanting to know or something. Like, it was weird. Like, and then it was like, because didn't recognize someone from school who was helping me with info. I was like, I've put suspicion, then I realized. But then I've put in brackets, but that person was a bit, So anyway, this was ages ago. But what I get from that is this is what I mean about although they used like something from when I was younger, the whole point of it is like someone could come forward, like this could have already happened to you in the past, or it could happen like more present, or it could happen in the future. Well, it could happen in Mercury retrograde. That's coming about again in November, or this Saturn retrograde, where somebody appears to be giving you helpful information, but they're a bit, you're like, oh, you're a shit stunner. Do you know what I'm saying? So either this has happened in the past. I don't know about you, but I can definitely relate to things like this that have happened in the past. Um, but or it's going to happen. Look out for it in this Saturn retrograde, right? Or and this could be the masculine or the feminine. So pay attention. Or this is something a bit more in the future. So basically, but it was just interesting to me that I didn't know that I'd titled that. I didn't remember that, and then I did actually get a message in my dream. So sometimes that happens to me where I experience that, but that could be the masculines getting downloads in their dreams. Like, look, daydreaming nostalgic, like you're getting, like your dreams are telling you, like God is revealing the spiritual, look at that, spiritual hater. Hates on your spirituality, light, magic, and power. That's the karmic friend. That'll do for me with what I was feeling. That's a magic. I just said that's a magic. But that's interesting because it's like a magic trick, it's an illusion. That's what I feel. That's a masculine confused with love on the brain, but also getting messages about a spiritual hater. Because I think that's why although that girl, like, again, it's not, again, this is obviously when I was a teenager, but it's not like that girl was really nasty. It's far from it. It's like, it's more just like when someone's so nice, they actually could be a little bit fake. But in general, like that person that was showing up at, like, that is a nice person, but I know what they're trying to say. It's like, you know, something a bit fake about them too. So I don't know who that's going to resonate with. It'd be really interesting if that already fits with someone's experience. But what else about a spiritual hater or a karmic friend? Somebody that you can't fully trust. So it could be like really shady, or it could be like why they showed me that girl. It's not that somebody's all bad, but they're maybe getting a wee bit of a kick out of passing on gossip. Um, oh God, I can't show any of these cards. They just feel too. Yeah, the gossip could have been pretty close to the bone, like stuff that people shouldn't have been sharing about people. Yeah, that's all I'm going to say about those cards. That's what I mean about these cards. And a dirty offer. Oh my God, if you could only have seen what the other card was, you might be able to imagine. So that I feel dirty offer is about, sometimes that means different things, but I feel that to be very careful because this is on the masculine side. All that glitters isn't gold. And you've either already learned that lesson and you need to recognize where that lesson might be appearing in people, the same people or different people looking like a little snack, as I like to explain, but you're going to go through some tough karma, especially, trust me, with the cards I just pulled out there. It was the STI card. There's no other way to say it. That's what it was. So that can be literal or it can be spiritually transmitted disease. Do you know what I mean? STI, STD. That someone's spiritual energy is going to catch on, and you'll catch all their traumas and their shitty energy. But it could be literal. So, love hate, and that feels like be wary being pulled back into a karmic situation where it's like competition rather than compassion and support and everything like that. It's like a codependent, addictive, lean to sleep with one eye open. No strings. Yeah, look, that's this deck is funny, but I've had enough because it's only you. Right, so look, this is I know what they're saying. That is the card where look, right, she's not happy, she's sulking, and he's like, look, Hen, I tell you, I'm just wanting sex, I'm not wanting love. You said you were on board, now you're hassling me for engagement ring. What is going on here? I'm not moving in with you, I don't love you, you were a placeholder. That's really hard. Sorry, a sad mood. Sorry, not sorry. It's coming through quite funny. But look, they're both in dressing gowns, looking pretty comfy. But he's like, I told you it was no strings, right? At no point did I say you were the one. You've got to have fun when you do this because I've already got good chemistry, great vibes, and there's the word positive. This is going to be the joke of this live stream. I'm into somebody else. You know what I mean? So what am I channeling right now? This could be somebody's like, I don't want this anymore. I want this. You're not who I want to cuddle up to. I don't even know why I'm wearing this dressing gown. I don't know why I agreed to go away for this dirty weekend. I don't even want this for you. I'm thinking about this person. We're going to put these away now. Although it is quite entertaining. I've been reflecting and healing. I don't want this. This situation's dead in the water because oh my God, karmic friends and sex addiction. See what I'm saying? That could be no strings karmic friends that oh, we're friends, but we hook up now and again, and you're encouraging an addiction that somebody has. Doesn't need to be a sex addiction, but it does say sex addiction. Karmic friends. This is somebody that wants you, but oh my God, these cards are talking. Look, because sometimes I don't show them up at the thing. Reflecting, someone's been clearing and healing their energy. Now, remember, I'm saying that this is happening right now. That will be for some people, trust me, because eclipses always break up things like this. Anything that's on a shaky foundation, like, friends with benefits, or all these other words for it, or karmic friends, or karmic family, or karmic jobs, or fake people, or anything that's not on a firm foundation is going to be shaken up a tower moment by the eclipse, and that can catapult you right into the arms of the one you love, right? But it's kind of like this person's been healing and clearing their energy, and they're rejecting karmic energies because it's a bit again. It's because they want back a queen bee. Can't look because I pulled wants you back queen bee. So wait a minute, I need to keep these are the cards. So somebody wants the queen bee back. The queen bee is the divine feminine, secure, confident, boss bitch, career focused, but karmic. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, what's the title? Be open to Holy Spirit miracles, inner child dreams, victory, it's time. What was the other card? Oh fuck, I can't remember that just fell. Right, so can't fully trust them. Tension, secret competition. That's what was getting me that tarot card. That person, tiny wee figure in the background, is celebrating that they successfully tricked this person into fucking up their life. Now, again, if you are this person, the masculine, male or female, you got to take personal responsibility. If you're listening to people that are going to do that, you're trusting the wrong people, and that's where it's like you're going to keep trusting the wrong people, or you're going to see through them. But I feel this is more talking about a lot of people's past, but it could be your present. But yeah, basically, so yeah, somebody's karmic friend, they're not your friends. Can't fully trust them. Tension, secret competition. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. That's what I'm getting with that. It's like this person's been like, oh my god, I can't believe I listened to them. Like I want my person back, and I listened to, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's not really. I wanted to fit with the title. A minute. I wanted to fit the title, but I think that might look. I think all of this is going to be shocking. Oh, oh my god! Look, bad reputation, shocking news. So whatever this is all about, this is feeling very similar to the other one with false person. It's going to be shocking news that this person is not who they say are, because that says bad reputation and shocking news. So whatever this person has done, whether they're one of the karmic friends or I don't know. It's going to be a big shock here, whatever this is. I don't know if it's a shock to the person, you're the person, a community, you as a feminine, but this person's coming in to sweet talk you, coming to say I love you. There could be some proposals here as well. I don't know how that's going to fit with each person, it's but that there is a wee guy holding a ring there. So but just be aware you've got people watching you very closely, looking you up, researching you, studying you, getting info. So I feel whoever the karmic friends are, again, that feels very much like the person with the bad, oh my God, bad reputation, that card about the STI, and then, oh my God, we've already to burn the sage. But however, all that, again, this is part of the fun of this. It brings in a bit of the drama, but we've got to remember, like, this is entertainment, but it's not, if you know what I mean. This could be some people's stuff, past, present, or hopefully not your future. Be careful out there. But seriously, that's the thing. I'm being serious. I read the future for you. This is some people's future. If you don't take heed to the message, you could get involved with someone with a bad reputation. You could end up with a lot more than a broken heart. Do you know what I'm saying? So take heed to the message. Bad luck if you already went through this, but learn from your lesson. Sorry, that's harsh, but it's blunt Sag Moon right now, and I'm Sag Moon. But cleansing the energy, sending prayers to anyone that's learned the hard way. We all need to learn the hard way somewhere in life, you know what I mean? But whoever that is, the false reputation, whatever, false person, bad reputation, it's a woman consistently that keeps showing up. There's a woman on the other card, it's a woman on that card, but it could be a guy in karmic energy for other people. But we'll see how that comes out here. Right, so my twin is a Virgo. Yes, I remember that. I've distanced myself from the twin flame thing for the moment. Need to focus on myself. Well, don't know if you're in the right place, but nah, I'm joking. You are, because you can just watch this with the popcorn and tune out of that. Like I said, I'm a twin flame healer, but you're a twin flame. So you know what I mean? Like that's the best thing for you to do right now. So you've got to be, it's still the right place to be if this makes you feel comfortable. But if it doesn't, then just tune in to when it's the right time to be here and when it's not. But hopefully, you get some kind of entertainment out of this. I had a friend like that. Oh my god, what a bad reputation! One that passed about the STIs. Fuck no. Goes back to the toxic positivity. All right, that bit. Defo learned not all that glitters is gold. Yes. Okay, so God, starting off strong. Okay, so let's get my thing up. So actually, before we go on to half of this is chilling with the imaginary popcorn. Good. Well, that's because Sagittarius is about banter. We've got to take this with a pinch of salt, but because I'm a Pluto 0 degrees in Scorpio in the 12th house, I'm well aware that this could absolutely be textbook somebody's life. So, again, prayers for all the situations. So because the whole point is I can help you. Like, even if you need to forgive yourself, whoever you are in all these scenarios, I could be the one that listens and be like, we all make mistakes, and forgive yourself and all that kind of jazz. Right, who did it? It was, let's do the wee person that, sorry, not we, I didn't mean to call you wee person, but so Mighty Mike, so it's that Austin, isn't it? Let's get you a wee message. So what deck will we go to? I think I want to pull from this deck. So what have we got? What's a message for Austin? Just keep in mind that this could make sense to anyone, not just the person I'm pulling it for. So a message for Austin, Mighty Mike. Hopefully I'm remembering that is the same person. So, but it doesn't matter. I'm tuning into your screen name anyway, Mighty Mike. So what have we got? What's a message that would be really helpful for Austin to hear? It's reminding me of Cinderella story, Austin. Air and Fire Dragon. Expand your creative energies, harness your creativity, excitement, and enthusiasm. Communicate your passion. So again, that is energy right now. So again, it's really just the rest of today or tonight, whatever time it is where you are. So if you could like take some time to just sit down and really tune into what are you passionate about? Are you doing anything about it? Maybe just jot down some of your ideas, like really harness the last of Mercury and Leo, because Leo is creativity. And what's funny is I also got led to the back of that card for a pulled, well, I don't know if it was that specific one, but I got pulled to the back of one of those cards and I knew that it was one of these that was going to come out. So what they're telling me is there's something you already know is meant to be part of your future, but it's not going to be part of your future if you don't do something about moving towards it. So it's something you're passionate about. So communicate with passion. Now that could be a conversation you need to have with somebody. That it's like a passionate conversation, something you feel strongly about. But it could be following your passion. So only you'll know. My eyes got guided up to a card up there that's got friend on it. So it could be about sharing with a friend, something like that. Shambhala initiations. Oh my god. Retreating to recharge, trusting in the process, Dharma. Now, again, look, find your Dharma. That's about following your calling. That's Wayne Dyer spoke about that all the time, and it was his and Louise Hay's anniversary on Saturday there. I think it was who died first? Shit, I should really remember that. It was, oh my god, I can't believe I can't remember. Is it Wayne Dyer's 10-year anniversary and it's Lee's 8-year or 7-year? I don't know who was who, I forgot, but they died on the same day a couple of years apart. That's the freaky thing. But this is about dreams. So I feel like, if you, again, you need to get on board with this, but I really do feel it's like, again, I feel that me talking about my dreams, that's happening to you too. If it hasn't happened already, it's gonna. Where pay attention to what is happening in the dream time. You're getting messages in your dreams. So do what I like. Do even that. Like even I'm like that. Like I don't know what all of that was last night, but all I know is it was so specific. It's either for me to relay what I have relayed on this tonight, or that might actually have even more meaning for me than what I know. But happiness, there is happiness at the end of the tunnel. So whatever that is, whatever that all means to you, Austin, I really do feel, if things are feeling a bit confusing and dark right now, there is happiness at the end of the tunnel. But what I'm getting from that is you have to walk towards that tunnel. It's kind of funny because when I was going through my photos earlier, try to find something to post it on the community tab, like I went past a picture that I took of a lighthouse and going through a dark tunnel to the light at the end of the literal tunnel. It was both on the same day. So there is quite an analogy coming through there about walking through the darkness and the light is at the end of the tunnel. So I hope that message served you. If it doesn't mean anything right now, hold it. It could mean something in the future. So, right, okay. So I'll just clear. I just wanted to do that in case this took forever, and I'll get a wee word for you. What's a word? Spontaneity. Oh wow, see how it all fits. Spontaneity. So yeah, there is something about like if you've been procrastinating and delaying taking action with some kind of creative endeavor or sharing some kind of, I don't know, passionate message. It's something passionate anyway, whether it's with one person in particular, love or something, or something sharing an idea with someone. Just make sure you're sharing it with somebody you trust. But it's like it's something creative. You know what I mean? Something passionate. Fifth house Leo kind of energy. Right. Actually, did you? Are you one of the people that said you were a Leo? Was that one of the other people? That doesn't matter. You've got Leo somewhere. You've got a fifth house. So we've just come out of Leo season another week there. So hope that serves you, and send in love and prayers for whatever you need that for. Right, clearing the energy of that to get back to collective. So if anyone else wants a wee message tonight, I'll just do the same. I'll, fit it in along the way, or if you can wait till the end. Like I said, you can either do the Ko-fi £10 one, and it says 5 minutes, but I'll make it 10 minutes. And or no, I can't do that. Actually, I'm tired. It might just be 5 minutes, or it might be 10 minutes. So just know that when you do it. And what else? Or you can just use, you can donate in and I'll pull a few wee cards. Right, okay, so, or you can just listen in. Right, so what's the next bit? Let's see. There was a card that fell on the floor. I might need to drink my tea again. Ugh. Right, so, but like I said, I just don't feel like I can they convey the message about the dreams are really vivid right now. So if the information doesn't make sense, write it down. It might, like I said, that's the case for me. Write it down. It might make sense later. Yeah, sorry it works. So I was only able to listen. Thanks. Yeah, I'm a Leo. That's fine. Re-listen to that later. And like I said, I pick up a message for the future. So if it doesn't make sense right now, just note down what I'm saying. It'll make sense later on. But there's something you need to take action with. That's the big message coming through. Also, the song, it's quite funny. There's builders just now, right? And like, honestly, I didn't get to sleep till after 5 in the morning. There was just so much electric fire energy with the Sag moon. And because I am Sag moon, honestly, it was torture. I just couldn't sleep. I was even going to post something to be like, oh my God, who out there can't sleep or something? This is a nightmare. And I got up. Wasn't sure if I was going to tell people this, but I got up and I went to like put the kettle on because I was making my hot water bottle again. I was going to get a cup of tea and stuff. And as soon as oh, thank you, Beck. As soon as I walked into the kitchen, right? Like as soon as I walked in that very second, I looked over at the houses I can see out my window, and there was this big flash of white light. It looked like a firework, but it was like a white, like it was a big flash, right? And it happened so fast, and I was like, "Oh my God, it's like someone's fucking roof on fire, or like some fucking a big light." And I was like, but the weird thing was, right, I had my earbud in, and whatever it had rolled onto a video, someone literally happened to be talking about flashes of light and angels. I'm not even shitting you. And I'm like, but I didn't, like, I wasn't imagining it, right? Um, I still don't know what the fuck that was, right? Do you know what I mean? Because I would have heard of it, but it was like, yeah, it was just a big flash of white light above somebody's house. Do you know the first thing I thought? Right, I thought because I went and turned the light off in the kitchen because sometimes you get a better look if it's dark in the room that you're in, and that it was just happened for that split second, and I was just standing in the kitchen at like nearly 4 in the morning, like what the fuck? What have I just seen? What the actual fuck? But also, I mean, this is a bit of a. I'm getting chills when I'm saying this, right? So some people are going to get what I'm saying, and other people are going to be like, "What is she on about?" I'm just going to say it. If you've ever seen Jupiter Ascending, right, usually only talk about that film when it's got something to do with bees, because bees remind me of that scene. So that could have relevance too, like, spiritual royalty kind of thing. But that's not why I'm mentioning this. In that film, there's very disturbing bits where it's like these beings, and I'm not talking about light beings, good ones, I'm talking about bad ones, that like come and they do something to the person's body, like while they're sleeping, while they're not conscious, and then the person can't remember what's just happened to them. And there's a scene in that when it happens to the person's friend while she's in her underwear, actually. And then like the person can't, she sees what's happening because the beings don't know that she's in the cupboard getting something for a night out or something. And she catches this being, like these beings like doing. You need to watch the film if you don't get what I'm talking about. They're like doing something to her, right? Like basically harvesting her energy, right? And then so they do that and they fuck off and go off wherever they're going. And then the friend can't remember. And the one that's like, meant to be the one that's like spiritual royalty in that, but she's just an average everyday person. She's humble, she doesn't really know. She's like, it's like that moment. She's like, what the fuck just happened? Because she's like, I can't tell her what just happened because she's not going to remember. And then anyway, the whole film develops like that, where it's a lot of the stuff in that even fiction, like that's real, how they harvest energy. And I think they're getting me to talk about that because that's what happens at eclipses. Like, that's why you've got to be careful about attending full moon events and new moon events and stuff. And, people that come to my stuff, it's usually people that have been on my radar for years and they trust me and they know me and they know I'm holding something to transmute the dark stuff. Do you know what I mean? But you've got to be aware that people do use the moon and stuff to do bad stuff. So there's good and bad and everything. There's light and dark and everything. But eclipses are even darker than a full moon, especially a full moon in Pisces, because it is confusion, illusion, lies, spell work. You know what I mean? Um, so yeah, whatever that's all going to mean to someone. But that, honestly, that's what it reminded me of when I saw it. It was like, I was like, what if that was something? And again, I'm not like, look, all of that is very real. Alien abduction and blah blah blah, all of that stuff, it's all very real. I mean, for Christ's sake, I talk to Palladians, Lemurians, and all of that. That is all like alien activities. I don't really see like that, but it is, and it's like light beings, you know what I mean? Good ones are here to help us. It's like as well, here's another one, an Interstellar, right? One of my favourites, it'll be a lot of years back. If I'm not for wrong, I think you like that too. There is a specific line in that which they talk about the fifth dimension and contact from the beings and all of that is definitely that is real. You know what I mean? But and that was years ago. That film came out like what over 10 years ago, something. It's all of this is very relevant. All of this. Uh, I didn't think I was going to tell people about that, but that's it. So maybe I'll never know what the fuck that was, but it was weird. Get any mental pictures? Right, what bit is that in response to? Because I've said a lot of stuff there. Um, Right, okay, so let's, before I move on to the next bit, let's do Beck some cards. So thank you for that, Beck. Right, let's just see. So could we call on guides, the guides, angels, ancestors, loved ones, spirit, light beings, power animals, anybody that can come and bring in some comfort for Beck that would help her because she's been shaken up a little bit by a negative experience, it sounds like, with family members. So could we get some upliftment? Air and water dragon helps you to connect. Look at what I was just saying about the fifth dimension, which, by the way, if you know me, I don't really like talking like that, right? Because I work way much higher than the fifth dimension. That's just a fact. If you get frequencies, whenever anybody that knows their stuff taps into my energy, it's like whoa, like they feel it. Like like people feel my energy. If you know, if they're not seeing me face to face, they feel my energy, and it's very high frequency, and it's kind of like. So I'm not really into this. Oh, we're entering into the fifth dimension, really, you know, all this kind of stuff. It's just it's the it's all consciousness, and that's what I mean about. To me, that really isn't that weird. Like I was talking about this recently. I was talking about this today. My mum, the fact that I've seen 3 rainbows in a row 3 days in a row, and I hadn't actually been outside until today. Like, what are the chances of that? I'm not sitting looking out the window, like I'm filming videos or I'm talking about the house. You know what I mean? But I happened to go to the window of my kitchen, the window of my living room, the window of my bedroom. The exact moment there was a rainbow for only a few seconds or minutes or whatever. And that's because again, I'm part of the Hopi Prophecy, the Rainbow Warriors. That's the second level of membership that I've always called my membership system. I carry rainbow frequency, rainbow codes, diamond rainbow codes, all this kind of stuff. And some of you will resonate with what I'm saying too. But what I'm saying about a rainbow is like this is like yeah, anyway, I get it, so I'll keep going with it. But this is sometimes when I'm seeing a rainbow, it will be like my mum and dad saw that same rainbow. In fact, my dad got a better picture of it, like you know what I mean? But sometimes other people aren't seeing the rainbow. Do you know what I'm saying? Like during 2020, there was a lot of beings that I flying things that like I would be walking and I'm like, is anybody seeing that? And like nobody was seeing it, right? And like I tried to film something and it was like I have got pictures and I've got a very vivid memory actually. God, you'd think this is an Aquarius moon. This is very galactic. But this is a true story. I took a picture in the clouds and I sent it to my friend that, she loved astrology and she trusted me and she got all this to quite a good extent actually. But anyway, the point was I just sent it to her and I went, what do you think that looks like? And right away she said what I thought it looked like too. And it was quite a funny moment. But there was I have things like that happen all the time, and it's because when you're a shaman, like a true shaman, you know what I mean? Like I've went through all the fucking fires, I've actually done the work on it. It's like the initiations, like I can see through I can see dimensions like other people can't. It's like, you know, unless you can, but it's like what I'm trying to say as well. Because again, I'm a bridge between heaven and earth. But what I'm trying to say as well is that's going to start happening. If that doesn't already happen to you, that's going to start happening to a lot more people. Because there's lots of truth in some of these films. Like the bits in Jupiter saying are really creepy, but people do harvest energy. So there's that. And I just don't know what that was. Like, what was that? It was a big, massive white flash, as if it was like a fire or something. It wasn't. And it was just like, you know, did anyone fucking see that? Of course they didn't. Unless they're looking out their window at 5 in the morning. I'm like, fuck. Anyway, didn't think I was going to share that with you guys, but there you go. So, helps you connect to higher frequencies. So it's not a coincidence I was saying that. And like I said, I'm pretty sure that was the film that you said you liked as well. Trust your intuition, develop your psychic abilities, be open to enlightenment, express your inner song. Are you not the person that does need to express your inner song? I can't remember if it actually is that you are a singer or you're hiding some sort of talent. What is it again? Remind me. There's something. I know that you. So I'm going to read what you're saying in a minute. I know that you are. You know, you'd said before that at some point you are wanting. You are wanting to share about your ideas about quantum physics and, you know, marrying the left and the right brain and all your kind of, you know, unique sort of things together there. So it could be that. But was it singing as well with you? It was something like that, wasn't it? Or art, whatever it was. But yeah, there's something about you needing to express your inner song. So I'm now just going to read what you're saying here. But see how that's nuts. I spoke about Interstellar and I said all of that, and then that card comes out. Because these cards do talk about the fifth dimension and stuff too, so that's quite funny. Because again, that's something that this is what I mean. This is when we find out who's tuning in, you know what I mean? But I've literally never ever saw anybody mention that in Interstellar they talk about the fifth dimension and stuff. Like I always find that fascinating. I'm like, it's funny that I don't ever see people like picking that up because it's everything that's very apt for now. And that film came out ages ago. Really trippy film. I absolutely love it. You have to be in the mood to watch it. And also I think this is going to have meaning when we wrap up this because this is a bit of a spoiler alert. But look away now if you haven't seen it. But there's a really sort of there's an amazing bit where the guy has been like overlooking the one he's in love with. Oh my god, I said that in this about when I was reliving something about my like he hasn't actually realized he's in love, and then the penny drops, and it's like he has to go back and get her. But in that film, it's like light years from, you know what I mean? It's like she's been waiting on him for like light years, you know, like waiting for him to return home to the planet that she's on. So, you know what I mean? There's something in that too. It's way more romantic than I'm even saying it. It's really, it gives you chills the first time you see it. Like I was like, you can imagine, I probably caught that on a Pisces moon. I was like, oh my God, very twin flamey. Right, okay, so that's really weird. So I've never, oh, what? Wait a minute. Okay, I'm totally tripping, Beck. That's blown my fucking mind. I could have sworn. Who the hell was it then? If it wasn't you, maybe it was Barbie. Who was it? It was someone in the live stream was like, "That's my favorite too." I'm like totally tripping out. Maybe it was a future vision. Maybe you are going to watch it. It's going to. I could have sworn. I would have put money on it that it was you. That's really weird. Okay, well there you go then. That's even weirder because that might be confirmation that I'm picking. Guys, I've not even scrolled the rest of the comments, but I'm tripping out here. Remember on the last live stream, I was explaining that not whenever anyone reads my energy, but quite a lot of the time, when people tap into my energy, they pick up on my twin flames energy and not me. But it's just with the few people that I would let read my energy these days. Obviously, if it's live, I can say to the person, "Oh, that's not me," and I'm not like, "Oh, that's not me." That's him. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, but it's it's if it was on something like this, it's if it's people that read my energy and they're used to it. I can take the bits that are for me, and I can take the bits that they're not for me, so I know they're gonna be for him, and I just get it because obviously because I do this. But I'm just saying that for anyone else that happens to you, but that's what I feel might be happening there because what are the chances of that you're saying I've never seen Interstellar, but it's one of that guy's favorite films? Well, I read it like it was you, didn't I? I was adamant that was you. And that's what people do to me. People that are shit hot at reading energy, by the way. And it's not because they're not shit hot. It's because he's my energy and I'm his. So if he's going for tarot readings and shit out there, they're fucking telling him my shit. So it's like, just don't tell me I don't want to know. But that's how real this is. Talk about, because you like the quantum physics of it all and everything, that's quantum physics at work. You saw everyone how adamant I was that that was Beck's favourite film, and she's saying that's not mine, but it's that guy is her twin flame. So you know what I'm saying? Interesting. Um, I went to quantum mechanics, so I love the topic of dimensions. Yes, that's why I own a Klein bottle. Bought one recently after wanting one for years. What the fuck is that? Tell me what that is. Educate me. Is it something with like, I don't know, something to do with the water? I don't know. Managed to catch a rainbow today. Oh, lovely. Well, that's a little bit of hope coming your way. A buzzard flew by. That was special. My gran used to talk to a buzzard because she said it was my granddad. Bex, you're telling me too much, but it might come out in the cards. Like I'll use it might have came out in the cards, but you've done it now. But I feel like I need to watch it. You really do. It is, but you will love it. I'm so weirded out. I honestly thought you'd said that. I'm so freaked out. I used to sing as a kid. I write lyrics, but I can't sing anymore with physics on top. I'm done waiting for that guy, ironically. Yeah, because you don't wait for, you know what I mean? You don't wait for them. You've got to live your life. He's not going to come anywhere near you just now because you're not doing any of this stuff. It's like the last guy's message. You need to follow your passions. It's like, do you know what I mean? And it's just, I got a really rough ride because I knew that I had to keep pushing myself more and more and more out of my cut. Even actually, right? So again, um, I can share this because it's my own stuff, but even recently, like I was given a personal message like that too about something like, it's funny because it's like it just seems like with me, I'm like there's always another layer, like there's always another emerging of my because my soul is like so big. It's like I'm only I think I'm wowing people with like, oh yeah, I'm this is me at max capacity, but it's like I know that really I've got even more. I could go even bigger. Um, and there's only like there's only a few people that could really tune into me and really be like, there's even more of you to give, and that's a message I had recently that I got exactly what the person was meaning. So do you know what I mean? It's a little bit like that. You know what I mean? Like your soul knows. So if you came in here with a big purpose and you're not fully on mission following that, you'll not get to be anywhere near them because you're because it's like, one of my what something that I was at once like said that, that it's like basically, imagine you reuniting with your twin flame and you didn't have all this work to you just the person didn't say it blunt as this, but you'd be just forever in the house shagging. Do you know what I'm saying? Like that's what the true twin flames. That's what it's like. You're that attracted to each other. At first, that's all you're going to be wanting to do. You're going to be needing to take, never mind a weekend off. You're going to be needing a couple of weeks off to get out your system, and then you're going to need to integrate into real life. But then you just keep the dream alive, and it's like a dream every day. But you're more grateful and you're grounded into it, and you're grateful because you went through hell and spiritual warfare. If you even get to that bit, when you get to that bit, but that person that said that was a very wise person, and it was true, and it's because though that was I'm just keeping this kind of anonymous because it was something that I was, but basically it was that person's a twin flame. That's how they know that they've with their twin flame. It's like you've got big work to do, and if you just met that person right away, you wouldn't do the big work. You get the person when you follow the big work, basically. So right, so or the jewels are hiding inside. Right, so what's another wee message for Beck? It's on my watch list. We'll get watching it. I think we keep playing it, and I don't know if it's ITV2 or something like that. It's something like that though. You'll probably find it somewhere. You will absolutely love it. I'm so freaked out by that, but because I honestly thought you'd said that. I've been talking about space all weekend off and on. Well, there you go. It's very in the air. Um, but again, Pluto and Aquarius. This is Pluto and Aquarius stuff. Do you know what I mean? Because that is very Aquarius. But again, remember my third house is in Capricorn and a bit in Aquarius. So I am very galactic. This is my true soul energy, my new Earth energy. Because that's the thing. Like I started talking about ascension and new Earth like way back 10 years ago. You can go, I think they're going to be deleted soon, but my Facebook page is still there and there's live streams. And I was talking about Ascension and all that. Like, I wasn't the first person, but there wasn't too many. There was definitely not many. There was not many people talking about that on Facebook. Do you know what I mean? So it was a bit weird. I wasn't just coming on and being like, oh, here's a message from your granny or here's a wee card. I was going on and talking about like, you know, new Earth and dimensions in the future. And here we are in the future, and a lot of this shit is happening. I probably actually predicted what happened in 2020. I bet you there's things that I said that would match up. Like, I don't know. Actually, I'd feel. Yeah, I know that for a fact, actually, because when we were in 2020, I was sitting on a live stream on my birthday on the 18/4, sitting saying to everyone, don't do it, don't do it, it's a trick, and blah, blah, blah. And there was loads of people that actually went very weird on me, talk about karmic friends, phased out, pulled their energy back, but that's not real friends anyway, so that's not a loss. But you know what I mean? Basically, people went weird for that moment. But again, there'll be a lot of people that, will now sadly realise when their health's declining that they should have listened. But again, I pray for anyway. I hope that anybody that I've ever known has all that their health is in great health, and anybody that they know and everything like that. But again, I try to help people. Do you know what I mean? There's lots of people. Anyway, let's move away from all of that. So I'm referring to the films, back in 2020. So Klein bottle. So it's a shape within a shape. Closest thing we have to a mathematical fourth dimension into a 3D world. Oh, right. Oh, I have no idea what that is. That sounds interesting. Right. So finish Beck's message up. Activity. Take up an activity that will bring you joy. Yeah, look, it's your inner child. It's the Mercury, planet communication, and the last day Leo, the inner child. There's something that wants to burst out of you. Only you knows what it is, but that take up an activity that will bring you joy. The crystal lapis lazuli might be of some kind of help, and that's interesting because that could be totally associated with the throat chakra. So it's definitely about something to do with singing or speaking or something. Life-changing epiphany or experience. That think about everything I've said that may come to you in a dream. And remember, that's what I mean by I'm not just pulling people cards when I do this. It's a light code activation, and it's like you can feel, and especially because this, remember my moon conjunct Uranus, the Great Awakener, and it's like that. This feels like a lot of electricity in the air, and it's like whoosh, it's like I'm blasting that your way. Yeah, I'm blasting that your way to, help you have that epiphany in your dreams. It's a good time of big and blessed change for you, and God is supporting you each step of the way. And maybe that's why you've had those family members. Did you say it was similar? I think that's why that's the thing. Like, it's such a shame, but the people closest to us can often be the karmic people, and that sadly can include karmic family a lot of the time. You'll know that, especially if if you resonate more the masculine journey, which is basically everyone that tunes in, whether you're a man or a woman, unless you're one of the silent divine feminine male or females, but you know what I'm saying. Or again, it's not everyone, but it's the majority. If you're here all the time, you'll see what I mean, or if you've just arrived, you'll get what I mean. Like, yeah, that is a lot of the masculine's journey, basically. Although it happens to the feminine too. But and look what's come out in the cards. Like, I've stopped to give people personal messages, but see how it still blends in with the public message. Watch your back, karmic friends. In your case, sadly, karmic family. They sense there's something big in you, and they're trying to make you feel like shit, make you feel worthless. It sounded like the way you were talking, they were getting in there, and that's why I'm saying you need to email me, because that's a unique case where we're not, because you've let me know you feel like that, you know, if I'm not forcing you, but if you want to, if you feel comfortable to, send me a wee email. But I'm like, basically you were wanting to book a session, so I suppose you need to check in with why haven't you booked it? That could be a lot of the echoes of those people putting doubt in your mind. But I don't know, but it just feels like, yeah, it feels like now is the time. Oh my God, look, I've put in the title, it's time. So again, that's up to you. I can't, that's where you know, I'm a bit biased in this situation, but it does feel like it's time. Dear Jesus and Archangel Raphael, thank you for boosting my faith so that I may trust in miracles. Yeah, like the miracle that's coming through right now to say, don't listen to those karmic people. Sadly, sounds like karmic family that are trying to make you feel less than when you are bigger than big. Your soul has a lot to give, and they feel it, and they're trying to drag you down. So fuck them. That's coming from your mum. Sorry, that's that's definitely how do I know? How do I know anything? That's coming from your mum. Look, problem solved. Yeah, problem solved. Fuck what they're saying. Don't listen to them. That's more than just for you. That's for whoever needs to hear that. Awakening your true self. You're awakening to your true self, and all the divine masculine females and males. You're awakening to your true self and they don't fucking like it. Keep waking up. Got chills. Love it. Let's see. I don't know if the mum card is actually in here, but if it is, it's going to come out. I got some lapis. Well, there you go. When did you get it? Did you get it recently? On a side note, I keep getting technology glitches when I go to talk about that guy. Interesting. I just forgot and then fell into pain instead. Need to remember to drop you an email. Yes, do it. Why don't you just do it now? Why don't you just send anything? Send an emoji. Send the healing emoji, like I've been saying, people. I'm saying it now. If you want me to pray for you, leave the emoji with the plaster, the heart with the plaster in it, and then I don't need to know what's going on me. Anyone that does that, I'll just keep you in my prayers, right? I'll just like it. You know what I mean? I'll just like it, or I'll put a wee heart or something. Yeah, sounds like my mum, not gonna lie, because it is your mum. Because it is your mum. She flew in when I'm in the flow. It's mediumship Monday. I'll do it now. Yeah, do it now, and then I'll reply, and then because that's the thing, the fear that people have to break through to just get on a fucking Zoom with me. And again, if you haven't seen the live stream that I done on, when was that? What day was it? Was it Tuesday? Yeah, the live stream that I done on Tuesday when I was sharing the joy. I'm going to start crying again. I'm in the passion of it. But the sheer joy of me having stayed up till the wee hours with one of you guys, one of our soul brothers, and I don't even usually work Mondays. Like I work do these, but I don't do sessions with people because it's connected to the moon. It's a day off and stuff. But that was a situation where it was it was a time constraint of the Matrix fact that you had something on the next day. And long story short, you can watch it all in that. It's just because I'm not sure if you saw that. That is the importance of timing. And that's why you don't wait for divine timing all the time. And I know that if this person, he might be, I don't know if he's, he might be out there and not talking tonight, or he probably actually he'll, if he's been watching this, he'll fall asleep. But it's or he'll watch it on the replay at some point. But the point is that was a timing thing, because there's definitely been at times when it's not been the right time for us to have a session, and I was so proud of that guy that he did not go that way in that instance, and I'm pretty sure he'll be very proud of himself that he did not hold off and we had it that day. Because the thing is, I could have spoke to him after this event to help him with whatever the result was, but we were both in agreement because I caught up with him the day after this happened. That was the biggest timeline shift, the mindset shift. And again, there's a lot of hard work and things that had been on that person's life to get them to that point. But there was definitely something about me and him needed to speak that day before to shift, to bend reality, whatever way you want to call it, quantumly, for that to happen. And like I said, that's one of the happiest feelings I've had all year. And it was, I love moments like that. And when I work with some of you guys, right? And that's I'm just really getting across how, and like I said, at some point further down the line, when it's the right time for that person to share, like they will, you know what I mean? So, but anyway, I went into it on that. He told me I could say in and I wanted to, and I mean, I told the bits and bobs that felt relevant. The breath is a vital bridge between your body and soul. It's a connection between the inside and outside, connecting to the universe, spirit, and divine source. The breath permeates your entire being with prana, which is the same life-giving force that nourishes everything in the universe. But I feel the message is just breathe. It's not a bad life, it's a bad day. But side note, I know that you have had, I don't know if you call it a bad life, but I know that you have had a hard life. I know that from your astrology deck, but I know it because you've shared it. And it's very brave to share that. And I know a lot of people watching this, both live and on replay, will hear you. It's like I always say, there was a TED talk I watched so many years ago, and if I could find it again, I would love it. But I just remember the woman, she had short hair. I think like that's going to help us. But it was something like, pain is pain. Like you can't compare painful situations. You know what I mean? Like we all experience pain at some point, and who's to judge somebody else's pain is worse than someone else's? But it's like I can really feel your mum is just coming in saying, breathe, don't let that sink in. Relationships. Relationships are just mirror images of your own life, how you feel and treat yourself, as well as how you react and respond to different situations and people around you. be aware that every relationship is an opportunity for soul growth. The soul's growth is for you to recognize that they're threatened by your power. It's not because you're worthless, it's because you're so worthy and you've got a lot to share that they're threatened by it. And I feel I want to leave that message there. So I hope, wait a minute, now I've been pulled to the inner child card. So I hope that gave you some sort of, I don't know if I want to mention that. I just picked up the time apart card, which is a twin flame card, but I pulled it in reverse. The time apart is giving us both of us an opportunity to work on ourselves and be the best version, which is basically what I've said to you. You need to do your stuff. So does he. I need to retreat a bit until I get over what is bothering me. I don't want you to see me like this. I'm protecting you from my dark shadow side. Take it where it resonates, everyone, but emotions are the reflection. Look for the deeper meaning. The deeper meaning is it's rough because you are Saturn in Pisces. Saturn literally just went into Pisces today. You knew this was coming when on that live the other week there, 10 days ago or something. This is what came through. Yeah. Wait a minute, I'm just going to check where it is in your chart, actually, if that's okay. So I'll wait until you see it. I'm going to look and then... Right. And also, we're at the 0 point, so we can start again. It's a brand new day. This was a bad day. You're going to have a fucking brilliant day. Expect a miracle. And it can start by if you get that session this week. Is that my twin? No, it's not your twin, Barbie, because I'm on Beck's message. But I mean, if you know, I mean, it's, I don't know. You need to check in if it resonates for you. That's what I mean by when I say it can't be everybody's message. Right, let's see. But to a certain extent, that is a general one for anyone that wants to take it, you know. People are hiding from, you know, they're going through their own stuff. Right, wait a minute. God, I can see why you told me I was going to need to rest my voice and not doing it tomorrow because I'm like, been doing a lot. Right. So, yes. I mean, the good news is you're the early degrees of Pisces, so it's not going back that far. Do you know what I mean? So it's like you're going back a little bit in it to learn some type of. It sounds like, unfortunately, the lesson for you was not to listen to those people. I doubt you listen to them most of your days. So why are you listening? You know, don't. That's the lesson. Don't let that sink in. Protect your energy from whoever that was that's upset you today, or set strong boundaries if you have to be around them. But half the time, see when people say that, do you? That's always a thing that people, oh, but they're my family. I have to see them. I'm sorry. A lot of people I work with, they have set boundaries with their family and they don't see them. Sometimes it has to be that way. I don't know how toxic they are. You know what I mean? I know that not everybody else can do that. Uh, but I don't know everybody's story. So I'm just sort of saying when you need permission, sometimes it has to be like that. I'm just going to look and see what it is in your chart. Yes, and it's of course it is. It's in your house of communication. Oh no, that's sorry. I'm getting a bit excited there. That's your natal one. So yeah, tough lessons in communication has been will be a life lesson for you. Um it's in your oh fuck. It makes even more sense. It's in your fourth house. And you said it was your family that's upset you. The fourth house is family, people that don't know their astrology. But for everyone that does, see how real astrology is. I say this every day, but it's like, you know what I mean? It's true. That for people who don't believe in astrology, look at that. You've had some tough karmic lessons with family today, right as soon as Saturn has went right back into Pisces and your fourth house of family. But and fourth house is also trauma. Don't let that re-traumatize you. And if anything, seeing that session, I want to hear about your twin flame story, but will be the very first time anyone ever does a Zoom with me. It's a huge, giant deliverance, clearing of your energy, right? Like you've never had in your life. So, that's what we're going to do. So, whenever you decide it's time. Right, okay, so I adore you, Barbie, ever the optimist. Yes. See, there you go. You're making Beck laugh. So thank you for that, Barbie. One day it will be.
Yeah, that's how I feel. Might be my ex in my head and my family being knobs. Yeah, it is because it's trauma. You've had people speak to like shit. It's sank in. It's not true. You know what it's reminding me of again? It ends with us, and I hate when I see that film flash up my mind. And I've seen it so many times I could actually reel it off word for word. But um, you know what I mean? It's when you've had someone around you that has treated you like crap or gaslit you, or in that case, it's more complete, love bombing, narcissism, manipulation, and then obviously it gets physical too. So, but I don't want that to resonate with anyone, but I know that it will for some. But it's just the way that somebody could have been out your life for so long, but the echo still is in your head. Um, and that's what I mean. If you're open to it, you've got this is the thing, woman, man out there, twin flame or otherwise, you've got to be brave enough to book the session with me to trust me that it's not going to be it's not going to be the first time we speak because, like I said, that is we're getting to know each other and I'm clearing your energy and you will feel like $1,000,000 after it. That's what everybody says. That's why I post all the things all the time so you can see or people say in the chat. It's going to be one of the other times that we talk when you're ready for it that if something is really a thorn in your side, like something that, like a traumatic memory, that we can clear it. We can do a past life regression, we can do a shamanic journey, and we'll get into the thorn in your side, the biggest thing that is causing you the most self sabotage or the thing that's bothering you the most, and we can clear it. But you've just got to be open to that. But it helps that you've got these reviews that I post all the time, or you've got people that say in the chat how they're feeling, and you know what I mean? It's again, it's very quiet tonight. It's more like a Scorpio moon tonight. It's no sad mood vibes, but yeah, don't let that stuff sink in. Everybody needs to hear that tonight. And actually, if you didn't see the tapping that we done, Barbie, did you enjoy the tapping? I'm not going to wait for the answer. Barbie enjoyed the tapping because she told me on the live, but and we're doing more of that in the membership. But I was guided to do that in public for people because I can do that 1-to-1, and it's very emotional. There will be tears whenever I've had that done to me. It's this one, or if I even just do that for myself, I'm like, because I'm sure. Don't quote me on this, but I think that one's connected to shame. So this one can really sort of clear a lot of stuff. So I have to distance myself from my sister, even though I love her and I want to be there for her. Yeah, well, trust your intuition. If that's what you need to do, you need to set boundaries. Oh, I'm not reading that bit out, but you must be feeling that way for a reason. Um, Astrology is wild. It is. Watch that film. It's called It Ends With Us. It's about an abusive partner. So, trigger alert, but it is a brilliant film. It's actually about abusive family too, come to think of it. Yeah, there's lots of it's very triggering. So I'm doing, watch it your own. It's a brilliant film though. I love it. They're all, that's the ones that are like, the actors are fighting because it's like ironically because she's accusing him of abusive behavior, but it's very much looking like she's a mahoosive liar. I think it has been thrown out of court now. I don't know. But yeah, it was obvious that that wasn't true. I use that saying all the time. I use it ends with me. That's why they got me to say that then. Already know the thorn in my side, childhood neglect, to be honest, yeah, but there's a specific memory that will come forward in the session. Like I'm saying, it won't be the first time we talk, but the second time, if you decide to come back and get a soul retrieval, everyone out there that's listening to this, again, this is what's so frustrating. You've no idea how much people's lives have changed. I try to tell as many anonymous stories as I can for you to believe this stuff. I told one actually on the last live on the Scorpio one. I told a story of someone that that person only ever came to me for one, but it changed their life. You know what I mean? Absolutely changed their life. Literally, different dreams came true in different areas of life because it was about their self worth. And that person had, again, like that other person I just spoke about there, that guy, this person had done all the work. They deserved to be in the places that they are in now. But it was like we just needed to clear a bit of energy and a bit of the stuff that was stuck, and away we go. That's the person I am. I'm like the last resort shaman. Like, and that's why we say a lot of people go and spend way more money on, like, people with like fancy glittery websites, I can do this, I can do that, but actually, can they? Have they got like over 60 5-star reviews? Have they got people that share real life experiences live chat? Have they got, you know what I mean? It's like, I've got that many, I can keep fucking churning this shit out over. And that's just the truth, and I'm so fucking grateful that people took the time to do that. And also, can I just say, that's how not in my ego I was. I had over 65-star reviews and I just abandoned that page because I don't like fuckbook. Do you know what I mean? But thank God I had the sense to be like, I'm not coming back on here. I don't think, never say never, but I very much doubt it. Basically, things would have to change massively in my life for me to want to go back there, put it that way, because I just don't like the area. It's probably even worse now. But the point is that's, that takes a lot when you've built something up and it was built, I mean? I banded it about 2,000 people. Fuck knows what it's like now. It'll be like a old fucking, it'll be fucking flies with shite flying around it and whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? Energy, it won't be, because I always still pray and stuff like that. I know that somebody was doing something weird, like they took my photo and they were saying to people, I can give you a reading in that. But most people are messaging me like, are you back on Facebook? And I'm like, no, because I would never message you and be like, do you want a reading? But that's when you know you've made it. You know what I mean? When people start doing that on YouTube, it's like, oh, you've made it. People are impersonating you. But apparently somebody was doing it on there. Fucking sad bastard. But you know what I mean? Copycat energy, which I've already spoke about in this. Do you know what I mean? But the point is it annoys me how much I know that I have got that ability to hold space and empowerment for somebody to be rid of that constant negative voice in your head that isn't even your voice. It's been programmed into you by others. And then you can start to hear a positive voice. That's really what I do with people in my therapy/coaching package. But obviously that is a huge investment. But again, there's quite a few people that have spoke about that on the playlist called Soul Fam Stories. But anyway, let's get back to the collective because it's like midnight here. I have had a lot of trauma from childhood and on with my family. I'm very sorry to hear that, both of you. My childhood neglect is why I doubt my twin flame. I'm used to being alone, so my brain is attracted to people who leave me in the dark. Makes all this stuff very difficult to, I know, and I know you shared the things that again, I never know what to call things like ADHD and all that because I don't see it as a difficulty, but you know what I'm saying. I've got, similar difficulties, if not the same. So I'm a walking example that you can change it, you know what I mean? But I have to work very hard to change my beliefs. Do you know what I mean? I do get it. I swear the word groupie came up tonight too. I'm afraid of being that too. Yeah, I did. Don't mean to come out with all this now, and I'm not in private. Sort of have to make the most of it before I close up again. Go with it. There's something about being in this safe space, which I know it's weird because it is in public, but there's something about being here that it does open it up because I create a safe space, So I'm honoured and I'm humbled and share away. Just always be mindful that we're in public. But it's kind of like we're in public, but I've also opened up a dimension where the right people are going to be led. So, and you sharing helps because there'll be a lot of people that feel like you feel. Do you know what I mean? Basically, many people that I've helped with, men and women. So that's how I know I can help you. Kind of desperate to help you if you can't tell. Do you know what I mean? I just don't want to force. Like, if I'm keeping it real, I think that's obvious. But I just don't want you to self-sabotage and not, I don't want anything to stop you from doing it. Any of you out there, because it's just fucking annoying, basically. Do you know what I mean? And I keep saying this, like, there's going to come a time I've been waiting for this. There's going to come a time in my life. I wonder if it might be next April, which we're still a while off. But there's going to come a time in my life when I'm going to be booked and busy. And people are going to have thought that I'll book it later, I'll book it later, I'll book it later. What if I've got something else going on in my life? What if I'm like, hey, my twin flame's here. Am I way to run away and like be away for a while? I think you're all right just now, guys. But it's kind of like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, I might just be booked and busy. And it might, be like there's people, maybe like the late, Gregory that I'm not going to, oh my God, please don't make me start talking about it, I'll start crying. But, Gregory that I'd said before, an astrologer that sadly died a few months back there, he had a waiting list to like, 6 months because he was good. He was really good. Nothing like me, absolutely nothing like me, which is probably why I was drawn to get a session with him because he brought me down to earth. But And he was the one that said, "You're such a natural at live streams. I wouldn't even bother doing anything else." And I know what he means because people do seem to like these better, but I like doing other videos too. And I do actually happen to feel he comes in to help me, not all the time, but when he's meant to, he comes in and helps. So, I mean, you're 100% allowed to take a break. Yes, I know I am. And I actually am going to, but you're not going to know any different. I am going to have filmed way in advance and I will be having all of Libra season off. So, yes, for the best part of October, you will be seeing me, but I won't be doing live streams. I might be live in the membership, but I won't be live in public. That's, yes, but I'll tell you when that time's coming up. So, look at this. I just looked down at You're Wanted. There's a home waiting within 39. So 39 can be significant. That is obviously very significant to the people that are either had 40ths or they're coming up. Okay, let's crack on with this. So where were we at? So I wasn't really even following my... Any idea how long I've been on here? Where did I come on? Did I come on at... No, I came on at 10, so that makes sense. It's only been 2 hours. Right, so... But I might whiz through the net, right? So I'm not tired, it's just... I don't know, it's kind of like... I'm very polite, right? I'm blunt and I'm, but it's like when I'm doing this, I'm loud, even with the microphone. And I don't know, I've suddenly become way more cautious of, I don't want, because first of all, they'll be like, what the fuck is she doing through there? But also, I'm like, it's like they're, wait a minute. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're that. So I don't know what, but it's like, you know what I mean? There was never any issues with, but I'm just kind of like, yeah. So you know what I mean? It's not always positive. It's fine. You know what I mean? Because it's fine at the weekend, but I don't really do unless I am doing this Friday night. I kind of didn't want it, but it kind of has to work that way. But anyway, let's move on. So keep us in our own little dimension so that it doesn't disturb the neebs. Right. So take me back to the start. So again, I don't know why I started singing that. It's been of relevance. Tell me your question. Ask me your questions. Tell me your answers. Oh, let's go back to the start. The scientist. Oh, am I pulling in you again? You like things to do with science. But actually, I need to do the saging in case I'll keep picking up on your stuff. But yeah, so take all the love from your mum and your guides and all that. But it's that's also reminding me of Wicker Park. So, oh my God. Yeah, that's a song at the end is Wicker Park. That's always one of my signs that there's going to be a very passionate, emotional, but very upsetting reunion because of the karmic interference that's kept you apart. So that kind of fits with karmic friends. But these are the kind of things that are going to come up in the cards leading up to that eclipse when all the secrets come out on the Pisces full moon. Right, so could you tell me in the past what was a South Node issue repeating pattern for the feminines, male and female, or the masculine's feminine side? So this is in the past, or it could be some of your present, so hopefully not your future. Making new friends, that's quite interesting. So those of you that might find it a bit difficult to make new friends or awkward, or which can be a big problem with people with ADHD, autism, or ADHD, or depression, or any of the other things I'm not saying. You know what I mean? It might be like, no, you know what I mean? Fuck that, So it's like I feel in the past, you stayed in comfort zones. Oh, I can see this fits. You stayed with what you knew, you stayed in comfort zones, you stayed with the friends that maybe weren't real friends, karmic friends, because you were afraid of change. So some of you could have actually felt like, I'm not so sure these people actually are so genuine or are my friends, but I'm afraid to change. So I've not got a choice. You know what I mean? I don't know about anyone else, but I can resonate with that. I've definitely been in times in my life where I've felt like that. I felt like I don't trust these people as much as what I once did. But it's kind of like there are some situations where once you pull away from one or two people, you're probably not going to see the rest of them because they'll all follow the leader. You know what I mean? And it's but that see when you choose choose yourself, and you're like, that's fine. And it goes back to I'd rather have nae pals and shit pals. It's not relevant for some, but that's coming up there. There's something there about, you might not find it so easy to make new friends. So whether you're the feminine male or female or the masculine, that's coming up. I have spoke to people where that would fit with both. You know what I mean? So drained, needed to hear that last card, by the way. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I'm definitely ADHD. Yeah, a lot of people are. And again, it's mixed in with childhood trauma, which everyone has to some extent as well. It can be very challenging. So that's all stuff I help people with. So that's what I mean. Like, a lot of you out there, including you, Beck, but it's not just you. A lot of you will feel like I'm not going to be able to help you with what you need support with. It's not me. It's a higher power coming through your guides, your guardian angels. And even just the fact that if you're drawn to me, basically, I say this to one of my other clients all the time. I said this in the membership today. To get real, either, people either love me or hate me. I don't like saying it like that. I don't like the hate word. I don't like to think that people hate me, but there are people that hate me out there. Let's get real. People just hate you for shining your light, kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? You're not even fucking doing it. And you're being a nice person out there. Like, who do you think she is? Fucking smiling and happy and helping people. And people are saying nice things. Fuck her. Do you know what I mean? Or when you're shining your light, now you can be like, oh man, there's somebody else helping people. That's great. That's when you know you're in your highest timeline and you're doing your thing with your light. You see someone else, you're like, oh yeah, someone else doing a great thing. So, be kind to yourself if you do get like that, right? If you get triggered, like, you're not a bad person. It's just maybe not used to it, you've not had people maybe that have, I don't know, been around shitty people. But we all, what I mean. But oh my god, look what I'm holding. Parenting and children. How fucking specific is that? I'm gonna read that. Where's the wee book? What came out? Making new friends, parenting and children. And it feels like this could be something like, manipulation. Oh god, this came out before. It feels like a manipulative parent or something that's kept you quite small. And then you've attracted like manipulative partners, like romantic partners or friends, like maybe even like narcissist is a strong word, but I'm feeling like, yeah, because I said fully like narcissistic kind of friends with it. It's like, because that's the thing. What was that? I was watching Towie last night, and there's like, it's kind of interesting because there's a thing in that where it's like there's people are pointing the finger saying that people are being mean girls, and they're both saying the same thing back to each other, and it's like I can actually see where both have a point, but it's kind of like I can see the childhood trauma too. You know what I mean? And that's what I mean. Even when I'm watching these reality programs, it's a shit. Like there's I'm not being funny, but there's I'm not going to say all of them, but there's quite a lot of people on that with really extreme childhood trauma, like major dismissive avoidant, like quite a few of the girls on that they they completely fuck up a really good thing because they're scared. Men and women do that, remember. We can all do things like this, but you can turn it around too, is the point. But because that card says parent and children, I feel a lot of it has been kind of come from like manipulation of a parent. Right, so let's just see parent and children. God, this is going very deep for not feeling like a Sag moon, but I think this is the Saturn retrograde in Pisces. A positive change is occurring for you in the area of parenting. An unexpected occurrence will herald a happy outcome between you, a parent, a child, or both. So that's coming through, but I'm more feeling what I'm saying, right? So family units are extremely important to the fairy realm. They understand the value of taking care of these relationships. The fairies never allow hurt feelings to fester. They promptly discuss misunderstandings. They share their feelings honestly with another. Is anyone thinking, aye, that's all right for the fairies, but that's not the real world? By drawing this card, again, fairies are real too, but the fairy, but it's kind of by drawing this card, you urge to face up to any ill feelings you may have with family members. Take human and spiritual steps to effect a healing. This card may also signal a new family member is coming into your life. This could mean a child or a new family member by marriage. So that could be a union. You know what I mean? That could be, your family is going to be you and your twin flame. It's your home. It could also signify return of a family member with whom you lost contact. Yeah. These changes come to you on heaven's wings, divine union, meaning that you're safe, protected, and will derive enjoyment from them. The affirmation: I have a happy parent and child relationship. I allow my heart to open up so I can feel compassion and love for all members of my family, but I'm just going to add on, take on board what I said. How are these people treating you? Historically, if it's been a, like, you know, ongoing thing of mistreatment, you need to set boundaries. For some people, it doesn't mean that you never see them, but you might not see them as much as you see other people. And that's why we've got soul family. You know what I mean? Sad but true. Right, okay. So that was actually all on the feminine side, but that could be the masculine's feelings too, regardless of your gender. So let's see what comes out in the masculine side. Let's see if some of the same cards come out. So I can sit out if you can, guys, because I'm, like I said, I'm having tomorrow off, and then kind of Wednesday off. I'm going to film on Wednesday, but I'm not going to do a live. And then I think, what was I going to do? Wait a minute, I wrote on my phone just in case you kind of want a wee idea. And by the way, can I just say, those of you that still haven't done your unlisted, I've not forgot. It's like, it's on my, I'm wondering if I'm going to get it done either this week leading up to the eclipse, or if it's meant to be done in that Aries moon energy. But I promise I've not forgot, girls. It's all the people are actually, two of the people are in the membership, actually, all those people are in the one level of the membership. So, so you'll know who you are. It's divine timing, but it is annoying because sometimes it can feel like an ADHD thing where it's like, but it's, it's a bit of both. But anyway, I know my people feel me out there, so it's, oh my god, that's really, do you know what? That's kind of quite beautiful because there's yeah. Remember, I don't. What all I'm going to say here is I don't get personal reasons a lot, but when I'm called to, I do, and I mean, this is an honest, but there's somebody that I trust that's been having major interference in getting a mate, and I'm not surprised. And that person knows that about me because they experience the same, but like major interference at getting a message to me. So that's, you know what I mean? And I won't it be interesting if whatever that person tunes into ties in with the dream I had last night. So very interesting. Right, so I'm just saying, see what I mean? There's an input of it happens to me too. When I need help from people, they'll stop, the mess, whatever it is, like I'm at here for whatever part of my life, but not forever. Right, yeah, I'm resting tomorrow. I'm going to be doing a bit of filming tomorrow. Oh shit, no, I have got that. I'm going live tomorrow. Oh no, that's Wednesday. Yeah, yeah, resting tomorrow. Capricorn, 8 o'clock. I'm planning on going live. Resting on Thursday, and then all right, that's what I'm doing. So I'm live tonight, resting Tuesday, live on Wednesday, rest on Thursday, live at 8 on Friday. That's so one off, one off, one on. Right, okay. So what have we got for the masculine? I feel so much better after chilling with you guys. Oh, Beck, I'm so glad. And honestly, like, look, I don't want to, force your, twist your arm or anything, but we're doing tapping. Like, again, definitely watch the EFT, the Mediumship Monday, because I've done that, so everyone's got access to it. And there's some really great ones that came out in that. But we're doing that in the membership too every Thursday, and the girls loved it. And it's honestly, it's the tiniest group of women, just now, but it is open to, there might be men in there at some point. So, if you do, it's a really, you would feel comfortable, put it that way. And so anyone that feels guided to do that, and like I said, because that second level of membership is £12.99. But I don't mind if people just want to join for this month and then you don't, you know what I mean, you can leave. It's just that I just feel a lot of people are needing extra energetic hugs, right? And I think the people in there would agree with that too. So, right, so and even if you want to join the first level, there's shorts on there every day, exclusive ones like wee messages, but you're not going to get the bigger stuff unless you're in the second level. So, grateful. I feel so bloody lucky right now. Honestly, that comments like that make me, can't think of a word, but very grateful and humble, and that makes it worth me sitting doing these for ages and that. So, I am grateful that you're grateful. I say that all the time. There's no in between with me. Yeah, I'm like that too. I tried to set a couple of boundaries with my sister and she hit me back with her. So my boundaries never get met because she only prioritizes hers. That sounds like you need to spend a lot more time away from her. I mean, you've already said it yourself, but you know what I'm saying? It's you need to set your boundaries there. So, and that's again, that's what I'm good at teaching people. Right. So I'm not going to be modest there because it is. Boundaries are what I teach people. I've said to you before, but my family especially gets sick of me using the word boundaries because I say that, but it's true. And if you know astrology, Saturn, boundaries, in Scorpio, brutal, but my favourite sign in my first house. I'm very Saturnian, very serious. It's why I want to be with a guy I love, and I don't want to be with anyone, including the fucking tidy guys that come and talk to me. I'm joking. No, no tidy guys talk to me. Although there was when I wondered if I was going to say this. There was a point when I was out that night, right, where I'm willing to be wrong, but I'm pretty sure. Do you know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of these films where what's the film I'm thinking of? It's one of my favourites. Do you know the one with King Arthur? Where it's like that's actually an evil character, but this is a good. I didn't feel my nose is itching here, loving the spirit. But it's like it's an owl, and the owl is spying for the woman. That's what it felt like, if you get what I'm saying. But yeah, it was kind of interesting. I was like, I don't know those guys, but I feel like those guys know me. And then it was quite funny because it's like when I was telling them, they're like, "You sure they didn't just fancy?" I'm like, "Nah, didn't feel like that. I felt like you know me, and I don't know you, and you're keeping your eye on me." But it didn't feel like bad keeping an eye on me. It felt like I'll maybe find out what that's about one day. But it's kind of interesting. So then they fucked off. But yeah, it was. I felt that you know what I mean. I'm an energy healer. I felt the energy. I just done my usual and pretended like oh, I'm not noticing this at all. And I've clocked that right away, right away. That's a Scorpio rising. Um, so maybe it could have been like I recognize somebody I know in the soul of that girl dancing. I don't know. I don't think so, but do you know what I mean? But side note, I have had experience like that when I was younger. The amount of times I met people that knew Matt Van Vliet, and it was like in weird circumstances. It was really weird. Like loads of stories like that. Um, where did I get to here? Got distracted there. I love it. You remind me of my sister. Oh my god, wait a minute. But you just said I was going to say you remind me of my sister. Actually, only the good parts. She's also an Aries. Yeah. Well, I'm glad to hear it's the good parts, and I hope I don't remind you of the bad parts. But we've all got good and bad, right? So I had to fight to be a real Aries. I was more like a Pisces because I was so gentle and kind, and I'm still gentle and kind. But like, I wasn't very confident. I didn't love myself, and all the things I'm the opposite now. But I didn't own it. You know what I mean? I cowered away, and that's what I mean. Like I was surrounded by a lot of most of my life. I've been surrounded by a lot of loud, rowdy friends that are all amazing people. They're not, not in my life now, but you know what I mean. It's obviously it was, it was time to part ways from people, but um, that's basically it. You know what I mean? And what I've found is the more I actually owned my Ariesness, it is funny how those people were moved out of my life because it's kind of like it was more comfortable, I think, for a lot of people for me to stay chewing my straw, staring at the ground. There wouldn't be any competition with guys with me because I was always just talking about him. So, you know what I mean? It's that was probably quite handy for a lot. You know what I mean? But that reminds me, someone keeps viewing my Instagram almost every day, multiple times a day. Stalker and another account every day. I'm not popular on Insta, so it has to be people I know. Yeah, modern spirits. Frustrating because I want to know who. I get a lot of messages about being watched. Yeah, again, we all do. If you're on this journey and you think people aren't watching, you're not paranoid. They are watching. Like I said before, like we'll see again, but it's every time I get a personal reading, there's always the same thing, and it's you know what I mean. There's people fucking keeping an eye. Oh, I know. There's always people keeping an eye. I don't know how often, but there is. There's somebody. You know what I mean. It's just people are nosy fucks, aren't they? But don't think it's anyone who means any harm. Yeah, and that's what I mean. That's what I was mentioning about whatever that was about. Because, like I said, who knows, right? that could have been three random blokes where, you know, one's just was trying their luck. You know what I mean? Actually, one did bang into me at one point, but anyway. But I just kind of like, oh, you know, I mean, whatever. But there's something up with that. Like I can just tell. So, but I didn't, like I said, I didn't get a bad feeling. It was just don't think, yeah. So I know mine goes on mine a lot, right? So right, let's not get into this. Sorry. So right, what have we got for them? See, the masculines know what to say, and remember, this is going to resonate with some of you if this is your message, unless it doesn't. You're not even going to believe. Let's trust some of your psychic skills. What do you think this card says? Fuck it, let's go. Be prepared to get it wrong. What's the big deal? Virgo's about perfectionism. Go against it. That's what I try to teach people. Just, you know, what do you think that card says? It's very in line with the chat. Put it that way. Very in line. A lot of stuff I've said tonight. And it will resonate with all of yous on the chat and people watching. Oh my god, kindness. Look how much I've spoke about kindness as well. And I put in the title of Mediumship Monday, be kind to your mind, because again, it's not me. I'm the vessel that is using my little typey handers to put it out. But it's God and the guy speaking through me. I'm going to give it a little bit of time to see if anybody puts things. Probably about being watched. Nope. But I can see where you were going with that. Good guess. Virgo and watching. No, again, good guess. I can see where you're going with that. Inner child and kindness. Be kind to your mind. Be kind to your inner child. They've been through a lot. Like I said all the time, every single one of us, no matter what age you are out there, we've all got some type of typey handers is amazing. I don't know where that came from. We've all got some type of childhood trauma, right? Whether it was intended to be malicious, a lot of the times not, but I'm going to keep it real. Well, a lot of you, you know, well, some of the sessions I do with men and women of all ages, evil is the only words I can think to describe. That's how bad it is. Other people, it's not thinking. It's, you know, a little bit like the story I gave the other night where, you know, it was someone's parent had said something not helpful that stayed with someone. And it was actually, you know, it wasn't said in a malicious way. It was just kind of not really thinking and it stayed with the person. So it's not always, you know, it can be complicated. Everyone's got light and shadow. And the ugly side can come out in parents if, you know, they've left their dreams unfulfilled or something. And that's where it's, you know, we've leaned upon the forgiveness and kindness thing. But again, it goes back to boundaries. Not if somebody's been a pure C word all the fucking time. Whether they're a mum, a dad, a brother, a sister, a cousin, definitely a best pal. Get me fuck, that's a karmic friend. But some people keep them because it's like, oh, I've known them since I was 5. They're like family. No, that's codependency. Go and look up what codependency is. I was a little bit the same until I learned about all of this, guys. And then you go through a massive awakening where you're like, oh my God. You learn all these different words, you're like, oh my God, what the fuck's happening? And you have a fucking breakdown. If you think I didn't go through that in my life, you're wrong. You know what I'm saying? I've had all those moments too. Like, seriously. But yes, be kind to your inner child, right? I'm going to read the message for the inner child. So that's for the masculine. So, like I said, that's a lot of you in the chat. So, just as you take care of a small children by listening to them, playing with them, and hugging them, so does your inner child yearn for nurturing. This card also asks you to have patience with yourself as you're growing and maturing at your own pace. If you're feeling neglected and unappreciated, oh my God, that is a lot of what's come up tonight, isn't it? The most likely reason is that you've been ignoring your inner child's needs. Just with any child, your inner child needs daily care and attention. This includes giving her constant positive feedback. Excuse me, Doreen, I know you've turned your back on all of this, but why is it just her? It could be a him as well, you know. Anyway, side note. Take a moment to hug yourself right now. And sorry, I'm not going any further than that. It's a her or a him, right? You can change it to whatever fucking word you want, but that's what I'm going with. Take a moment to hug yourself right now and tell yourself mentally or aloud, I love you. You're a wonderful. Oh, wait a minute. I'm going to look at the camera. I love you. You're a wonderful and perfect child of God. I love you. You're a wonderful and perfect child of God. Extra nod to my 144 out there. You really are a child of God. But we're all a child of God. Do you know what I mean? But those of us that really feel connected to that 144 energy, like I said, we're out there helping the crowds. Some of you aren't actually. Some of you are not doing it yet, and you will. But it's kind of like take some time today to play. Your playfulness could be organized as going to an amusement park, playground, being spontaneous. That came out in someone's personal message tonight. Telling silly jokes with a friend. New daily habit of taking care of the kid within. Well, I think I get big ticks for how I've been tonight. Helps you feel more youthful and vigorous and will ultimately make you more productive. You'll be filled with fresh new ideas. Your friends will soon be telling you how young and refreshed you look. That's actually true, by the way. Like, I've said this before, but I have aged backwards. If you go and look at some of the live streams I done from 2020, I'm looking about 50 on them because I was trialing my grey hair coming in. It was quite funny. One of my really practical triple Earth best friends was like, we were walking along, and she's like the most polite person ever, but she was like, "You're gonna dye your hair, eh?" And it was like, she meant it in a nice way, but I was. This is like, to put this way, if I was determined to let my grey hair in now and her or anyone else said that, I'd be like, no, I'm fucking not. Do you know what I mean? I wouldn't let, but I did let it, I'm kind of glad I let it sink in because I wasn't ready, but it was kind of like, do you know what I mean? That's other people's insecurities, like, kind of seeping in. Like, but like I'm saying, I wasn't ready to let it, I didn't suit it. But I'm just saying, you can go and look for yourself. Like, I wasn't looking too good. My energy was shit. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, I wasn't in a good place in my life. I was like really fucking unhappy. And I was still managing to help people. Do you know what I mean? So, like, not so much 2020, more like 2019. 2000, actually. I mean, like, really, this is the thing about me. Like, I've been in unconditional love for a long time, and I've been able to help people love themselves the whole 10 years I've been doing this. But there's definitely been like many dark nights of the soul that I've went through after my big dark night of soul that I went through years ago. And yeah, I've said that before, like some of the stuff I've actually shared that before that actually no, I haven't. I'm thinking about it anyway. Moving on. I'm just like, no, I wouldn't have said that. So yeah, you'll be filled with shit. Yeah, anyway. I invest in myself by taking regular time to let go, play, and have fun. But the point is, some of us are aging backwards because we're doing what we're meant to do. We're having fun. So anyway, right. So, wow, that was my first card. Yeah, I don't blame my parents for not being good parents. I said in the last chat that I hug myself. Do you remember? Oh, yes, yes, absolutely. One thing I do, I tell myself almost daily, I love you even if no one else does. Oh, but that is amazing that you're able to do that. We love you. I love you. I'm so done with looking like crap. I know I can't skip this healing process. So, yeah, you can't skip it. Come fucking start it with me if you want to. It's an invite. Right. So, um, right. Yeah, because it's like I was thinking about that, right? I thought I really suited that bob. But see, when I'm looking back at some of the things, I'm like, I suit the long curly hair better. Like, I don't think yeah, I don't know. I might just spontaneously do it. I do suit that too, but I think I suit my curls better, so I don't think I don't know. I might just get a wee trim. Anyway, side note. Um, what are we on? So, oh, remember, so that was the past. That makes sense. There's a lot about childhood because that is the past and past lives. What was a repeating pattern? So there's obviously a lot of childhood stuff coming up in the collective for whoever's resonating with this. So now we're going to move on to the present North Node focus to get out the comfort zone. So what is a present North Node to get out the comfort zone? Oh dear. So wait a minute. What we get? So for the feminine, let's go to these cards. So for the feminine or the masculine's feminine side, these cards are very much to do with the mind. So I've been using these in the membership. I use them every year. So those of you that are here all the time will know the ones I mean when I start using them. What have we got then? What would help? What would help the feminine male and females to get out their comfort zone, or the feminine side of the masculine to follow their north node, get out their comfort zone? From small seeds grow mighty trees. Growing your own vegetables, fruit, or flowers and what is wonderfully rewarding, and it's not just the end product that brings joy. Nurturing seeds or young plants gives a sense of purpose and responsibility. I think I pulled this on the one today in the membership. And the sheer physical nature of gardening, coupled with the fact that it brings you back in touch with nature, can be a fantastically mindful occupation, taking your thoughts away from worries and grounding you in the present moment. Virgo season, Mercury in Virgo tomorrow, it's all about grounding. You know what I mean? Grounding into reality. And a lot of people have been in the dreams and the fantasizing of doing something, whether it's a passion or talking to a twin flame or sorting something out with a karmic person you've been putting off. I mean, we've all been in a situation where there's something with a friend and you're like, oh, I'll just keep avoiding them. And you have to face it. That's the moments that come up in eclipses as well. But from small seeds grow mighty trees. So take from that what you will if you're the feminine, male or female, or the masculine, feminine side. And for the masculine, now this will be really creepy if the card comes out about I've been fantasizing about you and daydreaming. This needs to be my reality. that that might have come up in the one that I filmed today that I'll upload after this, or the one for tomorrow. It came up somewhere. Right. Okay. What's the masculine wanting to say back? So that would help the feminines and the masculines get out their comfort zone. Small steps. Small steps. Can't even blame Mercury retrograde. Small steps that lead to big changes. See how that fits with you booking a session? It does. It just does. Because even if you're the masculine energy, that is your feminine side. The small the small step of you booking a session leads to big changes. You know what I mean? But take it however it resonates, people out there. Right, so because it's really not about me, it's about you. Anyone that's resonating with this. Right, so it's just whether you trust me or not to help you with stuff, which is why I show so much of myself to get you to, it's it can almost feel like I'm just talking to you, and you're very welcome. I'm glad that you're finding comfort. Yous are always good when you're here on this because we always get in big deep. Yeah, because this is a Scorpio trio. We've got Beck with a Scorpio, Barbie with a Scorpio moon, me with a Scorpio rising conjunct my Pluto. It's like Team Scorpio coming at you, deep feels. Love it. It's delayed. I done Scorpio the other day and you weren't here. Well, Barbie was, wasn't you? And then we still feel like we're in that energy. Snaps, yes, snaps, whatever that is. Right. What's the masculines don't want to talk because I was shuffling those cards for ages before and I'm doing it again. What would it help the masculine get out their comfort zone? That'll do it. I need to tell you the truth. Now, what that truth is, we can only wonder. Some of you will find out, and very soon. Union is imminent. Sorry, I just like saying that, but maybe it is for some. Actually, it will be for some because the full moon eclipse energy doesn't mean it happens at the eclipse, but eclipse, during the eclipse sort of season, that will happen for a lot of people. It's fated and destined because it's, conjunct the North Node, which is destiny, and Pisces is true love. It's destined and fated. It's true love. Especially because I keep catching that episode of Sex and the City where I really don't like it because I'm like, that might have something to do with this. But it's the one where they're cheating. Do you know what I mean? So I hope there's no cheating involved here. But it's basically the point is they're being pulled back to each other. That he's married some bird that he, didn't care about, so he, married her. And I hope that doesn't fit either, but it's probably going to for someone. And because he's a dismissive avoidant that's in love with Carrie, but it's like, oh, so I'll just marry the other person. And she's with Aidan, and that's the bit I don't like about it because he's such a nice guy. It's so horrible. Do you know what I mean? Like you didn't need to get that guy involved and hurt them. But anyway, it's not real. But these things happen in real life. But yeah, I need to tell you the truth. So notice how that's the present energy. This is what somebody needs to do to get out of the comfort zone. It's uncomfortable for this masculine energy to tell you the truth if you're the person you need to tell the truth to. Or you're the person watching that it's uncomfortable for you to tell your person the truth, whatever the truth is. So wait a minute. No, that's not. I don't know what the thumbnail is. Fuck it. I don't know. Right. So this person needs to tell you the truth, or they're going to tell you the truth. It depends if someone's closer in their North Node or not. Oh my God, what's. You're always on my mind. You're always on my mind. I did feel the truth was you're always on this person's mind. They've made out like they don't give a fuck, but actually, I want a future with you. and that fits because not so much for everyone else, but it fits with something I said in the video earlier. My Sag moon, which we're in right now, conjunct Uranus, which is about future energy, Aquarius, and so I feel there's something in that. Like you might have felt this, like that this person planned to come back, like they just weren't ready for this connection. But yeah, they need to tell you the truth that you're always on this person's mind, just like they're always on yours, and they want a future with you. They just didn't feel ready at the time. They do now. It's no big deal. Let's move forward. I know it's not like that for everyone. That was just a wee triggering joke there. But do you know what I mean? It's kind of like, yeah, that's what's coming through. Oh, I didn't use those cards. I'll go back. Wait a minute. So I'm just interested to see if the mother or father healing card comes out of this. I'm a little scared of that. What did I say? I hope regardless it brings peace. Two things he did recently makes me suspect that might just be true. Oh, interesting. Well, I did pick up that time apart in reverse card. You know what I'm saying? What have we got here for the North Node and the masculine? That one came out today in the video that I filmed for today. Again, they're all timeless, but you're so smart. And it came out first out of this deck. So look at all the cards. That's interesting when that happens. You're so smart. Your intellect really turned me on. You're so smart and I really enjoy our conversations. That's why I haven't spoke to you for years. Sorry, I just had to put that bit in. But it's kind of like, it's probably going to be like you intimidate this person and it's kind of like they've had that's what it is. It's like this person wanted to be able to grow and mature. I know all these words are really triggering. Sorry, I don't know what else to say, but inner child healing, that's what it's given. It's given needed to grow and mature to be able to be ready for this. And that's what twin flame relationships are, whatever age you are. No one compares. No matter how many people I've met and experiences I have, there's no one who compares to you. See how that fit with what I just said about me catching that episode of Sex and the City, a ridiculous amount of time. It was so weird. What actually happened was, oh, wait a minute, I think they want me to quote some of it. Like, I caught it that night and I channeled about it in the videos for over the weekend. Then, weirdly, for whatever, maybe it was the Saturday or the Sunday, I think it was a Saturday actually, all that day, I binge watched Sex and the City and I kept catching the same episode. And at one point, I fell asleep and I was falling asleep and it was at a really pivotal point. And I just basically kept catching that episode where he's like, Carrie, wait. He says, I want you at one point, but then he's like, I love you. You know what I mean? And then he passionately grabs her and kisses her, and she's like, she says something else, or you know what I mean? She's like, do something to me, in other wording. But like I said, although it is kind of racy and exciting, that's toxic because they both shouldn't be doing that. Do you know what I mean? But take away the fact that there's karmic people involved. You know what I mean? That's a good example of there is karmic people involved, but both those people haven't done anything wrong. So you know what I mean? Like, really, they were the ones that were doing something wrong. So anyway, but they're being pulled back to each other. I broke down Sex and the City on that video anyway. The whole thing's toxic as fuck. Carrie's a narcissist and she wasn't very nice to her friends, but we can still believe in Make Fairyland. I still like watching it and shit like that. She wasn't all bad, but a lot of it she was, just very rude. Like, if you really don't be like, you know what I mean? When you watch it, it's like she speaks to them like shit, man. It's like she manipulates them all. That's what I get from when I watch it. It's like yeah. Bit a hypocrite. Yeah, there's loads of anyway, but oh my god, guys. We found the thumbnail. Fucking hell. Look what this is. This is so creepy when I do this. Look at what I fucking said. Union is imminent. Soon. I'm going to contact you soon. So whoever's masculine I'm channeling, that was not a joke when I said that, right? Nervous. You make me nervous. I just said this too, because they're speaking through me. Even just thinking about you, I get nervous. I'm not sure what to say or how to act around you. If you're on the true twin flame journey, it's true. That's what the feminine does to the masculine. It's why it's a miracle if they actually come to talk to you again, because it's, they don't like it. It's like, why do I get like that around them and I can hold my own and be cool around everyone else and I fall to pieces? Like I say all the time, that's pushing through a comfort zone. You're not always going to be like that. You have the awkward conversation, you tell the truth. You find out what the fucking, the truth is, whatever the fucking light and the dark truth is, and you move forward. But you stay stuck and you let opportunities pass you by if you don't do anything about it. But everyone's at different bits, but some people need to hear that. Soon, I'm going to contact you soon. What's another card that we can... Positive expectations I just picked up. Awakening to the true self. Sexuality. Yeah, this person's having very intimate thoughts about you. I also saw make music, make love and listen to the music. That just popped in. I don't like that song, but you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, basically. Right. So that was funny, wasn't it? Right. I'll keep that aside. I don't know. I don't know if I'll put it in the thumbnail. So what else have we got here? Overall, I doubt myself that he's even... yeah, I was going to say that about you. I could feel it. And, you know, overall, I doubt myself that he's even interested, that I just imagined it all. But he's done things that are hard to ignore, deny. The whole situation is ridiculous to me. Do you know what? I'm pretty sure, like, I don't know if I've said it like this before, but it's not like a huge, big fucking... I wouldn't be at all surprised if whenever I talk to mine, he says before he found me doing this, that... Although this is the thing, like, I just don't know if that'd be possible, because it's not like everyone knew, but quite a lot of people knew, because I couldn't hide it how much I was in love with him. But but like I said, I was really good at hiding it. But people that I trusted knew. But the point is, and then people that I didn't trust, I'd be like, don't fucking say it, like, game face it all the way. Or if they ask if I still like him, they'd just say no. You know what I mean? And that's where, think about some of the confusion could have been caused in that way. Because then if we know some of the same people, and then someone's like, oh, does she ever talk about me? We're like, no, she doesn't really. You should talk about each other. And that because I don't trust those people. Do you know what I mean? But that's why I always say that was a big reason of me doing what I'm doing. So I know it's fucking crazy, guys, but I've been doing it now a long time and I'm used to it. And there's other people doing this too. There's not many people that go as raw as me, mind you, but I am an Aries at the highest degree. But it's kind of like, yeah, I just know from some of the things that we spoke about in the past, it's like years ago, like, I do remember when I first told them how I felt in the email, the famous story that I've told loads, I can't bother telling it. Although it is a really funny story, that when I sent this email to my twin flame telling them how I felt, it was really confusing. But also, one of the lines I said was like the song, "Never mind, I'll find someone like you. I wish nothing but the best for you." It was definitely those lines in particular. I don't know, something like that. I'm just fucking ripping the piss out of myself. I did. I wrote something like, if you don't feel the same, never mind. Like, I'll find something else. I don't think I said I'll find something, like, but it was very similar. And then that song came out like literally 2 weeks later. Like, it was like, talk about being fucking clairvoyant. I was like, this is highly awkward, and the song is like staying at #1 for far too long. It's like broke a record or something. So at least I can see the funny side, but it wasn't funny at the time. I don't like that song. But the point is, we didn't really ever talk about that properly. But when we did a little bit, I do remember him sort of saying something like that, like, you've never made it clear that you like me like that. Do you know what I mean? And it's and that I wouldn't argue with that. Do you know what I mean? Like, I was when I was protecting myself. Everybody does it. You do it all the time, and I was a lot worse back then. And that's what I mean. If I hadn't done shadow work on myself, I think it's very obvious. You could see how I could go the other way. Like, I flash a bit of it all the time. Like, if somebody gives me it, I can give them it back, but I don't really go there. Unless somebody was like, what I mean? I just don't. I don't have situations in my life where there would be a need to. That was all the karmic things that I cut off. The minute I saw that in someone, I'm like, I don't want that around me. You don't need to. Basically, at this point, you don't. There was a one point in my life where I thought it was normal to have drama like that. Oh, they're my best friends. That's just a passionate relationship. No, that's actually a trauma bond, and that's toxic, and that's dramatic. And I'm taking responsibility, and for other people, that so many people watching this, you'll be the same, and you'll just think that's normal. It's not. You've fallen into it. It's a pattern. It's not healthy. It's not. Friendship shouldn't be like that. It should be fun and peaceful and playful. I would tell you a different story back when I was younger, and that it's not, I can see now that was ignorant, and I was, not really seeing that wasn't healthy. But I was passionate, and I'm an Aries, and we live and we learn, I had a lot of fun. I've got no regrets. I had a lot of fun with people from my past, but I'm at the point that I'm at now. And like I always say, anyone that I've ever, whatever way I've parted with them in whatever area of life, I wish them well and I, pray for the happiness and that. But, I'm happy in my life and I don't want anyone back from my past. The only person I want back from my past, I think, is pretty clear. But like, um, you know what I'm saying? You need to sort of tune in with that one. Like, that can be the problem with like masking how you really feel. You know what I mean? Like, don't do it too much, whether you're the feminine or the masculine. Maybe, basically somebody needs to get the ball rolling. You know what I'm saying? And I would 100% hands down say that was me. So that's why I don't, that's me every fucking day. So I'm aware that I need to, not do anything because this is enough. Right, okay, so, right, we're going back to the past a little bit here, Saturn retrograde. What is a potential block that was stopping this in the past for the feminine or the masculine feminine side, or it could still be going on for some of you? These are hard hitting, trigger warning. Oh my god, this is so creepy. It's totally what I've just said, guys, because we're talking through me. Lust, not love. Passion isn't the same as lasting love. Don't get sucked in by just good sex. So, for the feminine in the past, whether you're male or female, you could have thought that this was what this was. Good sex, great sex. Hey, fucking amazing sex. Whatever resonates, but it's like, yeah, that's not my, that's not the person I'm meant to settle down with. I'm not meant to even be boyfriend, girlfriend with them, girlfriend, boyfriend, but whatever it goes, you know what I mean? But I really like seeing them. I really, really like seeing them. That reminds me of, why am I coming in with these cute wee stories? This is annoying me, but they're flooding in. So again, I'm a storyteller, Sagittarius moon, because Sagittarius is the storyteller. Shamans are storytellers, except they're true stories, right? But that's why it's coming in. So we'll not judge it. That's why it's coming in. But that does remind me of a medium I went to when I was in my early 20s. And that is what they said. And now I have to be careful when I'm relaying this because that medium literally, she lay the playing cards out, right? And she actually said the names of people. And I was like, so bear in mind, I'm quite young and I'm just like, whatever, I'm a medium too, but it's like, I'm, just wait and see this woman do her thing. But one of the things that stuck out when she did, pull out the person that is my twin flame's name, like, she was like, oh, and you really like him, don't you? You really, really like him. And that's really all she said, right? But she mentioned, like, the karmic person in the past and said what she said about it. And she said this other guy that was, like, trying to get away. And then, this other one. She said the things about the other people, but it was so specific. But I always remember that. She was like, oh, and you really, really like her. You know what I mean? And that's kind of, yeah. And so now we've got the masculine, unworthy. You deserve an amazing relationship. Take steps to heal doubts about yourself. Oh my God, they're freaking us out with these cards. Look at what you just said in the chat. You just said overall I doubt myself. This says take steps to heal doubts about yourself. Do you know what I mean? Like that is what comes up for the masculine male and females all the time about feeling unworthy. Now, where did that come from? Because that didn't come from the feminine. That come from in and around you, the people that surround you. Do you know what I mean? And that is not your fault. Like it's not your fault, Beck, and it's not anybody else's fault in the masculine energy or the feminine if you felt unworthy. Because I'm passionate about that because I've said that is what I worked through in my dark night of the soul, in my twin flame separation. The biggest thing that I worked on was the core wound of feeling unworthy. Because you do feel unworthy when this person's rejecting you and they're picking every fucker else that, you're kind of like, I don't even know why, you know what I mean? And it's kind of like, you do. You have to be like, what's wrong with me? I can feel this person like. In fact, I fucking think this fucker. I nearly said the C word. I think this fucker loves me. Like, what is this all about? It's very confusing, and you do have to heal that within you. And then if you do the work, you will heal it enough. And then at some point, that person will start doing the work too. And that's why when you know it's your person, believe that they will, because they will. But the time delay can be vast. And I know that a lot of you know that because it'll be you'll have went through it or you're going through it or you'll have been through it for a tiny select amount of people if you're with your twin flame. But some of you are not going to need to endure the time that a lot of us have had because we put in the hard paper round so that you didn't have to, right? And that's why I've always said, like I've said this before, but I'm going to say it again. These cards would not be, these hot man cards, let's show it, these wouldn't be that fun. If I was in my twin flame right now, these wouldn't be that fun. Like, I'm just telling you right now, it's not going to be as fun. Like, do you know what I mean? Look at the confidence there of like when he's here, not if, when. But but they have been fun because I was in the heartbreak of it all, going through you, just right, just like when I wrote those other cards. The distance between us kills me. You deserve better than them. That card for me is always, you deserve better than the version that they showed you and gave you before, because it wasn't true. It wasn't true when really I love you and I want a future with you. I think a lot of you. I just didn't tell you because I've been around people that make me feel like it's not safe to share my real feelings, or that make me feel like I want to shut down when I share my real feelings. Put me down for showing any type of feminine energy if you're a man, you know what I mean? Or women too, to be honest. Right, God, that was really passionate. Where's this coming from? I think it's Mercury and Leo. Right, let's shuffle some of mine because I mentioned that. Um, I don't understand the never talking to me directly. Never watched the series, but I liked the first movie. I love a cringy declaration message like that. I don't care if it looks unhinged to people. Yeah, it's like Hitch. I mentioned Hitch in the Mediumship Monday one. And that's a good example because he's like really confident, a dating coach and everything. And then when he actually really properly falls in love, he falls to shit. He can't talk. Do you know what I mean? It's really funny. If you've never seen that, that's a really good example of what true love is like. That just times it by a million when you're in a twin flame. But the thing you always have to remember is the other person's like shitting themselves too. Do you know what I mean? And think about how good twin flames are at masking. And don't even get me started on if you've actually got ADHD or autism or something and you're used to masking your energy. Or even if you haven't got that and you're Scorpio rising. Because it just so happens that I have got that, but I'm also Scorpio rising. Like, it is a skill, you know? Like, if I wanted to hide how I was feeling, I can. It's just I'm an Aries too, so I'll tell you. Like I said, I've had a really quite a happy day. I'm going to be tired tomorrow, but I've enjoyed doing all of this, and um, but I don't always feel like that. Usually, I will say like I'm not going to feel like that the weekend. But I fucking hate that. Sorry, I don't like the word hate, but I do. I fucking hate the Pisces full moon. I fucking hate the Pisces moon when it's in Pisces once a month. I hide. But can you imagine? So the full moon eclipse, I don't like that one. I'll be hiding. What's come out? What's fallen on the floor? Of course, it's that one. There's energies that are trying to hold us back from one another. Some are closer than how you think. That really annoys me because I wrote that and I pride myself on good grammar. I don't know why I wrote it like that. Some than how you think, but yeah, basically that's come through in this. They're speaking through me. There's energies around you, masculine, male, and females, and they're close, very close to home. And we've seen proof of that in the chat. So it's close friends, it's family members, it's a mixture of that, or it's too obvious to say romantic present partners or even exes, but it's and it's a mum for someone because that just come out. Mum says hang up. This is just coming out constant, so it's going to keep coming out until people find it. But it's like, yeah, it's an interfering mum, or it's a mother of a child, or it can be mixtures of both. It's some type of, that can be when people put like a hex, or I mean, like basically ill wishing, like you're never going to get anybody better than me, literally saying things like that, or they're not going to love the real you, and they find out what you're really like. And look, we've all got fucking flaws, right? That's what fucking insecure fucks say to people to stop them from moving on. See through it. I bet you're amazing out there, but I bet you've got things that you want to. We've all got shit we want to hide from people. Do you know what I mean? Come and do some work with me, and you'll love and accept yourself, warts and all, flaws and all. I see right through to your soul, past your guard, and I know you know it. You're safe to be yourself with me. Don't forget, these are inspired by my connection. You can achieve anything you set your mind to. So that's what's coming through from the feminine. And because that's the thing, I don't say that a lot, but I have said it before. That CDB conversations that me and Matt and Flame used to have in the mornings, like he always did really give me really good advice. And I really took on board things that he was saying, like even if it was like little things here and there. And like I said, that after a few years go by, you're like, wait a minute, like, you know what I mean? Like, because it was him that said that to me first, that we've got a weird connection. So don't say that all the time, but I have said it before. I was like, shit, you're right, we have. I didn't think you'd actually say it though. And then he never fucking said anything like that to me ever again. So it's called that little moment. And I savoured it for a long, 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 long time because that was a very, very, very long time ago, but he did fucking say it. And what karmic lessons are there learning and need to be released? Well, I think that's come through in the cards, but we need to speed this up a little bit. What deck will I go to? Let's go to that deck, actually. Oh no, sorry. Trigger alert, trigger alert, trigger alert. I picked up a card that said this was just a fling. So either it's, it could be that too. Either they thought that you were just a fling or a bit of fun. It's time to celebrate, cultivate an air of there's celebrations coming. Just picked that up by accident. This was just a fling as in reverse, but I feel that's the karmic lesson. So what karmic lessons are needing to be released? Saturn going into Pisces, the masculine saying, I regret involving people that got me into way more stress and karma than I ever thought possible. And whatever that was comes nowhere near to what this is. Don't know who I'm channeling, but that's coming through strong. Transparency, yeah. All what it was about was you see through me, like what my card just said. You see right through me. Oh my god. I wrote my cards before I bought these, by the way. These weren't out. You see right through me. You see the real me. That's why I can't hide anything from you. And I struggle sometimes to look you in the eyes. You see right into my soul, and that makes me more vulnerable. I swear that feels like somebody fucking copyrighted my. That sounds like not copy. Sounds like somebody copied what I had. You know, it's quite funny, but that's weird. But it's true that the wording is like so specific. But yeah, yeah, this person's what their work, the karmic lesson is they're working on being their best self. That's come through in this too. I want to be my best self for you. I'm working really hard to level up for you, to meet you as your equal, your mirror. I know we will always grow together, but I want you to be proud of who I am today and let go of fear. So, look, hot air balloons about ascension. You're safe with me. I have no fear making. That doesn't make mistakes. I have no fear making mistakes. Nothing you do or say will ever make me stop loving you. There are no mistakes on this journey, only soul lessons. Everything happens for a reason. It's safe to be vulnerable with me. That more feels like it's the feminine saying to the masculine, but whatever. Passion. You excite me on every level. The heat is rising between us. This intensity for my desire for you. I want you. I want your body, mind, and soul. We will be one. It will be unlike anything we've experienced before. I have a lot of passion for you. You're such a passionate, magnetic queen. I feel drawn to you. They're getting some sexy time under that hat. Just to reiterate, this was just a fling. I want to work things out. So obviously for some of you, like there's been karmic interference there where somebody's kind of fucked off with somebody else and, you know, the grass was not greener on the other side. It turns out the grass was astroturf. That's what it's giving. Right, okay, so. But like I say all the time, it's shit if you're on the receiving end of that, but the person might have always had doubts. You know, if they'd went to you first, they might have always wondered, oh, is the grass? No, they know the grass isn't greener. They know it's fake as fuck because they've already went there. Whoever this is resonating with, you know what I mean? They're like, fuck. I ran away from the real deal because I was terrified. I'm not going to be making that mistake again, unless you are going to be making that mistake again because you, the rough side of Saturn retrograde. I don't want this to be over with us because of that, though. Will you ever forgive me for that stupidity? I'm taking responsibility for my mistakes. Creepy as fuck. We're using some of these for the thumbnail. Inner child victory. What can I use? Be open to Holy Spirit miracles. Inner child dreams. Victory. It's time. What one would grab you in? I don't want this to be over with us and soon. I don't know if that'll show up on the thumbnail very well, mind you. I think we need one of them ones that originally. Where's the inner child one? Victory. Oh, I'll just. Sorry, wait a minute. So my thing isn't unworthy, but the barrier I have with him, which is what makes it seem not believable. Yeah, I know that's what I mean. Like you'd be good to do tapping me one to one with other stuff, but definitely deserve better than someone who leaves me in the dark. I'm such a people person. It's frustrating. I make him nervous. He makes me nervous too. Already know he's leveling up. Yes. See, look, you're getting more confident in that. Oh Lord, help me! You had me at transparency. Hello, Gretchen. Do I have time to purchase a read yet? Absolutely. You can, you can use the Ko-fi link, or you can just make a donation or whatever, and I'll fit it in. Because wait a minute, what's the battery doing? What is the battery doing actually? Because I've been on here for ages. Oh, 44%. We're doing all right. So, let's do Vic. Oh, I don't know if that's a bit of a shit one. Can you read the words? Soon I'm going to contact you soon. I don't want this. Remember, actually, it goes tiny when I use this. I just put it in the thumbnail bit, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if you can see it, but it's fine. Right. Shit. Where are those cards? Where have I put them? Fuck. No, I don't know where I've put them. But yeah, that was actually very weird, wasn't it? Like that was straight channeling somebody's masculine. The way all that just flew out. Will you ever forgive me? I don't want this to be over us, and I'm taking responsibility for mistakes, and it's got something to do with swanning off with somebody that, like I said, it's like a dream that turned out to be a nightmare. I need you back in my life. So this could be ages ago for some people, or it could be more present. You're very intimidating. That's come out. I don't want to keep hurting you. This is the problem for a lot of masculine male and female. It's like this person doesn't lose my words. This person doesn't want to hurt you, and they feel like by staying away they're doing the right thing. But with the twin flame journey, it's science as well. I'm not really the most massive science person, but it is quantum physics, and it's like, and that's why the more you take your attention off of this person, I know it can feel like Mission Impossible, but over time you will take you'll still think about them all the time, but it won't be like what it was before. But at one point, when it's the right time, you'll take your attention off for enough time. Say it's like you're watching twin flame videos all the time, or you're doing something like this. It'll be the time when you're just totally turn your attention to something else, and you're like you've let go, and that's when they'll slip in. Again, everyone says it, but it's when you least expect it, and that is really kind of how it happens. Right, where did we get to here? Shadow work. So shadow work. This is a weird deck to use for shadow work. Life partner. Your romance is stable and ready to go the distance. But it's the right. They always pull me the right cards. So here, I never doubt when I get guided to a certain deck. But sometimes I'll question a little bit. That's weird. I'm being guided to this, but it was the right deck because for the feminine, your romance is stable and ready to go the distance. Life partner. If you're the divine feminine, you've done the work. You know this. You know that this is your person. It's almost like with that certainty of like kingdom spouse kind of talk. Like you saw a flash. For some of you, you saw a flash of the future. Like you saw that this is your person. Whatever you want to, however you want to word that, you're just like, I'm meant to spend the rest of my life with this person. I don't know when that's going to start, but this is an important person in my life. I feel some of you had that moment. You know that this is your life partner. So that's why, you've held space for them to grow into that person. But again, I'm saying that like that's easy. It's not at all. And you've got to live in the matrix and the 3D, and the person not either. It's not as simple as not getting it, but not feeling it. Whatever it is, whatever be. I can't speak for your people. Actually, I can speak for your people, can't I? I can channel their energy, but you know what I mean. Only you're going to know if that's you or if it feels like it's your person. But that's why it's important to let the person. That's really weird. Where did I say that? Oh no, I said it on the Mediumship Monday earlier, didn't I? Like, because everyone's psychic, but a lot of you can tune into people like you see me doing, but you can't ever presume to know exactly what is going on with the pet. You don't know all of them. You know what I mean? And you don't know what's led to that. And even if you do, even if you really can tune in and you get like, very clear images and visions, and you can just feel again, reading between the lines. But I'm also just going to, I say it all the time. There's no point. I mean, you can fucking look at yourself if you know astrology. Being Pluto 0 degrees, holding the key to people's secret desires and fears in the 12th house of desires and fears, Pluto's secrets, blah, 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 all that kind of stuff. I can feel what people are feeling. I walk around feeling what people are feeling all the time, and I transmute and feel everything for the collective. It's exhausting, which is why after I do something like this, I need a whole fucking day to do not very much. Definitely not use my voice, because my voice is a big part of my healing. Because my voice is also my Chiron, 0 degrees Gemini, speaking, twin flames, blah, blah, blah. You get it. I hold a lot of the divine keys, the codes, because I've got a lot of 0 degree placements, which is an important degree. You know, it's definitely the key codes and the keys for delivering messages and stuff. But, oh my God, that was quite interesting the way that came through, but that's true. But another shadow work thing is this person does have real feelings for you and they want forgiveness for holding it back. You share true romantic feelings worth exploring, real feelings, forgiveness. Allow healing waters to wash away the pain of the past. That's a lot of what the truth is that a lot of these people are afraid to come forward after putting on such a good act. But some are coming strong. Again, don't. I'm major trigger warning with this. Common sense comes into a lot of this, but I did say kingdom spouse. We've now got proposal. Your romance is about to evolve and level up. Do you know what I'm saying? So again, that has been coming. Actually, I think that always comes through on. Oh no, it comes through in Aquarius. So we've got that at the end of the week. But yeah, there is going to be actual literal proposals at some point, or there is going to be unions. You know, and it's because time apart is over. These cards are amazing. Rendezvous, a private getaway for two is calling you. I actually said at some point in this live stream, you're going to need, never mind a weekend away, you're going to need a couple of weeks away doing, you know what, I said it earlier, you can scroll back. Twin flame recognition. This person knows who you are. They want to get down and dirty because they're naked in that picture. Healing connection. Your romance will transform your life. It's healing sex. Twin flames is healing sex. Heals the world. Seriously. The energy, the frequency transmits. When you and your person get it on, you know, wherever you do that in your neighborhood, the neighbors will feel it. They might hear it too. But it's kind of like, you know, whatever's going on. But it's kind of like wherever you are, it'll heal part of the world. Now, if my neighbors are listening, that's kind of embarrassing. So I'm going to stay in the house for a week. Twin flame recognition. You know this soul that mirrors your own. That was funny. Right. So, God, that was really strong what came through. Right. So, what would help with inner union right now? So, what would help with inner union? Go with these. What would help with inner union? I think that's why I feel it more because I focus on my studies and work most days. I had that moment a few times. I just tell myself I'm being delusional and continue my day. I also tell myself, even if I'm crazy deluded, I still love my weird little brain. Yeah, you're not crazy and deluded. You're very intelligent and you're very in touch with your feelings. Scorpios are very psychic. So you've just been gaslit to fuck back and you're not alone. Lots of us have, myself included. So that should be I'm a good, like I said, I'm a good poster child for if I can believe in myself in this much and hold space and hold that belief so strongly for others to have breakthroughs in every area of their life, twin flame, career wise, you know, fear of being seen, you name it, fear of success, then that should be a good example that, you know, anyone can do it. Because I've had to needed to push through a hell of a lot. Right. A lot of fear. The time is 1, 2, 3. Fuck it, let's go. Again, I say it all the time, but that's why my challenge is called Fuck It, Let's Go. Because for most of my life, I froze and didn't do anything. Had loads of all these amazing ideas. You know, except I have to give myself credit too, because I did get going with this in public at 30. That is young. But that's where some of yous are at now. Some of yous are not even 30 yet. And again, I know I'm building up that generation that's like 10 years a bit younger, you know. Lots of you are here to help and build up the generations after you too. So we're all doing our part. Oh my God, this is important. This is important actually because it's the ninth house is learning and teaching, and that's what I'm talking about now. That it's beliefs and all of that's coming through in this. So anyway, so what would help with inner union right now? Come through in this too. Put yourself first, feminine. Loving yourself makes you more romantically attractive. Again, they always make me pull the right cards for the message. Put yourself first. I'm sorry if it's been 10 years, 15 years, 2 years, 5 years. Keep putting yourself first. You'll not regret it. You'll never ever regret putting the work in on yourself and loving yourself. And all I can share from my own journey as well is, like I said, I've been talking about self-love for the past 10 years in public, self-empowerment, all of this jazz, the affirmations and everything. And it's really interesting that like I then went through other bigger parts of my awakening when I was like, oh my God, like I was still doing things that really weren't very self-loving at all. Do you know what I mean? Like I wasn't having tight boundaries with people I should have. Like a lot of people. And I would sort of palm it off as I'm really laid back or I'm pretty chill or, or I've got big personalities around me. I'm sorry, I would describe a lot of that a lot differently now. So I'm just sharing that oh, thank you, Gretchen, the best $13 ever spent. Well, thank you very much. But you know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, it's funny, you know what I mean? Like you might think you've done the work, and then you might look back and be like, oh yeah, that's you know what I mean. And that's where I was at in my life, and you know what I mean. It never, I don't think it ever stops. And like now, where I'm at now, it's like I say this all the time, but it's true. A true divine feminine should look like what I look like when I'm talking like this. My boundaries can seem pretty fierce to people. I'm kind, I'm compassionate, I'm loving, whether you're here all the time or whether you're new. I'm like that as trolls too. I have banter. Like I'd only kind of bring out the kind of more fierce kind of don't fuck with me or fuck around and find out energy if somebody said something really crude or, look at my face, something that really be like, you know what I mean? I could give it back, but I wouldn't even fucking give it energy. I'd be like, fucking see you later, mate. You know what I mean? But some people do. I wouldn't even don't waste your energy on it, and online or offline. But my boundaries are very, very strong because I've put up with a lot of shit in my life. When I look back over everything, and like I said, my personal life and my professional life, I'm fucking exhausted now. I've not got the energy for people like that. I can't be arsed with it. I don't need to. I've poured so much love into myself. I surround myself in that love. I'm very much in the Empress energy. I protect my energy fiercely. I protect the soul family fiercely. I protect this space. People always compliment me in private, but in public, and again too, on how it's so weird how the energy feels really safe. In fact, a lot of what you've said without saying it has said that back tonight with how you felt and how you're feeling now. And I pride myself on that. And we should protect these little parts of the internet. If you've got places like I've got my places I go, like I said, I keep it to myself. And like I said, if we ever bump into each other, then we're meant to. We're in the same dimension. But it's kind of magical how it doesn't happen. You know what I mean? It will happen now that I've said it, mind you. But yeah, that's what I mean. That's what comes back to what I've said about frequency and dimensions. But put yourself first, protect your boundaries, be selective of your energy. Don't let everybody read your energy. Like, it's kind of funny. Like, I'm kind of like, I could go, there's loads of, you know what I mean? There's loads of amazing people out there. I could go in people's chats and get my card read and that. I don't, you know what I mean? Like, there's one I can think of, but like, it's no more than no, one. I'm gonna be honest, but it's kind of like, I'm selective. Do you know what I mean? When I trust somebody and I'm like, yeah, I trust it, I'm in the right space, I trust my guides, and it's my guides always choose, they choose who they want the messages to come through, whether it's a general reading and the messages will come through, or like more sort of straightforward. It's kind of like, and some of you will be like that with me, and or you'll be led to other people too, but you have to trust all of that. Do you know what I'm saying? It's anyway, right? So what have we got for the masculine? These are fucking on point. It's not me. It's the messages coming through. Leave your fears behind, masculine. Oh, it's that one again. This came out on the one the other day and it's coming out again. They are stopping this relationship from blossoming. I know I always say the same thing, but it's because it's true. You're meant to be your fears. Your fears are stopping you from coming into the inner union, which brings you into the physical union. But also, the karmic people, are stopping the relationship from blossoming. They're stopping the relationship from blossoming with you and your twin flame. But first and foremost, they're stopping the relationship within yourself. Boom, drop the mic. That should be the biggest belief to sink in. The karmic people around you, masculine, females, and males, they're stopping your own feminine feelings and receptivity, the energy that is, you deserve a hug when you've had a shit day. You deserve somebody to listen to your feelings when everything feels like it's crumbling down around you. You deserve to feel loved. You deserve to receive, especially the men out there, but women in that energy too, because Beck, that's what you were in. Hopefully you're not now, because we're flooding you with that unconditional love. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's all coming out in this. So who are the people that are stopping the masculines from marrying their own feelings with their mind, from being whole and complete and feeling good enough? Only you're going to know. And if you trust me, I'll hold space. And again, I have to stress this because some of you might have a fear that's, oh my God, you're going to talk about it in life. Trust me, if you're like totally got the shitters about it, I won't. I won't say anything about it. There's loads of people that work with me. I don't go anywhere near it. It's just, I actually can't. I can't think of a time ever whenever anyone said, please don't even talk about me. Nobody says it. But if you do become the first person to say, please don't even talk, I would get it. Honestly, I would. Because I think it's kind of funny. I think I would be like that. I wouldn't be, it just depends. If anonymous, it's kind of like, you know what I mean? It really depends how sensitive you are. Like, so don't judge yourself. So I'm just stressing that. Like, I really won't, I won't talk about your stuff if you ask me not to. But trust me, when I talk about this stuff, it's like, people have said, yes, say, or it's been like, I'll leave it like months at least, but usually it's years, and I'll talk back, and it could, listen, you all go through the same stuff. It actually could be anyone. Be honest. Heart to heart conversations are necessary. It's safe for you to talk about your feelings. Oh my God, look what I just said, because it's not me, it's them talking through me. The masculine for inner union, to honor your masculine brain logical boundaries and your feelings, your feminine. You need to talk about your feelings. Look what's happening with my throat chakra. Which is why I've opened up those shamanic 15-minute and 30-minute sessions to give people more opportunities, and people do, but people actually love doing on here too. But that's like 1-to-1 on the Zoom. It's quick, but you know what I mean. Anyway, and also, like I've said already on this, you get your first session at the 144 anyway. Right, okay. So I'm just wondering, Gretchen, can you wait to get your message at the end of this, or do you want me to just do it now? There's plenty of time on the message, on the battery. I just and thank you. I love that comment. That comment is, I'm treasuring that comment. The best $13 ever spent. Love it. Thank you. So a minute. Where's a get here? I agree with the self-love thing. Told myself recently, even if I'm wrong about him, I've focused on improving myself this whole time. Yeah, you're never gonna regret that. Because whoever it is you're meant to be with, you will attract the right person. And you'll know, because you'll start attracting every Tom, Dick, and Harry, because you'll be attracted to their energy. But then that's where it's like, it doesn't matter. So what? When you love yourself, you've got the boundaries, you know what it is you want. I know what my intentions were when I started this. And my intention is fierce. So take that on board, everyone. But you only attract in what you're meant to have when it involves people, if they want it to. So that's how I know everything I do is with integrity. That guy turns up at my door, he wanted to be here. So if nothing else, it fuels me in a few ways. Welcome back, Barbie. Where did you go, Barbie? Yeah, I can't watch too many tarot reading YouTube videos anymore. So many are clickbaity. Yeah, they are. Like, by the way, what the fuck is with this new trend of everyone being like, if you see this before the 31st of August, or if you see this on the 1st September, I'm like, this is fucking cringe, because they're all fucking copying each other. Like, please give me a row if I do that. I'm not going to be doing that. It's all timeless anyway, so it's fucking bullshit. If it happens to make sense for the actual thing, that's the same with me. It's not bullshit in the sense of like, but what I'm saying is that's why I say it every day. What do I say every day on the affirmations? This is for this day, but it can resonate whenever. I've been seeing some of my own shorts that are flashing up from like October last year, and trust me, they're resonating for now, some of them. So you know what I mean? They're all timeless. So I don't know why the fuck one of the bigger channels has done it, and everyone's copying them to get an algorithm. That's what makes me cringe. That's why I don't put DM to DF, or the DM saying this. The DF is, I couldn't, if I wanted to be in the Twinflame community, I could have done that. I didn't do it. I like to make it hard for myself. I'm Scorpio, and Mars and Scorpio, Saturn and Scorpio. Do you know what I mean? It's like I like to earn it. It's like I don't like being like you scratch my. I don't like people big channels shout me out or anything like that. It's not like you know what I mean, but it's kind of like I want to get there on my own back from attracting people that resonate with me, and I always tend to like people always go funny with me, and like bigger groups of people. Like I said, anyone I'm drawn to, I know that the person resonates with me, and I resonate with them, and I'm very grateful, and it's rare that if like more than a few people feel my genuine energy and warmth, there's usually people that kind of make it so uncomfortable that I have to leave. Like, sorry, that actually makes me sad when I say that. It's fucking true, online or offline. So you can see why I do cherish anywhere where I feel safe, because that's what always happens to me. See, that actually is like a negative belief that I need to work on, but it is just true. It always happens. It's because my energy is so strong, and so that's why some things I'll act smaller than what I actually am, because if I show, yeah, basically if I think it can, yeah, it's fucking nippy. But anyway, that's why most of the time I'll just lurk. You know what I mean? I'm not going to talk. So, um, I'm pretty much good now. Needed to let myself break for a week or so. Distractions intentionally aware in my case, so F it. Oh, a little moth just landed on me. I personally like moths. Oh yes. A rock pair stared at me earlier too. My vibe must have shifted. Totally. You've shifted into another reality because you'd sank down low, but you're up now. You're no going back there anymore. Just set the boundaries with those family members, please. But you do what's comfortable for you. Yeah, I've noticed blokes are interested in me again. Hey, there we go. Right, okay. So, the guy that delivered a package today looked me up and down, but it made me feel uncomfortable. So we're not going to celebrate that. I was like, yes, you just made that very obvious that you were staring at my tits, but thanks for that. I'll take my parcel and you can fuck off. I didn't say that, but you know what I mean? I was just kind of like, maybe I was just looking at the bright pink top, but I could tell. Yeah, so let's see what we've got next here. TMI, but it's fucking true. It'll happen to somebody used to. So, what are some possible soul retrievals people need? The one about caffeine feels like it's going to come out. So, what is a soul retrieval? So, what a soul retrieval is basically it's a lost soul parts, like trauma that you've had. And so, I feel a lot of stuff about inner child is going to be relevant for a lot of people. What's come through in this, that we need to heal a part of your inner child. You know what I mean? Gross by him, but also lol. I know it was kind of lol. Do you know what I mean? I just kind of thought it is, but that stuff again, it doesn't really trigger me because I'm just like, oh, whatever. Do you know what I mean? It's like a passing fucking minute of my day. I've had that much a nice day. I'm like, whatever. I have got big boobs. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, sorry, it's just true. When I do, when I work out a bit more, I might lose some and I might miss some, but it's kind of like, listen to your intuitive feelings. That's funny too, isn't it? But it's true. Dear higher self, thank you for speaking loudly and clearly in peaceful ways I easily understand. Archangel Raphael, thank you for guiding me to listen to my inner wisdom. That is the inner wisdom that some of you need to listen to. It's like, book a session with Claire. It'll change your life. Again, it's not me changing your life. It's the guides and the guardians and the angels and the ancestors. I don't usually say guardians, but ancestors and the loved ones in spirit and whoever wants to come in, the light beings. I'm just holding space. Alternative medicine. And look, I'm not lying because that's my card for that. Dear Archangel Raphael, thank you for guiding me to the ideal healing treatment modality and for giving me clear signs and messages to validate the best path for my well-being. It's like big arrows like, book this session, book this session. Not just for you, Beck, but they kind of are homing in a little bit. But it's not just you, it'll be other people too. Right, what's another one? Oh my god, they said what they said. The fucking card came out. So that shows you that look at what I just said. It isn't just you, because I shuffled it came out. That one, I think that one was for you and for whoever else. And this is for somebody else out there. Yeah, you need to book a session. You know what I mean? Have faith. Look, that's me consoling people with Jesus energy, calling in Jesus to help with what we're doing for the deliverance. Dear Jesus and Archangel Raphael, thank you for boosting my faith so that I may trust my miracles. Remember when I said Jesus and Mary Magdalene were coming in strong this week? I ain't lying. I want to see if they come out of this. So, what's a New Earth message then? There's only one Mary Magdalene and Jesus card in this. To be honest, I don't even know if it's in the deck. If it is, I'll scream because there's loads of cards. Like if it comes out. I need the giant arrows. Science brain, at the end of the day, I question everything. I know you do. I know you do. So maybe you just need to lurk me a little bit more to know I'm the real deal. But I'm going to be overconfident about the fact that you see, you know, the thing is, it doesn't even matter if people weren't backing it up and saying nice things in the chat, right? You've felt it yourself how much your energy shifted. That should be all the proof you need for your logical brain. Do you know what I'm saying? Only you know how much better you're feeling right now. But that's because that's what I mean by when I say I am not just pulling cards here. You know, reading tarot and reading oracle cards is a it's a skill, it's a talent. Depends. Some people are reading it intuitively. Some people have learned the tarot. I respect both because it's amazing when people have actually studied it back to back. And that's no me, right? That's why I say something different every time I do it, and it's kind of entertaining that way. But my guides just make me say it. You know what I mean? But the proof is in the pudding of how you feel, and many people feel that, and it's why many feel the darkness lifting them just from watching my free videos every day. Whether it's the people that just watch the shorts, people that watch the videos. The people that watch the videos, I really love you because they don't get a lot of views. People mostly love their lives. And who even knows how many people watch? Because it said 36 people had watched earlier, and when I came off, it said 209. So, like I said, or something, I think it was 209. So, you know what I mean? Who knows what it's saying now? I don't know what the truth is. You know what I mean? But it's not such a bad thing because I get overwhelmed. It's better if I think there's only 5 people watching. Kind of, it says 5 people are watching right now. So we'll see when I come off how many people are really watching, kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like, because as soon as I get off, if it says something like 100 people or something, like what the fuck's all that all about when it says 5 people are watching? Um, but maybe it is an optical illusion, a good one, so that I'm like, all right, I can chill. There's only 5 people watching. You know what I mean? And that just shows you if I've been doing this for 10 years and I make it look like a piece of piss, it just shows you what I really do have to work through every day to be seen. You know what I mean? It is. I'm not gonna lie to you. It is easy to be. I do just, I top up my makeup and away we go. I didn't even top up my makeup with the last one. You know what I mean? It's kind of like smelting all over my face right now. It's looking extra smoky eye because it's late now. But you know what I'm saying? It's kind of like in general, I am 79% introvert. I would rather, and I've got friends that do similar like this, and they're like that too. It's like I would rather, a big part of my soul would rather just lead a quiet life and not do this, to be honest. But I do have a lot of fun doing the time I do this. I basically I kick the arse out. I have fun when I do this. But when I want to be in my shell, I really want to be in my shell. Do you know what I mean? So, and I treasure it. So that's why I guard my weekends like fiercely. So what have we got? What's a New Earth message? It's about to be 144 here as well. Notice how that aligns with what I was saying. I guard my weekends fiercely. I also guard my time off that I've got, which is what I'm having tomorrow. Divine feminine, because I'm a true divine feminine. Look how many times I said in this, I'm a true divine feminine. And I know most of the time I'm in agreement with that. If someone has to keep saying, are they really? But like again, I'm Mercury, the last degrees of Leo, I'm gonna be overconfident in that one. I do believe the proof is in the pudding. I'm not talking shit. I am in unconditional love. I worked hard to be in this. I've done the work. That's why I'm confident that at some point, no matter how long it takes, I have confidence in the other half of my soul. I will get that conversation, and not because I forced him. He will come to me, and not through any kind of weird fuckery either. You know what I mean? I'm trusting that I'm doing the work. My twin flame will do the work. Receive your birthright, and I will receive my birthright, and so will he. If he wants his birthright. I think he does. Receive your birthright, unconditional love, divine feminine. So, if divine, and it's 144 now. The divine feminine shall receive their birthright, and so shall the divine masculine. And it's 144, 144,000 twin flames. It's destined, it's fated. You will receive your birthright. All the people that have stopped you coming into union, chills as I'm saying it, I'm praying for them too. If you stop people coming into union, and I'm looking right at that camera, pray for forgiveness from God. I already forgive you if you stop my union. I might not want to be fucking hearing the sorry though, to be honest. But I'll forgive you anyway, whoever you are out there. What have we got? I want to see if masculine comes out. Universe. Metatron, wholeness. That's interesting because Archangel Metatron is a lot to do with the inner child and children. So wholeness, commune with all of life, micro, macrosm. That's interesting too because micro, macro, I can see how a lot of this will have been so specific to individual situations, and a lot of this is world stuff as well. I spoke about more of the world macro stuff at the start. Breathe the sun. Well, we didn't get divine masculine, but the sun is masculine energy. Presence, pineal activation, masculine energy, seeing the truth. Relax, let go. Got a turtle on it as well, so take your time and go with the flow. That's masculines stepping into their own feminine energy, which you can only step into when the environment supports it. And look with what I said. I know I'm being like really like being I'm observing myself right now, right? And that Mercury in the last degrees of Leo, they're actually making me be very. It's like the shadow side of Sagittarius. It's a bit kind of, I don't know if the word is like self-righteous, which I don't like because again, it's not me, I'm channeling the energy, but it's like, I'm being like very, like quite cocky with it. Like they're making me like really expect, but it's that kind of way. You have to have that kind of confidence in yourself. If you've done the work, be confident about it. It will trigger the fuck out of people. But if you've done the work, fucking own it. Do you know what I mean? Flow, release control, divine will, oceanic consciousness. But what is really strongly coming through here is if you're a masculine, male or female, you're not going to get to embrace that if you keep certain people around you. So take that on board. I'm nearly at your message, Gretchen. You've got to have boundaries with people. That's the point. This is all coming through because Saturn has just retrograded into Pisces. Pisces is no boundaries, blurry boundaries. It's unconditional love, by the way, and forgiveness, but it is also like no boundaries and blurry boundaries, right? One of the things I've said this before, but there was, and this person might tune in kind of silently, and silently because they're a Pisces sun and moon. And she said once, one of the claim to fames that you can add is that you taught a double Pisces boundaries in 2 months. That's one of the things she said. So I wish you'd wrote it down somewhere. If you're watching something, I don't know how much she watches, but she sent me a lovely email not long ago, just checking in. But I'd love that in writing somewhere. But I think she said that again. I don't know where it was. She said it in one of the chats in front of everyone. But it's true. Do you know what I mean? Like that's the biggest boundary. Boundaries are the biggest lesson for Pisces moons or Pisces anything. You know, like giving too much compassion or being self-sacrificing or being too kind or letting people walk over you. It's hard for you to set your boundaries, but it can be done. And that person's a brilliant example of that. So thank you for, because that just popped into my mind. Right, okay, so what's the, oh, true love. Look, I didn't need to shuffle that far. Look, shuffle that far. I'm losing my words. Pisces is true love. We're heading for the Pisces full moon eclipse where anything is possible, believe in miracles, big changes. Pisces is soulmates, twin flames, true love, true love. This is the romance of a lifetime. Are you willing to let that opportunity go? Are you kidding me? Look, look, I'm a bit random. I mix all my decks together. The true love card, the other one, has just come out now. True love. True love comes when you least expect it. That was coming through in this loud and clear too. Let go, focus on you. True love comes when you least expect it. There might be something about red roses that are specific to. So either one red rose that could be symbolic or there might be actual roses involved here. Wow, true love card coming out back to back. It really is true love. Oh my god, I just saw the illusion. Do you know what's quite funny, right? As I was shuffling, I saw a flash of the illusion card. So I think that's picking up on the masculines had to move through the fears that a lot of you spoke about in the chat. That am I imagining this? Is this even real? Am I going crazy? You know, is this a trick? All these kind of things, right? But also the illusions with the karmic energies, like the fake grass. Do you know what I mean? Like temptation. Think carefully about the situation. A lot of masculine, male and females, you made a divine mistake. You learned the karmic lessons, or you're currently learning them, or your person will go through another round of that. Whatever's resonating here. But some people are going to think carefully. The temptation will come at them, but they're not going to take the offer up. You have to hold your person in the highest timeline. So you have to work very, very hard. And again, believe me, I have to work very, very, very hard. It's very easy to be like, well, I've been in times in my life where I've been feeling like he's doing the work at the same time as me. He's totally on the same page, whatever, and you can have, honestly, life can slap you back down to earth with a big bang. Do you know what I mean? And then it's quite hard for you to get back to like be like, well, I don't want to do that to myself, because you know what I mean. So in whatever way that comes about, you just get a horrible feeling in your aura, or sometimes you get actual proof of it and stuff. And it's so you just get back up again, fall down 7, stand up 8. Some of us have got a harder path than others. It means the rewards are going to be even bigger. The interference means the rewards are going to be even bigger. It means you've got a bigger purpose. It doesn't mean it's any more important than anyone else. But I do work with, what I'm kind of channeling right now feels like that Commander Astar kind of guy. You know what I mean? Palladian's kind of energy. It's like an important twin flame and sort of channeling. I can tell with the way my voice is going as well. It's like what's coming through here is it's like, the people that have done in the work, are people that are escaping codependency. That is what the masculine has been in for quite a while now. First of all, recognizing that you're in that even at all. And I've even said my masculine part of that. I remember, wasn't too long ago, when I was in codependent friendships, and basically it was mainly a lot of codependent friendships. But I've said before about I can even recognize when I've got that family too, and I've, set boundaries and all that kind of stuff. I've worked through all of that. Doesn't mean it's fucking perfect, but I'm happy with where it's at. Addictions are affecting your romantic life. Basically, masculines releasing unhealthy karmic connections, wherever that's coming up, or they've already done it. And they're, look, honeymoon, enjoy the bliss of holiday time together. Holiday, holiday, holiday. There's definitely weekends away, dirty weekends, romantic true love, dirty weekends. But it's kind of like, there's holidays. There's this person wants to spend time with you, sorting out all the bullshit so that you can get to the fun bit. Guilt, the thing that's getting in their way, don't let guilt get in the way of happiness. I know this is hitting hard for a lot of people here. Look at this. Look, maybe honeymoon came up because they've got commitment. So your connection is eternal and unbreakable. Commitment is an important factor to achieve a successful relationship. So remember, if it's not literal, it's about this person wants union with you. But for some of you, it does feel literal as well. So, right, they don't call it kingdom marriage for nothing. It doesn't mean you actually need to literally get married in that way. But this pair, wait a minute, I want to see if spiritual union comes out. Prosperity begins, Ace of Pentacles. This person wants to give you the world. You are the world to this person, whoever this message is for. And they are moving on. They're saying, fuck this. They're moving on from wherever they were. For some of you, it could be in these could be in serious commitments and stuff, these people. Strengthening bonds. Look, there's is it the Ace of Pentacles again? Or is it I think it is the Ace of Pentacles again. Look, Ace of Pentacles, it's the Ace of Pentacles and the Ace of Cups. This person has an overwhelming amount of love for you, and they want to give you the world. They want to give you their heart. And they've been keeping their eye on you. Look at that big eye. They've been keeping your eye on you, and they're seeing you moving on. The moving on card, Six of Swords has come out twice. They're seeing you moving on. And they're like, oh no, you don't. I'm coming. I think that's coming through for people, that it's like, it's time. Well, yeah, look, I just channeled it's time and I forgot that's in the title. Right, okay, so I'm going to end this here, and then I'm going to do Gretchen's message, and then unless anyone else wants a message, I'm going to go and rest my voice, because it is actually nearly 2 in. Fucking hell. So I've been on here. That's nothing. I've been on here longer than that, but I didn't, oh well. It is what it is, guys. Don't feel sorry for me. I will rest tomorrow. Ahead. Focus on what's in front. Don't keep looking back at the past. Look back at the past to sort out what needs to be sorted out, and then keep looking ahead. Leave it in the past. Ask the angels for help. If you feel like you can't get over some of the stuff that's happened between you and your twin flame, ask the angels and your guides and the ancestors for help. Ask them to guide you to people like me that help you to release the pain of the past and forgiveness. That's why Archangel, oh yeah, Archangel Michael works for me with protection and everything I do too. But you know, Archangel Michael defeats the demons. That, oh yeah, that's Massage Moon conjuncts the Antares portal, which is to do with that defeating, you know, the demons. It's like Buffy the Vampire Slayer. You know what I mean? It's but it's protection. But what I actually meant to say was Mary Magdalene and Jesus. You know, it's about forgiveness. Limbo. Seek clarity on mixed signals. That's what these energies are coming forward. They want to know if this is real. They want to know if you still reciprocate it. Express shared feelings. These energies are wanting to come forward. They're sincere. Someone close to you is sincere, and you'll know it. You'll feel it. And they're faithful. They want, or they want. If this person wasn't faithful in the past, again, this would only be if you were with them, you know, in the whatever, however that resonates. This person is all about it now. Faithfulness, fidelity builds strong relationships. They've got the free will to go whatever way they want, and in this true story, they're coming at you. The path you take is up to you. They've got the free will, and they want to choose you because you're their forever love, infinity. And we've already had it's true love. Look, faithfulness is peeking out again, and you may be on someone's mind. They're thinking about you right now. If this is yours, they're thinking about you right now. Or you're thinking about your person. You're thinking about each other. Boom, drop the mic. Love it. That was good. Right, okay. So now we'll do Gretchen's message. So I will just catch up with these wee comments. Thank you for being with me for the 4-hour stint. What's about the rock dove pair? That's quite interesting because my dad sent me a picture of, what are they again? There's birds. There's two dove something. They're not actual, but they're something doves. And they hang out in the garden. And there was like a few weeks ago, I was like, where is that dove's wife? I was kept saying, where's that dove's wife or something? I was like, where is it gone? Because it's like my dad's always like, wherever that one is, the other one's not far away. And I was like, but it actually seemed like it was very far away, like it was nowhere to be seen. And then my dad sent me a picture like a few days later, like, you know, them together, and it was quite cute. I think he knew I'd appreciate it. They're reunited. The turtle dove. That reminds me of Home Alone. You know when they swap the wee turtle dove pair. Yeah, I've noticed blokes are. Oh yeah, I read that bit. Well, I must have just missed that. That's funny. I was meant to scroll back and see that. It's not a personal thing or anything. A question when things happen in front of me. Oh, absolutely. You should question everything. I've got a North Node Gemini. I do question everything. Like again, like I said in one of the videos I recorded earlier, I was watching that Mr. Beast thing and him reach 40 million, and I'm like, I really hope that money's going where they say it's going, but I don't know. Did you see that? He apparently raised 40 million to give to get clean water and all of that, but yeah, who knows? I hope it's real, but we'll see. I'm always afraid of falling into spiritual psychosis, so I always have one foot out. You're 100% the masculine energy. That is that is the masculine problem, and that's why I'm very passionate about that. And I do truly believe that is the only reason why they led me into counselling training, because I was a born wee counsellor anyway. But it's that's very real for the masculine. Like you can feel like this is all not real, even if even with the people what I mean, that is even if your twin flame is sitting saying word for word, like spelling it out, that's very real. So but I used to say this all the time on Facebook, but there was an article I used to share too, but it was the article basically said that it's a shame that in this, remember this was 10 years ago that I was putting that article out, and I put it out every fucking year, that in the Western world, people that are actually like the first people to be going through a shamanic initiation into a powerful healer get put in a hospital, and that is being crazy. You know what I mean? Like people can't recognize it, and like look, you can go back again. I don't. They're going to be deleted soon, but all my lives on Facebook mainly. No, I don't know if any. Well, yeah, they're on here from the last 4 years, but before that, I was doing like we pick up cards and all that and whatever. I wasn't really going all in, but not like I do now. But the point was that I had that. Like I mean, I've said this before, but like this was such a long time ago now. But I was talking about my. I mean, look what I'm still doing it now. I've just channeled it in a different energy, but like um yeah, you know what I mean? Like I was talking about obviously spiritual things and that, but I was also talking about my twin flame that much that you know what I mean? Like my family were fucking sick of everyone was sick of it basically. And that's why it's good to just channel it into here now. And like I said, I don't talk about them because it would just be the same fucking stories over and over again. People are like, oh fucking hell, you know what I mean? And I get it, but it's kind of like it just happens. That is part of the twin flame journey. But I'm just sort of saying it's more than that. Like, I did feel like I was going crazy because it was more than just the twin flame journey. Like it was me I was birthing, the shamanic part of me, which is why I'm so grateful for, you know, actually doing the work to face all my fears and go through all the, you know, all of that and to be able to help other people through it. But yeah, it feels like you're going crazy to keep it real. Whether you're a twin flame or just going through spiritual awakening or, in general. So I've been through it. That's why I've got my counselling and well, it's now a counselling and coaching package, and it's a lot more money. Is the bad news for those of you that are new to the thing. But the people I've helped with that, all got so much out of it. And again, I'm proud of anybody that I've ever done long term work with. If I, again, a few things that people have said to me is that like that that they hear my voice in their head, like you know when they're trying to make decisions. And then the one thing I always say is like that makes me laugh. I can think of someone in particular said that to me, and I'm like, I remember saying, I hope at some point that voice turns into your voice. But if it has to be mine for a while, as long as it's encouraging and you can do this and all that, and that's all right. But it'll turn into your voice, at some point. Um, I still hear my counsellor, who was an older woman at the time, so she's obviously a lot older now, but I still hear her voice calling me a star. You know what I mean? You can do it. You can do anything. Because I sat there week after week after week talking about my twin flame, talking about, and again, what is there to say? I'd just be fucking going on about how much I miss them and love them and all this kind of stuff. But like, going through all the trauma, my counselling course, trying to fucking help people and going through fucking bullshit for them letting down my needs. And, it was just all not fair. It was all very not fair. And I was repeating the same stuff. But she was fucking so patient with me. She was brilliant. It was very upsetting for her because she is a trainer as well, and she knew the way I was treated was disgusting. There was loads of official people that helped me that were just disgusted because they'd actually trained there too, and they were like, "This is so wrong." But yeah, she'd sometimes send me a wee text when I left saying you can do it. But, that was the biggest thing I was trying to say. I would just sit every week saying I'm going to do it on YouTube. Like I'm going to do it. And I wouldn't. I saw her for fuck it, that makes me upset. I saw her for 7 years, a whole karmic cycle. And every week I would keep saying I was going to do it, and I wouldn't really do it. And I was too scared. I didn't do it, and I kept not doing it. And so, when I was able to actually say to her in an email the last time I spoke to her, like, I'm doing it, and I'm doing it big time. Do you know what I mean? Like, that was a proud moment for me. But take that on board, people, and hear that. I had to push through a lot of fear to do it on here specifically. So, wait a minute. I didn't have schizo family. I would feel if I didn't have a schizo family, I'd fully embrace it. You will. You don't let that don't let it stand in your way. Book a session. Side note: there's a YouTuber called Metatron, and I love his videos. Historian channel. Interesting. Yeah. By the way, I used to fall asleep in history at high school. it's quite funny because my best friend is like really into history and everything. She got like fucking she's so clever, right? Um she got an A in history and she was bored and she done it again and got another A. It's like, and her children are very much following in her footsteps, let me tell you. But it's yeah, total polar again, best friends polar opposite from me. She's a Libra moon, I'm an Aries sun. I left with fucking A qualifications, she left with a lot. It works, you know, we balance each other out. But I don't see myself as any less intelligent because I'm intelligent in a different type of way. And but at school it's different. I was completely fucking hated it and hiding. You know, they just assumed I was stupid because I never spoke, which is very ignorant. Um, yeah, that was inspiring, boss. That was ages ago. I don't know what I said. Going to be so tired at work tomorrow, but at least I will sleep tonight. That's massively helped me calm down. Yeah, you will sleep, trust me. But I'm going to put the intention that you feel when you wake up, you feel like you slept the best sleep ever, and it makes no logical sense, but you're just going to go with it. And that actually happened to the soul brother that we sat up till late at night, and he had to be up early in the morning. Um, Actually, again, I could say it because I said that on the thing, and he even said it was a court case. And yeah, the whole thing was just like you said, that's the way it was meant to go because it was karmic justice to be thrown out because it was stupid in the first place. But I go, oh, that's quite interesting actually, because that guy had went through that for 7 years. The whole again, big long story. He tells the story better, and again, you know, it's a story worth waiting on, even if it's a couple of years down the line. But very proud of you. You know who you are. Um, but yeah, we sat up talking till late, and then but that's the one thing, but I didn't really even take that part of what he had said to me actually in. But I'm remembering it now because I was so I was so excited and elated that I held intention all night. I was like, I am waking up to nothing less than the best news ever. And it was exactly it was so great. It was exactly what I'd said would happen. It was weird. Because it was him speaking through me, but even weirded me out too. Um and But the other thing I remember he'd put was the weird thing is I hardly got any sleep, but I did feel like I had amazing sleep because I'm a hypnotherapist too, so I plant that seed. And this is what I mean. You've got to be very careful who you give access to your subconscious mind. That is what this eclipse is about at the weekend. Who are you letting into your mind? You know what I mean? Like I plant little seeds and you can do it, you know what I mean? Push your feet like it's even when lawyers don't notice, I'm like putting it in everywhere. You know, generally, definitely in a personal session, even more so, but it's this shit works. Um right, so Mr. Beast has exposed already for a few yeah, exactly. Do you know what I mean? It's he does quite a good job of acting like do you know what I mean? Like he was on that podcast for um actually, that's getting really deep, but it was I mentioned that in the video earlier. It's coming up again. What is it? Diary? Oh, Diary of a CEO. That's what it is. I couldn't remember it earlier, but I think that's what it is. I didn't watch the interview. I saw clips of it, and it's basically what he was saying is that he's miserable. You know what I mean? Like all that money, but that's because you've sold your soul. You know what I mean? Sorry, that's getting a bit deep, but it's true. But yeah, I don't know. There was something creepy about that last night. Again, and it's like you know, I've obviously subscribed to him years ago, and I don't watch it because it's just a load of old fucking bullshit. But that did pull me in because it was really sort of in my face. I was like 40 million. It was weird vibe though. Doesn't help that YouTube keeps recommending schizophrenia videos to me. Oh my god. Sorry for laughing, that was kind of funny. But do you know what I mean? It's because it's I'm telling you, they do read your fucking mind. The fucking technology that is out there. Again, it reminds me of that. I'm mentioning loads of films that again, this is what I mean. Like Payback. You know, in Payback, they've got futuristic technology that can see the future and they abuse it. That's no a fucking lie. That's the truth. Right. Okay. So thank you so much, Gretchen, for your patience. I will now go into your message. So you're literally fine for laughing. Thank you. Sorry. Right. It's dumb. No, it's not dumb. It's creepy, isn't it? It's but yeah, just trust me, I have been there and I really, you know, it was all I can say is look, my family aren't perfect, but I'm very grateful that nobody's is, but I'm very grateful that my mum and dad didn't, you know, pinned me to the I don't know what the PC term is, but I'm glad that they didn't be like, right, she is fucking nuts. We need to do something about it. Because they could have. Like seriously, I was quite paranoid at different points and I was cracking up. right? But I was also cracking into a very powerful shaman. Again, and remember, if you're new to me and you think I'm being arrogant, I'm not. It took me years to be able to own that, and my shamanic teachers made me sit around a circle of 10 people and own it and say, I'm a very powerful healer, and I'm a woman of the stars and the sun and the moon, and I'm a very powerful healer. And I can't even remember all the other things. That's the bit that really stuck out to me. You know what I mean? But it was because those beautiful people saw how terrified I was to follow my calling. So that's what that's what I help people do too. So follow your calling. They definitely recommend those videos for people who watch spiritual and tarot videos. I put money on it. Yeah, it's like when they make you try, like, even it was programmed that, celebs go dating, which I'm not going to watch now because it's too late, but I'll watch them tomorrow whenever I get up. I'm kind of tempted to watch it now, but I don't want to be selfish with it. Maybe I could watch it on my phone, but basically, see what I mean? I am very considerate with that, but it's like, because I've done this, but basically it's what was it? It was there was like, that guy is, oh, he is fucking hilarious. Like, he really is. That voiceover guy is just Rob. He's just brilliant. But it was something about horoscopes, and it was like, someone was sharing, like, oh, what sign are you? I think it was someone with Kerry, and then someone was like, or whoever it was, and he was like, yeah, because it's a load of old bullshit anyway. And like, he is really funny, right? And you'd be hard pushed to find a lot of people that like that. They'd be like, that is the best part of Celebs Go Dating. But you see how that's even like subtle programming to make you think that if you believe in astrology or star signs or that you're stupid or something. It's not. It's all just programming. It's real. Millionaires don't use astrology, billionaires do. I put that in the post last night. Why do you think they're doing that false alarm, emergency false alarm that's going to go off on everyone's phone at 3 in the afternoon on Sunday? So I hope you're not, bad luck if you've got a hangover, especially because, by the way, that's not even a joke. Please, if there's any weekend to stay in and have a quiet one, it's this one. That weekend there's going to be so many horrible stories about addictions, and yeah, Pisces full moon is when people. I've sadly known a lot of Pisces moon men and women with really bad addictions. That I've helped. That I've helped get through the other side too. But you know what I mean. It's some people. You'll be lost in the sauce. Pisces is escapism, and a lot of people escape into addictions, drink, drugs, all of it, sex, you name it. You know what I mean. So conflict and defeat, 5 of Wands. So anyway, now I'm going to go on to Gretchen. So sorry, Gretchen. Yeah, so but yeah, if you're in the UK, 3 o'clock on Sunday, look on the government website. I posted it in the community tab. It's going to go off, and it creeps me out because it reminds me of Leave the World Behind. If you know, you know. Very creepy film. I don't usually like films like that, but my guides made me watch it a few years ago, and I've never put the same iPhone alarm on since, because I'm a hypnotherapist in NLP and I knew what they were doing. There's a really creepy bit, and they were trying to program your mind with fear. Every time you hear that alarm, you're going to think of that film. Well, that doesn't happen to me because I fucking made sure I got rid of that alarm. I can't even think. The thing is, it's like they even took away the sound, so I'm not even going to mimic the sound. But it will be a lot of your alarms. So if you watch that film, just try not to make that your alarm. Basically, that I could break down that film, like, that's that's part of my gift. I see all the messages in films and stuff, and right. So anyway, could we clear the energy of that? And what is the message for Gretchen? But side note, I do feel the 5 of Wands conflict and defeat was coming out for you too. Now, bear in mind, when I read a message for you the other day, I picked up your twin flames energy more than I picked up on you. Have you caught that one now? Because I'd be interested if you have. But so again, either you feel like you're in a bit of 5 of Wands conflict and defeat, or your twin flame does. Love begins, so another Ace of Cups. I think it is. So there is, look, the rainbow. Look how much we spoke about the rainbows tonight. So there's a new beginning in love. It feels like, it feels like very much coming back to what we've channeled about self-love. And I wonder if that might have been when you said that comment, that there's something about pouring all that love into you, and it is making a difference for him. I can really feel though with you that it's like, you know, with what you said the other day, I can feel how painful it is, but it is helping him. Look, wow, look at this, the death card, and again, heavy Scorpio energy here too. So, but it's like he's going through a transformation because that came out reverse. Like whatever you're doing for yourself, including actually, you know, when you said that, like, you know, how do you hold space for someone you don't want to? And if you didn't see that, people, I basically said, you pray for them, you know, like I still do, you know, like there's been times in my twin flame journey when, you know, it is with your twin flame, whether you're in contact with them or not energetically, and usually, you know, a lot of it'll be, you know, however it comes about that you things, you know, like over the years, and this is a few years ago, like I said, it'd be things that I would hear that would just be like, all right, and whatever. And it just, but I would, whenever I hear something upset, I would just detach, right? He's not, well, clearly not where I am, not, you know, we're not on the same page, or I could, you know, and sometimes I could actually feel it too. But it's then when you get confirmation, but it's kind of like detach, go, you know, keep letting go, keep letting go, keep letting go, praying for them, you know, they'll find their way. I'm not here to fix them. I'm here to pour love into myself, and they'll mirror me and pour love into themselves. But I always, like I said, without it goes without saying, you know, the first thing I do before I open my eyes is I pray for me and him, and then I pray for all of yous, and I pray for my family. But you know what I mean? That's what I do. But yeah, your twin flame is going through a transformation. So the strong message coming through there is keep putting those boundaries up for yourself. And yeah, even when it comes to, you know, if you feel like you have to really pull back your energy in that way, because it means that it probably means that he really needs to do that to people around him. You know what I mean? But the main thing is, guys, this goes without saying, if you don't know this, if you're a true twin flame, you cannot cut the cord with your twin flame. You would actually become very ill. Spiritually, mentally, emotionally, physically, do something, fuck up your finances, do you know what I mean? You can't cut your cords with your twin flame, it's your own energy. You can cut your cords with karmic energies, and you need to cut the cords with everyone, even the people you love. Like after this interaction, I love you guys, but I'm cutting the cords with all of you, and I'm going to plant the seed. You find your healing in Mother Earth and God, no me. I'll hold space and channel the energy in that, but it's not me. You know what I mean? It's you. I hold space for people to empower and heal themselves. And I'm honoured and humbled to do so. But yes. Oh, I couldn't find it. Oh, Gretchen, I have timestamped it and put your name. Oh, it's maybe because I think I put your actual name, Gretchen. So I don't know. But it is there in the. I don't know how I could. Maybe wait a minute. Let's test this. I did do it, but I'm wondering if I could actually send the link, and so you can check in real time that. Do you mean you didn't know what one it was, or wait a minute? So it was no, it was just the other day. Was it a Scorpio one, or was it the one before that? No, it wasn't Scorpio because I can't see it. Karmic leading, that's what it was. 278 people have watched that now. Yeah, look, so it's in that one. It's right at the top. Gretchen, 1 hour 58:10. So there's something for you to watch after. Copy link. And my God, by the way, the whatever it's frozen on right now for the thumbnail is mental. It's like me going like, oh, I don't know. That's they've done me dirty anyway. Um, right, so yeah, it is there. Look again. That's a message. You need to slow down and look again at something. It's a message within a message. Um, yeah, well, basically, be prepared, Beck, because it is a creepy alarm that's really loud. It's quite interesting because when it went off here, it was my wee. She's 5 now, but it was like what? So I think it was about a year ago. She was like 4, whatever it was. It was. I think it was about a year ago. Oh no, maybe it was. Was it right at the start of the year? I wonder if it was something to do with that storm. Well, nah, I don't know what. I think it was a test, but whatever it was some kind of bullshit. It was definitely on a full moon or a new moon or something. But it was like it was creepy because it went. You know what I mean? It was like it was my work phone. It was my personal phone. And the thing is, my work phone, by the way, it hasn't even got a SIM card in it. I just use it to film the videos, and it's fucking smashed to bits. I've had it years. Do you know what I mean? Still works though. It's totally fine. But it even went off on that, went off on my phone and my mum's phone. So it was horrible. It was like 3 really loud alarms, and they were slightly different and really horrible. It's just creepy. Those of you in America are more used to that than us, so you have things like that. It's good and it's bad, isn't it? Like when a kid goes missing in the area or something, I think there's loads of places in America where you'll get a text. I think that's amazing. They should do that here too. That's where I think that would be a good thing. But yeah, it is interesting because they're saying it's in case of an emergency, like probably like another made up kind of what I said at the start of Mediumship Monday or this. I think it was the start of this. Or because Virgo's health and healing, they'll always put out some kind of illness. So see through it, realize, realize, or extreme weather or something. So that's what they're saying, and it's just like weird shit, man. So I mean, you need to be prepared for. I don't like this isn't to scare people, but it's just to be. And again, it's there's channels like that. There's loads of I'm getting loads of YouTube channels in the algorithm about prepping and all that, right? And it's kind of like some are there that puts the the shitters up you, but others it's just it's wise, that you should have loads of like food and that around that's um that if you couldn't get to the shops or you couldn't get it out for a while, like if you got like, oats is a really good thing to have. Mind you, get a bit sick of that if you have to eat it, over and over. But oats, like, I don't know, like what sardines and tomato sauce. I had that early. I hadn't had it for like a couple of years. It's been in the cookbook. It was on date, like, but I was like, I'm gonna have that, and it was nice. But because it's just really quick. Do you know what I mean? I thought, oh, I hadn't taken it in the freezer, and I thought, but actually, it was nice. But you know what I mean? You need to have things that are not perishable. That's what I'm saying. Common sense. But don't ignore all of that, basically. Because I feel that's why. And tuna, there's another one. But like there's loads of things. You can go and look up this yourself. But don't think that's all bullshit. It's real. And obviously that's why they're putting things out like that. Do you know what I mean? And bear in mind of what I said about the false alarm thing that although as I was posting it on Greece too, it was the bit where it's an actual false alarm, a siren going off because they're like, oh, we're going to war and stuff. You know what I mean? So that was weird. My guy's doing that all the time. I was like, oh my god. So, but there's loads of people saying that now, like get ready for shit like that. So and again, that is not about you. That's just about be balanced in your masculine and feminine. There are going to be a lot of dark things that happen in the world. It's already happening. Crazy weather things right out the fucking. It's a page out the fucking Bible every single day. We are living in the end times, but the new Earth energy is also coming, emerging more and more and more. And the way, if you're like not feeling it and you're falling into a lot of fear, you need to spend more time with people like me. I'm not the only one. Ask your guides. You'll be led to safe spaces. You know what I mean, where you'll feel in that energy. It's kind of interesting too, because again, I don't want to go too deep into this, but there was other things that I used to enjoy online too, and basically, and it's things that it upset me because I like being there, but as I do get it, it's like I had to timeline jump to away from certain places because if people are too much in that fear energy, and I'm hanging around there, it's like it pulls my energy down. So it's like I have to trust that I've spent enough time there to like spread the healing energy and whatever and then I have to move on. Like I said, like Nanny McPhee, and it's like I said, that's not always easy for me because it's kind of like why is that? And then I find out later on, all right, I get it, but it's change. You know what I mean? If you like somewhere hanging out, so a lot of you will be like that. Frequency though in general, like there'll be a lot of people that fall off my radar because I'm going too high. I'm ascending too high, and it's like people they can't understand what I'm saying anymore. That'll be like a lot of use too. This is really deep stuff, but this is all very true. Right, so it was last month. Yeah, I did share it, so that was a good idea. Okay, so no, don't be sorry. No need to be sorry. Wish I was still in the army reserves. I would have to. Oh yeah. See what I mean? We've got loads of good connections on here, by the way, because I've got a few, people. Yeah, people that have been in the military in the past or connected to the army, men and women. There's loads of good connections in here. So you never know. Somebody here might be, but I don't know. That's all stuff I don't know a lot enough about. But I just know what I feel, and I know astrology. And definitely, when Saturn comes out of retrograde and it goes back in Aries around Valentine's, we've just been in Saturn in Aries, remember, but it was the taster. And we're going back, we're back in Saturn and Pisces, whether we like it or not. And there's going to be amazing, magical, actually twin flame unions and that come back, because Saturn is a tough lesson and it's true love. And some of us have went through the lessons, and it's time for the miracles and forgiveness and true love. And some will go through the lessons. And you'll actually go through the lessons with your twin flames out, but it's kind of like when Saturn goes back into Aries, like for real, that's, yeah. It's going to get dark over the winter too, but I do just feel like I just know that when a lot of twin flames are coming into union, a lot of shit's going down in the world. When a lot of powerful twin flames come into union, it's because there's a lot of shit going down in the world. So you know what I mean? It's kind of bittersweet. Right. So what's another message coming out for Gretchen? I'm still friends with civil servants. I have people I can talk to. Well, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. You know what I mean? You're going to find out. Remember, so these are Gretchen's cards, but remember, these can resonate with anyone. Remember when I said I wonder if spiritual union's going to come out? And when I was saying that, Gretchen, this is the thing. Like, I can feel the pain that you go through in your connection. We've got helpless and hopeless, which is, this is an Eight of Swords card, and this guy's like, do I go this way or this way? I don't know what way to go. Stuck in a lot of mental conflict. About a spiritual union. It's like I can almost feel your energy about this. But I'm just going to say what I'm feeling. It's like, I do, like, yeah, people can have miracle turnarounds every single day. Miracles happen every single day. I can feel your twin going through a huge transformation. And I just wonder if you have any kind of intel about whether that might be the case. Like, I can't remember. You don't have like a lot of contact with him, do you? Or when was like, I can't remember. You don't need to share all of that, but I'm just passing on the message. Oh, I can feel that in my head. But like, that's kind of clear to me that if that's not you really stuck, well, this could be you too. If that's you really stuck in your, basically, I kind of feel you're both really stuck in your head about a spiritual union. But that is such a beautiful spiritual union card. And whatever the purpose of your specific connection, it is helping put a lot of healing frequency out into the world. Because that's what twin flames are for. Do you know what I'm saying? That's what it is all about. On your own and with your person, it's power. Look at that again as well. Look at the half man, half lion. Like, I'm telling you, like, this is interesting. Like, it's like I just keep. It's like I feel him going. That's like him going through the ego death. Keep pouring all that love into yourself. Your person is feeling that. We can't control what happens next, but interesting. Wonder if this is what I said in the other one. It's not me. I'm just, look, that's the truth. Triumphant success, truth and clarity. So whether you can see the proof of it or not, that's what's coming through here. You're both doing the work in your own way. High chance shit is going to go down. Yeah, absolutely. We aren't as big of a target yet. But the thing is, it's like hope. Look, never give up hope. I love that. So never give up hope that a miracle is going to appear. But look at, oh my God, I can't believe I just said that because it's not me. Look at what I just said to Gretchen. It does feel like it's a really big stretch to even fathom that this guy is going to come out of these avoidant tendencies and step into this higher version of himself without the pain that might be holding him back. But don't give up hope because miracles do happen every day. Gretchen, are you still there? But like, look at how I said that, and then the hope card left out. If watch that again on replay, that was kind of powerful. And like I said, that's going to hit with whoever else that resonates with. Prosperity begins. Look, we're getting the Ace of Cups, we're getting the Ace of Pentacles, we're getting the Ace of Cups, we're getting the Ace of Pentacles. That's been a few times. Look, and two hands. And also in the Spiritual Union card, two hands, two hands. That's from a film, isn't it? Look, no hands, no hands. Oh, actually, I don't think that's a good scene. I don't know what that's from, but I can't remember what, that'll come back to me. But look at the two hands. Something amazing will grow from this, and it'll be you. And side note, he is growing too, but there is a lot of spiritual growth. But there's, like I said, I can feel the pain too. There's a lot of suffering in silence, a lot of sleepless nights, a lot of trauma. This karmic cycle that you're both in, you know, you're basically, he's going through it and you're going through it alongside him energetically. That's what twin flames are. You know this because you're a high priestess. I'm going to start crying. But you are the light that guides him out of the darkness. And look at all these beautiful cards that have come out. Spiritual union, Ace of Pentacles, Ace of Cups. All these cards are saying when you can believe that the love that you're pouring into yourself, and if you can even just have, like, that's okay with what you asked me the other day. If all you're doing is praying for every day, that's actually brilliant. That is the point that I got to. Like I've said before, that I was so codependent on mine without even knowing what fucking codependency meant. I've had these cards, the one with the codependency card. I find it hilarious, right? I've had those cards over 15 years. A lot of people don't even have the originals because they're not, you know, they're not on sale unless you find them on eBay, and there'll be a lot of money and stuff. But I didn't even know what that meant. Like, yeah, it breaks it down that, you know, you are suffering from addictions or something like that. But I didn't really know what codependency meant. I just always read the card. I didn't really have a fucking clue what it meant. But like, not on a deeper level, you know, because I wasn't obviously wasn't willing to look at it in my own life, you know. But obviously now I do, and I talk about it all the fucking time and I help people. But a lot of people don't want to know this shit. They really don't want to know. You know what I mean? But if you do, that's good because you're more in balance. You're looking at your light, your dark, and you're aware of your own shadow and what's in others. But where was I going with that? Yeah, it feels, God, this really is story time with this one. But it's you know, I can remember very vividly, like, you know, there's quite a few live streams I've done over the last few years on here, like basically saying that, like, you know, I just don't even think of people. I don't think I could even put into words, like, I've cried on these live streams. I can feel it, you know, very around that, you know, like, I love him so much that, like, I've sometimes cried at it being like, I don't know how to let him go any more than what I already have. Like, I don't know how to let him go. And it is like that scene in Bruce Almighty when she's, you know, she's praying and she's like, please God, please help me let him go. I don't want to love him anymore. I don't, you know what I mean? And it's sad because, like, he's, you know, because he's got the power of God and that, and he's looking through the window and he's, you know what I mean? Like, and it's just, I love the bit when the sister's like, you know what I do every night? I have some ice cream and I watch whatever Conan, I think, I don't know what that is, on the telly, and I go to bed. Do you know what Grace does every night? She prays, mostly about you. Do you know what I mean? And I'm like, I have to say, like I'm going to own it. But every time I see that, I'm like, that's me. I'm praying, you know what I mean? I'm praying all the time. For me, for him, for our union, for the interference to fuck off, for, you know, for your unions, that it's like, but that bit always really hits, and that's a very old film, but that bit always hits really hard. You know what I mean? And that's what I've got absolute confidence that anyone that is of genuine, that reads proper energy, if he has ever been guided to go, again, it's difficult with mediums. I've given messages about this over the years. A lot of mediums can't read the twin flame journey accurately, so you got to be careful with that. It doesn't mean they're not a good medium, but they can't read the twin flame journey. If they do, they're very good, or they're a twin flame themselves. But because I've been given funny messages by brilliant mediums, like, apparently, you know, and they are, like, you know, other people have been, and I've had brilliant, but it's seeming to come, like, there's always been the seeds of doubt with the seeds of doubt that have been planted by great mediums about my twin flame. You know what I mean? But I can always see where it's coming from. But it's kind of like, I just never let it sink in. And, you know, I don't say exactly the things that they've said to me, but, like, I would, if he ever asked me, I would say it to him, kind of thing. But it's kind of like, there's a lot that I've had to kind of push it. There still is a lot that I have to, but even pushing through that, I'm always going to love him unconditionally, and he's always going to be my best friend, even if I've fucking seen him for years and all that. It's just weird. So the twin flame journey is, but it's like, That's what true twin flames are. You are the light helping your twin flame through the dark. And at times they will, oh my God, now I'm going really deep. It's like in that film, oh, there's something about addictions here. Because I'm now seeing that scene in A Good Person, which is about addictions. Very triggering for loads of different reasons: alcohol, drugs, twin flame journey, well, all of it. It's not meant to be about twin flames, but it is. If you watch it, you'll see what I mean. I've channeled it loads. I'm too tired right now, but it's flashed into my mind. Because, oh my God, shit! I think I mentioned that film when I was channeling for you before, Gretchen. And I've also, my God, I've also spoke about addictions a lot today in the video for today too. So this is coming up the Pisces full moon. It's a hidden stuff, but there's a scene in that where she actually takes a whole of the pills, and before she swallows them, she sees his face, and she can't do it. She spits them all out, and that's what this twin flame journey is like. When you're in the darkest moments of your life, you'll be flashed with all the memories of them, even if you haven't seen them for you, and it'll keep you going. I've had these moments in my life too. Again, like I'll say, I would never do anything in that way because I help people through all this stuff, but I can definitely understand why people get like that because I'm a counsellor, but I'm also a counsellor for people on the other side. I bring through people that have passed that way. Again, I'm just saying it in that way because we're not allowed to say stupid shit, but it's stupid that we're not allowed to say that. But and again, I'm still holding the person in my prayers that had said sadly that there was a really young person in their life that it went that way. So I'm holding. If he does want to come through at any point, if she's open to that, then you know what I mean. Well, but again, it's a bit soon, like I said. But I don't know. I kind of the fact I'm even saying it's making me feel like. So I've like I was saying, just don't give me people's names and stuff, and they'll talk through me. It's creepy, but they'll talk through me. What else was I going to say there? Yeah, but that basically is it. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm still like that. You know what I mean? I've let go of him as much as I can, but I'm really very detached now. But that doesn't mean that I wouldn't. You know what I mean? It would still, be the best day ever when, when I have that conversation. But I'm very detached now as well. You know what I mean? And that's the thing. He doesn't need to be watching me on here. He'll feel it. You feel it. You know what I mean? But I'm still always like, sending love and, support and everything like that. But yeah, so it's very much like you. Like you said, whenever I tune into yours and his connection, there's a lot of pain there, and there's a lot of very similar bits to what I can just basically the bit about being attached to a bit of a wild and free spirit, and there ain't nothing wrong with that. We're in a Sag moon. It's been about wild and free. And I don't know if my twin flame knows his chart, and I don't know the houses, but I'm so psychic and talk to God that I'm pretty sure I have worked out what his houses are. But it's I know that he has got a shitload of planets in Sagittarius, so he's pretty wild and pretty free spirit, and you know what I mean, and fun. He's a lot of fun. Whatever anyone wants to say, but he's fun, and that's why I still miss him. But it's you know what I mean. The Sun, the best card in the deck, happiness. But he's a lot more than very nice to look at and fun. He's got a lot more to him. It would be nice if he wanted to share a wee bit more of that with me. And I know that because it's my own soul. I can say that. You know what I mean? We're the same energy. So anyway, the death card. So like I said, they're just saying again, he's going through a huge transformation, and you're guiding him out of a dark place. So that felt really beautiful. That felt very powerful. So thank you for letting me tap into that energy. Look at this. You may be, by the way, I think this is Gretchen. I would love to do a session with you at some point, right? But it's kind of like, and again, seriously, like, you could move through a lot of stuff. It would help him get closer to, but he is doing the work. But look, you may be about to be surprised. Even when you feel lost, there's always a way through the labyrinth. I'm wondering if you're going to get some sort of like contact from him or something. When was the last time you had contact from him? I don't know. There's something, I don't know. There's a mystery that we're maybe not meant to know right now. So, right, I'm going to, with mentioning Mary Magdalene and Jesus, I'm going to end it with a Mary Magdalene and Jesus card. Thank you, everyone, for joining me. It's now 15% battery, and it is almost 3 in the morning. It's 20 to 3 in the morning. Fucking hell. I don't do nights out anymore. I just kick the arse out of it on YouTube until nearly 3 in the morning. Hilarious. Right. What are we going to end this with? But yeah, that's an interesting one. Yours is a powerful union either way. That's basically, like I said, I've channeled this already in the collective one, but the more pain you go through, the bigger the rewards. Just be open to whatever those miracles are. But he's doing the work. The tree of life, peace, unconditional love, move beyond fear. Right, let's see what these have got to say. 26. So the 26th of September might be significant. That would be into Libra season, wouldn't it? God, I'm really hungry now. I'm really glad I took the like the bread out of the freezer because it's a bit. I mean, that's a bit dramatic. It does melt quite quick, but anyways, in fact, did I? Shit, I don't know if I did actually. No, I did. I don't know. The tree of life, peace. Offer the olive. Oh, look at this. Offer the olive branch of peace and reconciliation to someone you're having problems with. This is for everyone, by the way. But I'm wondering if I don't know. I think that guy's going to pop up in your life when you least expect it. See if you can transcend your differences. Life is too short for discord. It is a big waste of energy and keeps you in a field of lower frequency. The olive was called the tree of life by the ancients. Was that Mike still laughing? Imagine I was talking to myself for like ages. It came to represent a society that could live and prosper in peaceful trade rather than the pillage of horror of war. Baden, instead of taken, was an evolutionary step for many cultures in becoming involved in peaceful living and communal work. Societies could produce great art, sculptures, and literatures instead of the arms and machines of battle. Extending an olive branch came to be known as an offer of peace between people. Olive oil was known as liquid gold as it brought abundance, good health, and well-being, calling that in for us all. Sarah listens to the heartbeat of the ancient one. Olive trees can live for 2,000 years and embody the presence of the ages. The long memories of the past abide in its body. The past is connected to the eclipse at the end of the week. Its roots connect to the subterranean world, while its branches and leaves touch the heavens, signifying continuity of life. Again, that's the masculine and the feminine. Visit a forest to think things through. Be careful about that, guys. Common sense. Make sure it's a daytime and whatever, you got your phone and all that on you, or you got a friend or whatever. Feel the vibrant life energy of the plants, trees, and living together in harmony. Each of it has value with the diversity of the landscape. Apply this sense of synergy. That's the highest level of my membership group. Nobody's on the two highest levels, but they tell me to keep them there because there will be a need for that with twins in union. Stepping out of this negative energy will help you think more clearly, so a resolution can be found. Oh, that's that's why they're making me tell that. So yes, so that makes sense. I remember you saying that. Again, I don't remember logically, but that's the energy felt similar. He's a Sag sun, so that's why it's like I'm tapping in. Like I said, my Twinflame is a Scorpio, but he's got a lot of planets in Sagittarius, so he could almost be experienced like a Sagittarius. And I've got a Sag moon, and he's got Mercury and Sag, so we're both blunt as fuck, basically. Do you know what I mean? But in different sort of ways. I'd say we're both out to shock, but in different kind of ways. So, like I've told him throughout knowing him that if something were to happen out of his negligence or carelessness, that I would block him energetically if he tried to connect with me from the other side. Good luck with that. It won't work. Sorry, it won't work. You'll be by your every side. But I pray that that does not happen. 100% agree. He's a Sag Sun Taurus Moon. Same with me today. What are you saying about today? Scorpio more like a Sag. Yeah. Right. Okay. So, we've never gone more than 3 days without some sort of. Oh right. Oh, that makes fucking sense. So what do you do though? Do you text back and forward? And by the way, do you know what I thought was really funny? What I thought was really, and that's kind of beautiful in a way, because so it's Do you know what I mean? It is like I can feel, yeah, I can just feel what he struggles with. But it's kind of like what was it that was reminding me there? You know what you said about the sticker? Apparently rock bottom has a basement. Remember when I said I was slow earlier on or on this one? I'm not kidding. I was either tired or so in the zone of channeling. I never got the joke until I watched the replay and I was like, oh yeah, that's really funny. So you'll notice if you watch it on the replay, I didn't really react that much. I just read it out, but then I get it. You know, things are so bad that apparently rock bottom can get even worse. I get it. So I unloaded on him via text yesterday morning and then crashed and woke up 20 hours later. Oh, this is now this is an interesting. This is interesting information because could it be that whatever you have said has been some sort of catalyst for waking? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe something you said got through to him. I don't know. But right, so unconditional love, move beyond fear. My stomach is now rumbling because I am hungry. It doesn't usually come through, but I'm just sort of saying. So unconditional love, move beyond fear. Adapting to a new situation is challenging but necessary. Everything I've spoke about in the one earlier, everything that's come through here. Your old paradigm is breaking down. Remember the bit when I channeled the old earth is crumbling earlier in Mediumship Monday, the new earth is emerging. This I've been channeling this for years. It's happening. Move forward and make a fresh start. It is said that you can only hold your children's hands for a short while, but you hold their hearts forever. That's kind of beautiful, right? Because obviously my clients are not my children. But side note, if you've been here a lot, you will see me have said at some points, one of my guys that I also work with is Mother Mary. And so it doesn't really matter what age you are, whether you're old. I've got a lot of people that watch that are older than me, and I've got a lot of people that are younger too, or the same age. I do carry that very motherly frequency, and I always say it's kind of like, look, if you, particularly if you didn't have a very loving mum or something, or very loving feminine energy, go where the love is, right? And for a lot of people, I've got that much unconditional love, and it's genuine. And that's why I say, even people I've lost touch with, or even people where it's like it's part of it, whether it's personally, professionally, not the best of ways or something, it's kind of like I like to feel that, that I have come with that unconditional, genuine love in that moment and left people a little better, what I mean, in that way, or good memory, whatever you want to see it. But definitely in my therapy clients, it's like, I hold people's hand for so far and then they have to walk it alone. We all have to walk it alone. Do you know what I mean? Um, But I don't know, that kind of reminded me of that there. But it's like I said, you always, like what I said about my counsellor, like, okay, so in truth, I had a lot of myself, like the whole fucking 7 years, I was able to go nowhere near some of the deep stuff. I was able to keep going round in circles. And she is a great counsellor. It's just I'm very good at hiding stuff if I want to, do you know what I mean? But the groundwork was put in there for me to then go into that work and do a lot of that myself, or go and get guided to different healers when I'm guided to and stuff. You know what I mean? It was all of it was for a purpose. When Mary Magdalene and Sarah landed in Carmigou with their extended family, they were strangers in a strange land. The local people must have been astounded that they arrived without sails or oars, a sign the group was not only divinely guided but a special lineage. Because of their miraculous arrival, the group would have held acclimatizing and getting orientated with the unfamiliar landscape. By the way, I remember pulling this before. This is kind of creepy. This is definitely talking about New Earth and frequencies. And that thing I said about, like, when your frequency goes so high, people start to not understand you. Can't remember on what's their level, but it's like they start to not understand you intellectually, right? They'll be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Then they'll start not to understand you emotionally, and they'll definitely, I think the first one would be spiritually. That would make sense. Like, so say you're somebody that talks about spiritual, I don't like the word spiritual, but shamanic, spiritual stuff, consciousness. People would be like, what are you talking about? Science rules and all this kind of programmed belief that they drum into people. Both are important. And like, then mentally you'll start to disappear people, emotionally, and the last thing would be you physically disappear, which logically you maybe don't see that person anymore, and they maybe don't even think, they don't. It's weird. It's like, you think, oh, they don't even care, but it's like you're disappearing. You're going somewhere different, and dimension. You could be living in the same city, the same village, the same street, but you're on different dimensions. You know what I mean? You're either going to get what I mean or you don't. I know a lot of you do get what I mean. Sarah was still young, between 9 and 12 years old, when she arrived in Carmigu. She was called the Egyptian because she was born in Egypt when her family was in exile. Her name means princess, but the locals were told she was a servant to protect her identity. This is, oh my God, this is very biblical too, because this is like when a lot of divine feminines, your true nature is hidden or cloaked to your twin flame. Or, and so even if they've had moments of knowing who you are to them and being like, I want to come back and get that person, they could go to sleep on that, spiritually asleep, and then they suddenly wake up to it again, and an alarm clock goes off. Something was said like that to me once years ago, and it is true, and I can feel that too. It's like, you know what I mean? There's going to be a day where all these memories just hit him, like all the ones I talk about, and it's, or maybe they never went away. Who knows? Who knows? Mine's as deep as an ocean. I know that about him, and so am I. You don't even see all of that. I just share a little bit on here, but um, it can be a bit like that. She became revered by the people in Carmiju. Basically, what I was saying is like, you're cloaked. That's very spiritual. You're cloaked for a reason. You're protected. Um, and then when it's time, you're unveiled. You're uncloaked, and that's when a lot of people that are hidden, like this channel that's hidden, and lots of beautiful people that I love, lots of beautiful people that I love, men and women that deserve way more. And can I just, every now and again, this comes into my heart, and it really upsets me actually. There was a guy I loved watching, and I don't know where the fuck he is. And he's been gone quite a while. He was a Scorpio, so he could just be in major hermit mode. But besides the fact I really loved watching his videos, he was really funny in that too. I'm like, where the fuck is he? So I'm just putting a prayer out, in case, I don't know, he might feel it. So it's every now and again I remember that, and I'm like, where's that guy went? And again, I get a bit of fear because that older man, Darren, that I liked watching, he was one of us, and he died. He was an older guy, but he wasn't that old. You know what I mean? And it's like, I don't know what went on there. He definitely never took the thingamajigger. I know that much. Another guy hasn't either. He's definitely in the know. But I'm just like, where is he? So if I ever go missing, I never have thoughts of doing anything to myself. And do you know what I'm saying? Just what I'm saying. Right. So she is still honoured on May 24th when people from four corners of Europe and beyond gather at Saint Marie de la Mer to venerate their saint with intense favour. Starting over can cause great anxiety, especially if you're moving into unknown territory. You will find it. I think there's a lot of the masculines that are moving to unknown territory. Do you know what? This is so weird. I'm going to freak a lot of you out. You can't, I didn't plan this one earlier. There's a card sitting right beside me called Unknown Territory. They pulled my eyes to that before I started this, and I just ignored it. But look, unknown territory. You're exactly where you need to be. Notice in my personal sessions, and when I'm doing that clearing, I always say at the heart chakra, you're exactly where you're meant to be, learning exactly what you're meant to learn for your soul's growth. Oh, actually, I say that in personal sessions. But anyway, but it's true. You are exactly where you're meant to be, learning what you're meant to learn. Your soul chose this. I know it can be tough, guys. My soul chose some tough lessons, trust me. In many areas, not just love, but that's definitely the hardest lesson. You will find it gets easier when knowledge dispels fear and you find a way to leave the past behind. Move forward. New opportunities will emerge as will new friends and allies. This is definitely the masculine, male and females. You're not resonating with the people you once did. Your energy is changing, your consciousness is expanding. If that card comes out that says my relationships are changing, it's just backing up what I said. Look, I'm being pulled to the magnetic connection. That was, by the way, that card came out for today for the recorded video, which you'll now see tomorrow because it's nearly 3 in the morning. There's a very strong pull and intensity that draws you to this person, magnetic connection. We've already had karmic friends. That's what that's all about. It's new territory, it's unknown territory. But I'm just hearing for whoever, all the people that resonate with this, there's no turning back. These masculines, some of you, these girls, oh look there, hello, Connor, what the fuck are you doing up at 5 to 3 in the morning? You're in early, but did you just wake up randomly? How did I know you'd be live right now? That is really random, isn't it? When it's a fucking Tuesday, very early Tuesday morning. I'm not going to be here for much longer, so if you're looking for someone to put you back to sleep, you've got many hours to listen to here. Strange night, need your relaxing tones. Well, thank you very much. We've actually been speaking a lot about that on here tonight. Basically, yeah, I think the card, it's been a long night. All right, well, like I said, we'll be with you for however long. I've got 9% battery left. But I just got guided to pick this up. So that's what basically I said there. That's what it was for me last night. I was up till 5 in the morning, and then there's like, oh, the thing I was saying to my mum is, like, so whatever it is they're doing out there, but the thing about workies, when what I mean, like, or just groups of guys in general. Sorry, I love you guys, soul brothers out there and that, but you know what I'm saying, right? Like, see when you hear like workies out there, it's like it's really the laugh, eh? You're like, they're saying something dirty. Like that's what I woke up to. Like I'd only had a couple hours sleep, and out the window I can hear like, and like I don't know, I can't even do the laugh, but I couldn't hear what they're saying. I didn't want to hear what they're saying, but it's kind of like I was like, fucking hell, if I knew that was going to be going on, I would have tried a lot harder to get to sleep. Do you know what I'm saying? But, um, oh my God, I've just remembered something else. Fuck. Pray for me, guys. I'm going to need to do self hypnosis on myself to say that even though I'm going to literally only get 4 hours sleep, probably whenever they get going, that I'm going to feel like I've had loads of sleep. But anyway, they settled down again. I think they were at it from like 8 in the morning or something to, I don't know, mid morning, and then it did get quiet again. At that point, I was so fucked off, I had to go and walk anyway. But it was kind of like, I remember thinking I better get to sleep at a decent time because they're going to wake me up in the morning again. I fucked up there. I fudged up. But anyway. But also, I was telling a story, and actually, that was, that was you. I was telling a story about you earlier where I was basically saying that, because I do this with clients all the time, but if you like, you know what I mean, you can plant the seed that even if you haven't had a lot of sleep, that you feel like you wake up and you feel $1,000,000. Like I've done that with Charlotte before, because Charlotte's got a couple of kids that, a lot of times she won't have a lot of sleep, they're not well or something's happened, and or she's been up late watching this, and then I'll plant that seed, and she wakes up and it doesn't make any sense. She's not had much sleep, but she feels like she has. Right. So, oh my God, him and I call those moments of clarity, and it's always right when he wakes up, and then he numbs it away. Yeah, because it's true. Like the wee moments when you're falling asleep and the wee moments when you wake up, you got to pay attention. That's why I said about, look, I'm not telling you details of my dream, but the details that I got in my dream, they were very, the details that it's God talking to me, and I'm like, yeah, that's why I'm not telling you. It's just interesting. It's either something past or it's present. I don't know. It's quite interesting. Anyway, so what have we got? What does the Divine Masculine Collective want to say? I don't know how to handle my emotions right now. Again, a lot of the time when the Divine Feminines can't sleep, it's because we're feeling our own Divine Masculines not being able to sleep. But in my case, it's going to be that too. But not every time, but a lot of the time. But it's and I just can basically feel from the planets that he's got. I know that why that would be, but it's quite a lot of people are in that. This week, be kind to people, be kind to yourself. Full moon and Pisces eclipse. We're all going to be in our feels. I'm holding on to the memories of us, and I need to tell you the truth. That's ending right where we started. That card's already come out tonight. I need to tell you the truth. I'm holding on to memories of us. Right, guys, I'm fucking done now. So, go me. I've been on here for fucking hours. Thank you for joining me. Welcome, little tiny Mike. Welcome. Well done, tiny Mike, for lasting. Praying that the neighbours don't hate me and that you've been shielded from this. But yeah, sleep well. I will too. What a fucking mess I've got to tidy up here though. But yes. One of us will call for a welfare check. What do you mean? Wait a minute. Celebrate togetherness. Well, we'll celebrate the togetherness of us. Might not be twin flame unions out there yet. Well, I was about to say well done. Yeah, well done if it is you, because you've done the work. Or basically, enjoy it if it's you. But yeah, we'll celebrate the togetherness of all of us until that moment. Spend time with your loved ones to experience the feeling of togetherness and to help you achieve a more harmonious relationship. Celebrate, but this celebrate card also always reminds me of union. It's time to celebrate. You don't need an occasion to celebrate. Yeah, we celebrated a Monday going into a Tuesday. I actually ushered us into the Capricorn moon. So this is quite heavy now. If you're feeling a heavy energy, like quite literally, it was just 15 minutes ago. We're in Capricorn moon now. That can be pretty heavy. Oh, Connor, you're always coming out with the compliments. Pink really suits you. I've been saying the whole way through this video that I don't suit this colour. So thank you for saying that. I feel red is more mine, but if you'll hear me saying if you watch the replay that I actually just wear this like down the beach and that, and I normally take it off and put something else on. So thank you for that. I'll take it. I'll enjoy watching this back. Have a good one. Yes, you enjoy watching this and get a good sleep. And everybody else, same thing. And I will see you on Wednesday. Do you know what, guys? I'm not going to be available for that. Yeah, that shamanic drop-in clinic. Nobody's booked it anyway. So I think I'll only really be available for that. Like, I think Friday, to be honest. Maybe Thursday, Friday. But yeah, you can, if you need a session, just email me on that. And the people I said to email me, email me. But yeah, tomorrow I'm a write off. I just need to rest tomorrow. And I'll be back on Wednesday night for Capricorn. So sleep well, everyone. And yeah, see you later. Bye. Oh my god, look at this. Whoa. That's a little bit too smoky eye. Do you know what I mean? Look at that. That's not. That's like I'm fucking been living a night out and I'm like crying or something. Anyway, see you later.